Welcome, my friends and enemies. Glad you were here, and thank you, Matt, for being Matt. But yes, I am here with. I'm assuming it's Il Grande Orso.
Grande Orso. Il Grande Orso. Or it's a Portobello 73. Unbearable 73.
Okay.
It's Italian.
Yeah, sure. I'll believe that.
What he said.
And that's because on another show 2 days ago, Jacob and I side, we reviewed the greatest spaghetti western of all time, The Grand Silence, or Il Grande Silenzio. It's an awesome movie if you guys can watch it. But
I was gonna say, wouldn't that just be Suicide, The Great Silence?
No, it's about a mute gunfighter.
Okay. But the gun makes sound, so is it?
Well, there's a lot of sound.
Very
The mute guy makes the sound. He just goes pew pew.
No, it's a spaghetti western, like the Clint Eastwood spaghetti westerns, right?
Yeah.
It's the best spaghetti western, and it's done by Sergio Corbuccio.
I can't say I'm familiar with the term spaghetti western.
It's westerns made by Italians.
Yeah, and it's a whole
eating his spaghetti and meatballs, and he's
you know the movie.
good. Slinks it up.
The Django music.
Impossible.
You know the Django movies. Django Unchained.
I know of them. I've never watched them.
Well, there are a long line of spaghetti westerns. The big three everyone knows about are the Clint Eastwood ones. The ones Fistful of Dollars, A Few Dollars More, and
yeah. Those are Italian made?
Yes. Made in Italy, Italian made.
I did not know this.
Yeah, but those are the three that made it over here big time. Because
I grew up on the Clint Eastwood westerns and Rough and Ready Saturdays on the Hallmark Channel because that's what my parents had.
Whole humongous subgenre, and El Grande Silencio, or The Grand Silence, is arguably the best one.
That sounds cool. Razor Fist had a comic come out recently, The Ghost of Something, where it's like a black and white comic, and then they're having a color version of it come out. But it's like a Western, like super killer thing. Like it's hardcore, but really cool looking. So if anybody's interested in that, go for it. And also we have Sage.
Hey.
Sage. Arrow that way. Ding ding ding.
I mean,
that's like the way off. It's like, yeah.
I'm pointing at him. Now both are pointing at him. See?
Yes, it works. Sort of. Maybe.
Ding, 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 whatever. It's all shenanigans. Anyway, Sage,
especially since it seems mirrored, sort of. If you look at yourself,
Sage is as usual. Not really anybody important until he starts a YouTube channel. But yes,
exactly.
Our local physicist.
See, it's part of my name. See, unknown.
Well, you could be unknown and still be popular.
No, I don't think that works.
You can't. Everybody knows who you are, but they don't really know who you
are. Sage lives in Europe, so his government has not allotted him a YouTube channel yet.
Have you ever heard of V for Vendetta? Like, he's literally unknown to a lot of people.
Maybe.
Anyway, we are jumping into another Grima's Workshop because we love it. And we are masochists, apparently. I'm more of the sadist, but that's a different story. I'm more of a sadist because I make these guys have to watch it with me.
Well, I mean, we can just stop showing up, so it's not.
You could, but I beat you back into submission.
Wait.
The beating shall continue until the morale improves.
To borrow in Italian, this will be la caca.
I don't know what that means.
What he said.
It'll be total shit.
Okay.
What else can you expect from the Tolkien Society these days?
True.
Well, I will admit, the one the Indian woman did had its merits and wasn't as bad as...
Its merits were that there was nothing there. That's what its merits were.
No, but I got the point she was trying to make. She just did it very badly. You know what I mean? So I guess they just
didn't even know what her points were. That was the funny part. But that made it the least. That made it the most tame, the least offensive.
Well, I think her point was her experience of the Lord of the Rings coming from our culture, which I kind of got with an interesting take. She just didn't present it very well in terms of.
Well, she's like, well, we have nobody to interpret it in our language, which is this like one of 5,000 different Indian languages, and they're like, well, we had nobody to interpret it, but I had colleagues in Britain. I'm like, then ask your colleagues in Britain to find somebody to interpret. Like, what?
Or
I asked.
maybe translate it yourself.
I literally well, she wouldn't be able to read it because apparently she can't translate or something like that. But I asked my coworker, and he's like, "Yeah, I'll just translate the entire thing," because he's Indian, and it's like, "I'll just translate the entire thing." And I'm like, I literally to my coworker and just said, "Hey, have you heard of this?" He's like, "No, but I can do that." And I was like, "And you're telling me in India you can't find a single person who speaks that language and English that can't translate it? You're kidding me. That's ridiculous."
Maybe it's like one of those backwater places that doesn't have English speaking people in it. I don't know.
You mean India?
Onward, gentlemen.
Yeah,
Onward.
but like even more so because
Bring the pain. Bring on the pain.
Here comes the pain.
it's not where the call centers are.
Whatever. Anyway, this one is Joel Mariner, not the same Mariner you're thinking of, but Hidden Visions,
Of course he's not the Arendelle.
Iconographies of Alterity in Soviet bloc illustrations for Lord of the Rings.
I could think of at least 3 Mariners before I would think of this guy.
Yeah, so what was the title again? I kind of talked over it, so I didn't quite hear it.
What did you say?
The title. What was it?
Oh, Joel Mariner, Hidden Visions, Iconographies of Alterity in Soviet bloc illustrations.
Alterity? Okay, sure.
Right. Well, I'll read the description because it explains it. Alterity can be described as a state of being different or other. However, this rather simplistic definition belies the complex symbiosis of familiarity. Why is this guy just using big words for no reason? Of complex symbiosis of familiarity and otherness being capital O, which the term.
I think in the title you're allowed to do that. Just
this isn't the title. This is the description.
Yeah, but alterity, for example, is one of those words. Sure, put it in the title. Explain it once.
You say rather simplistic definition lies the complex symbiosis of
no, that's don't do that.
It's what you call spaghetti
word. Sociologists do.
Yeah. But from a Tolkienian perspective, a form of East-West alterity is understood to have arisen from the geopolitical divide of the Cold War and its resulting influence on matters of translation. Because of the erroneous assumption of the Soviet bloc censor that the Lord of the Rings constituted a veiled allegory, it didn't, of totalitarian East versus democratic West, democracy is prospective Eastern European Tolkien translators were impelled to create abridged or hybridized versions of the trilogy. Well, probably because their government forced them to. Works which today may appear at once familiar and yet alien to the Western reader because they're not the original source. They're a fake version.
So
that's only the first half.
Before we get the second half, which will totally deflate us, okay? There is actual potential for a real topic in the first half. Okay. The question does this guy actually deliver the real topic, which is analyzing the changes the Soviets forced on the Lord of the Rings when they put it in the Soviet Union.
It's propaganda. That's all it is.
No, but it'd be interesting from a sort of psychological point of view, saying why they want a particular change versus other changes and so forth.
I mean, there's no way he's going to talk about.
I doubt he's going to do any of that. Okay, I just sincerely doubt it. But I want to give credit where credit is due for you enterprising young scholars out there who actually are scholars and not these people. There's a real topic in this guy's title. Okay, you can fish out,
but whether or not we get that is a different story.
Yeah, fish out all those stupid extra words, and go,
Are we ready for part 2? Unsurprisingly, this model of Soviet bloc alterity also extended to encompass visual depictions of the Lord of the Rings, particularly those created by illustrators of 1980s, translated editions from Russia and Poland. Decoding the diverse, often cryptic illustrations contained within these books requires an interpretive approach tailored towards the understanding of 3 types of visual alterity identifiable from the region: motif borrowing, original creation, and a form of semiosis referred to as a dislocation. This paper examines the work of the trio of illustrators whose images for the Lord of the Rings epitomize the second form of alterity, original creation, a phenomenon typified. I hate these words. I know what they are, and I know that they're good words by themselves, but this guy's just cramming as many as he can together. Paper examines the tree of phenomenon typified by the incorporation of iconographies, subject matter, new to Tolkien illustration. You just hear the word salad. I mean, oh my gosh, this guy must be
there's so many
vegetarian.
They
words.
have to do that to make sure
there's
that
nothing-
they don't seem, you don't
Retarded.
see through their retardedness.
The illustrators in question are Jerzy Czerniawski,
Sure,
Poland.
that's the name.
an individual who
And is
imbues.
it Poland?
Yeah, Poland. An
I thought
individual
it
who.
was about Russians.
No, it's Russian. It's the Soviet bloc.
Ah, Soviet. Okay, sure.
Soviet bloc. An individual who imbues his Middle Earth portraits with the enigmatic imagery of the Polish counterculture poster. I'm going to butcher this one because I don't know if it's J or G. Gennady Kalinskis from Russia, whose illuminated Cyrillic initials conjure ring wraiths and wargs, and Sergei Ilakhimov from Ukraine. I probably butchered all three of those. I am not Eastern European.
That did sound rather dodgy, but
I'm not Ukrainian. I don't know these things. Whose brutalist architectural settings form the sinister dwelling places of Barrow-wights, Balrogs, and Orcs. Through the study of their artwork, I will reveal hidden details about the
but the
visage.
Balrogs don't have houses.
They do. The earth. And fortresses. Checkmate stage. Ah!
But the
Anyway.
earth is not architecture.
So rather than analyze the text changes from one to the other, he's going to analyze the artwork. That's what he basically said.
Because,
Basically.
yeah, it's not as if anyone else ever did artwork.
By the way, if you guys are ever curious about later viewing, I dropped the link to the Russian Lord of the Rings live action.
Okay, yeah, I clicked on that link. It's in my list now.
What is it?
This is the Russian live action Lord of the Rings.
Oh, I have heard of it. I have not seen
It's a TV miniseries.
I still need to watch The Hunt for Gollum before they make the actual Hunt for Gollum.
I'll give you but the other one too. The Hunt for Gollum and Born of Hope are the two best Lord of the Rings. It's about the birth of Aragorn.
I don't want to see him actually getting birthed, but yeah, that
no, because you know in the lore, Sauron was hunting Aragorn and his line, right? So his parents reunified the line of the two kings, right? Isildur and Arian's lines, and then they were hunted down and killed. So they sent Aragorn to Elrond. You know the story, basically. So this is about that period.
Ain't nobody touching him there.
Yeah. Well, this is about his parents trying to survive to get him to Imladris. Anyway,
All right, guys, are you guys ready for some grade A demonstration of
Did he
boomers?
film this in prison? He has an orange jumpsuit and everything.
He's got the bald fake head and glasses. It's like this is what Gary must have looked like back in prison.
Yeah. This is Gary's real identity.
Now,
Wait.
Joel Mariner, School of Humanities and Performing Arts, University of Plymouth. Which I don't know what any of that means in terms of like legitimacy or not, but
You know what sucks?
well,
As soon as they Tolkien
humanities,
Society seminar.
yeah,
performing arts. Probably not a great.
I feel like this is a social science thing, but like on a
it's
more
definitely social science.
The word
More
alterity.
Yes,
social
humanities
science.
then.
The word alterity is a code word for this sucks.
Is it?
I mean, maybe I don't know, but no, I am not the one pushing the play button and the volume button on this. I am not the one who has the tab bar. That's literally all him. Like literally, this
I
is
like
this,
that nice bit of dead screen space under his face.
this right here.
Yeah.
I bet
He's a
Maybe-
professional professor. That's why.
if you play it at 150 frames per second, scenes of prison grape will appear there. It's like,
Ah, I see. I see.
Why is he bobbing up and down? What's going on? Anyway,
Hello. I'd just like to thank the Tolkien Society.
first off, I'm just assuming you can hear that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I want to make sure the audio goes before I start going through the whole thing. You guys are like, I can't hear anything.
So
Caroline.
is this
Speak today. Now, the
was that part of the video?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Yes. Like I said, we have a professional professor.
I'm getting Vietnam flashbacks towards the first of these.
There's
Elrond prison save on.
Vietnamese in the PCs. Sorry. All right.
The title of my paper is Hidden Visions, Iconographies of Alterity in Soviet Bloc Illustrations for the Lord of the Rings. Okay, so alterity can be described as a state of being different or other. However, this rather simplistic
It's definitely different.
Yeah, because
definition belies
they just have different pictures, obviously.
Every
Like
rendition other than the
everything
original
has a
is
different-
alterity, I guess, by definition. I guess.
You could just say different, not alterity. But I'm glad for the code word, so I know in normal circumstances I would just ignore this.
Same.
It's a complex symbiosis of familiarity and otherness, which the term embodies. And from a Tolkienian perspective,
Also, that's his image is the one freeze framing. That's not me. But if it does do me and the other guys is freeze framing, it's literally StreamYards. It has nothing to do with me. StreamYards is trash, by the way. Hashtag StreamYard sucks.
a form of East-West alterity is understood to have arisen from the geopolitical divide of the Cold War. This divide had an appreciable impact on matters of literary
I said sure.
translation. Because of the erroneous assumption of Soviet bloc censors such as Glavlit that Lord of the Rings constituted a veiled allegory of totalitarian East versus democratic West, prospective Eastern European
He's literally just reading what I read. You guys are like...
Tolkien translators were compelled to create abridged or hybridized versions of the trilogy in order to actually appease the censor. And sometimes the translators themselves would also import subjective elements into their interpretation.
His screen is literally freezing like every 5 seconds. It's great.
Well, prison internet sucks.
Do you have a point there?
Are you saying the University of Plymouth is a prison? Is that what you're saying?
He
might not be there at the moment. That's just where he got his stuff.
I mean, they probably put you in prison to try to speak out against what they believe. So there's that. Yeah. I do find it funny though, because this actually might be the least offensive out of all the available ones.
That's because this could be an actual topic. I guess we'll find out.
It could be if it went the right way. Let's see if it goes the right way. That's the question.
Of Tolkien, and this would result occasionally, to quote Natalia Grigoreva, works created in accordance with the translator's own way of understanding, sometimes even for their own liking. And when encountered today, these translations can appear at once familiar, but yes, also
the localizer crisis, like 60
the localizer crisis of the Cold War.
60 years ahead of their anime localization. Scandals.
That right there is a 12-hour conversation. Let's not start that one.
Fair enough.
Oh, goodness gracious. I already hate my life. I don't need to make it worse.
Medium, particularly to the Western viewer, Western reader. So this model of Soviet...
I will give him credit. He actually made a slide system. It actually makes sense, at least so far.
So far, let's not get ahead of ourselves.
You know, it has pictures in it.
He took the prison class on PowerPoint.
I mean,
if you look at it, visual does look an awful lot like a military prison type font.
Yeah, maybe.
This presentation of his would be awesome with the Terminator music playing in the background.
I mean, this guy did put that he was performing arts or whatever on the first slide, right? So artists can do this, I think. I don't know. Let's hope it looks visually not terrible.
Wow.
If only he also had computer skills.
I mean, if he had everything set up prior to this, it wouldn't be that bad, but I don't know what he's specifically...
I mean, you could just not put his face there and have a perfectly good presentation covering the entire screen. But, yeah. Can't expect too much, I guess.
I mean, Professor Boomer is going to Professor Boomer, so...
True.
But here's the thing, don't professors have like aides and interns and stuff that help them with stuff?
Not in prison.
Not in prison.
Well, I mean,
also not really that much.
I mean,
only like the super important ones have that.
Well, thank you for saying he's not super important. That's
He
nice.
might have been before he went.
He has a shitty age. That's also possible.
What, you didn't know they had prison schools where you are forced to learn this garbage crap now in colleges? There we go.
Alterity also extended to encompass visual depictions of the Lord of the Rings, particularly those created by illustrators of 1980s translated editions.
I know off topic, but oh my gosh, did you know that Shad has never watched the cartoon Lord of the Rings?
Which one?
Any of them. He didn't watch The Hobbit and Return of the King, which are personally one of my favorites of the cartoons, or the actual Lord of the Rings, which is Fellowship and Two Towers in one movie.
Yeah, I like all three of them better than anything that's been done since.
You mean besides the Lord of the Rings trilogy?
I think they're great movies, but I have problems with things that were changed. So I just,
I mean, there's going to be problems, but even the cartoons didn't add everything in them. They condensed a lot.
Mm-hmm.
But at least it stayed true to the main storyline. But there's a lot of little details that they didn't go into, which is fine. But they're cartoons mostly for kids.
I could do 9 hours on everything wrong with Peter Jackson's movies. I still love them. The theatrical version.
I could do 200 hours of why I'm miffed they didn't add Tom Bombadil. It's checkmate.
Okay. Let's maybe not do that now because
Time. Yes.
200 hours is a lot of time.
Time is a ticking away, and I forgot to move my Discord. I just fixed that problem. There we go.
From Russia and Poland, which is what I'll be actually concentrating on today. Now, restrictive circumstances in these states, coupled with innovative, resourceful artists, engendered several unique sets of imagery.
I'd like to say, though, I do think this is probably the least offensive of all the different ones because he's not saying, like, I'm assuming he's not going to say it's racist or it's whitewashed or this, that, or the other.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to be basically limiting it to the Soviet bloc had censorship or something, so they had to use imagery to kind of get the point across without.
Yeah, but maybe we should only give him that after he doesn't.
I'm just saying, I'm expecting that because I don't know how you could shoehorn those topics into this.
Well,
I really don't. Unless, of course, they say, "Oh, this character's white," and he's like, "Well, this actually is inaccurate because it actually was black or something." I don't think he's going to do that, but
the social sciences find a way.
I think what he's going to do is he's actually going to say, look at the artwork for the Soviet versions, and he's not going to point out their propaganda, but he's going to point out the differences. So,
could be,
which is fine.
And decoding the sometimes cryptic illustrations in these books requires an interpretive approach tailored specifically towards the understanding of visual alterity. And in this case, we can call that non-normative Tolkien imagery. I've identified 3 distinct forms of this visual alterity in Soviet Bloc Tolkien illustrations. The first one is something which I call motif borrowing. The second is original creation. And the third is a form of semiosis or signification process referred to as dislocation.
Okay. Sure.
My forms 1 and 3, motive borrowing and dislocation, these are stories for a different day. This paper is concerned with the second form of visual alterity, original creation. This is a phenomenon typified by the incorporation of iconographies, that is to say, subject matter, which is new, at least at the time of creation, completely new to Tolkien illustration. So loosely speaking, we can consider this work that does not actually conform to the usual neo-medieval aesthetic that's come to be so closely associated with modern Tolkien visual culture. And today I'm going to be concentrating on the work of a trio of illustrators whose images for translations of the Lord of the Rings from Poland and Russia epitomize this original creation approach.
Open places look very medieval.
I mean, it might.
No, in the they don't look like the typical European medieval buildings that we know. At least not the stuff
I
that
don't
we
know any of them personally, so I don't know. I mean, they have a kind of, I mean, we only probably know what the concept art or what was shown in, Peter Jackson's films, more or less what they would be like. But
the elven aesthetic is not anything remotely near.
I mean, at least what my limited experience in Lake Battle for Middle Earth is, the elvish stables and stuff look pretty much like a medieval stable. They just have a little bit more loop instead of like.
Is Battle for Middle Earth?
It was based off of the Peter Jackson's trilogy's artwork.
Okay, fair enough. But we only really see Rivendell in there. and that's not your typical medieval place.
I don't know what I did with it, but anyway, keep on.
Well, they kind of made it more along the lines of the art style. It's like Rivendell's very loopery, but it's more like Renaissance than it is medieval, I guess.
Yeah, I would say more Renaissance, definitely.
It's more architecturally beautiful, which medieval was more about, like,
There it is.
using it rather than.
Yeah. Well, no, it's also that's
I didn't really build castles based off of beauty. They built them off of utility.
the castle's not, but at least not on the outside, of course.
Are you saying like they made those beautiful farms like my Manor Lords farm plots?
Well, I'm not sure if I would call those beautiful, but
Hey, they were beautifully designed by myself.
yeah, sure.
They're beautiful.
These are the things I do for this show, guys. I went through pain to get this. This is pictures by J.R.R.Tolkien.
Oh, nice.
This is what
Is there some elven stuff in there?
Well, his actual illustrations are in here.
Am I gonna find elvish ones? Because I know he likes the flexibility and fluidity. He likes the flexibility and the fluidity for the elves. He likes more of the rigid structural for
example, here's Hobbiton.
Yeah, that looks very European medieval.
Yeah.
No, that looks like the Soviet bloc, comrade.
Here's Rivendell.
Okay, I just see a mountain, but
I see a female anatomy. Does that count?
He literally did it in crayon.
Okay.
That explains why I can't see it.
Basically, he did a bunch of these drawings for a calendar, but he died before he finished it, and it was published posthumously.
What was the Elves Gone Wild calendar?
Okay.
We see that.
There's like one tower.
Here's another Rivendell.
That's pretty cool. I guess it's not going to give us probably the very good.
The Rivendell pictures are more like the environment rather than.
It's not going to give us like
every. There's a visual aesthetic that Tolkien created for his world. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Sure.
Well, I'm sure he based it off.
It's just not what we nowadays associate with it. For the most part.
Yeah. And obviously, I mean, Peter Jackson using John Howe and why is the name escaping me? What the heck? They're their concept artist. Why? Help me out, guys. Who's the other concept creator for the?
I don't know.
This is a really cool book to pick up, guys.
Matt, you should know this.
What?
The concept artist is John Howe and who? I can't believe I'm brain farting. He does all the freaking artwork for this new stuff.
I follow very few artists.
Oh my gosh, I have like the trio of books right there. Why can I not remember?
Alan Lee, apparently.
Alan Lee. Oh my gosh.
He did all these
Alan Lee and John Howe. I don't know why. Alan Lee's the one that's like Lee illustrations on every.
Alan Lee.
Yeah, Alan Lee. Like I don't know why I can't think of that. Sorry, Alan. I love your artwork. I just can't remember the names because I'm brain farting hard. But yeah, John Howe and Alan Lee did the artwork stuff and concept designs for. Pull that up so you can see it. Yeah, boy. Sorry. They did the concept art for basically the designs for Peter Jackson stuff and The Hobbit. So that's where they get those, like, in the visuals for the actual series in that regard, the trilogies. So can't really fault them too much because I don't know if there was a whole lot to work with off of just Tolkien stuff where they could take what looks clearly like old Renaissance or medieval paintings. You can't really make that in real life because it would.
Well, he has descriptions of a lot of stuff. I mean, Tolkien's more their timelines. then essays about stuff, and then descriptions of stuff. Like he literally wrote encyclopedias, basically, of describing his world.
Yeah.
So those illustrators are firstly Jerzy Czerniawski, Polish artist whose illustrations accompany a 1981 revised edition of the original 1962 Polish Lord of the Rings translation, Władca Pierścieni.
I mean, to be fair,
Yeah.
none of these would make me possibly think about Lord of the Rings.
Same.
But
Maybe the middle one is Gandalf. I don't know.
it's his head upside down. That's all.
I could see the one
He
on
has
the
a
left
hat and he has a beard, right?
being a Nazgul.
No, that's his head upside down.
Huh?
Ah,
Look at
okay.
his eyes and the nose. It's his head upside down. That's the middle one. I have no idea. What you're supposed
Why is
to
it?
be.
Ooh. Okay, sure.
Don't ask me questions I don't know the answer to, Sage. Why do artists do anything? That's the real question.
If only we knew.
Published by Zatelnik. He's the first artist. Number 2 is the Russian Gennady Kalinowski, the illustrator
I didn't know it was Gennady or Gennady, so yeah, whatever.
of Andrei Kistyakovsky and Vladimir Moroveva's abridged 1982 Russian translation of the Fellowship Kranatelli of Guardians, published.
At least that one could potentially look like a Lord of the Rings one.
Maybe.
It's not as off-putting as the first one.
I mean,
That's-
the first ones were
right.
just weird. This is just like,
Artwork is
So-
typically weird.
well, not really.
I mean,
Modern
yeah,
artwork is
modern art is atrociously bad.
anything older
And the
than
third
say,
illustrator is Sergei Ukimov, the Ukrainian artist responsible for the illustrations.
You what?
anything older than say 100 years is all good art. Let's say.
Yeah, we'll grant that, I suppose.
In the 1993 is Datel edition of Natalia Grigoreva and Vladimir Grishetsky's famous Lord of the Rings translation, Vlasilin Collets. So those are the 3 we'll be looking at.
Oh my gosh. Stupid ad.
Live action Lord of the Rings animation.
Yeah.
I swear YouTube makes me want to hate them more and more every single day. And I hate doing this in Firefox because Brave would block it. But oh my gosh, give me a second to
I don't have
play
to worry
through.
about ads. YouTube, I pay the $10.
All right, we're back. I just gotta push buttons and bring everything back.
So, to begin with, we're going to go back to that 1981 Polish edition. The task of providing illustrations for this book was given to the designer Jerzy Czerniawski. Jerzy Czerniawski was particularly active in Poland's flourishing field of poster design. He was numbered amongst the country's distinct third generation of designers born around about the time of the Second World War. This third generation was seen as being more aggressive than their predecessors. Czerniawski would create work that, although not explicitly political, was designed to address the moral, social, ethical problems concurrent in late 70s Poland. And both Czerniawski's poster design, which usually promoted Eastern European countercultural events, student theatre productions, that kind of thing, and his illustration work at this time can be characterized by the inclusion of distinctive visual motifs. At times, these are baffling or disturbing, but often oddly lyrical. An oppressive state control over Polish visual culture instilled in him an approach which required the encoding of meaning into seemingly disparate text-image combinations. And these would be decipherable only by those familiar with the pictorial clues, the visual language. And this tendency towards concealment can also be detected in his illustrations for the Lord of the Rings. So a typical example would be this one here. This is the dust jacket design for Volume 1 Expedition. So here we have on the right head and shoulders depiction of Frodo. He's got this impassive face, eyes.
How does it know it's Frodo? Is what I want.
Yeah, I was about to say. Well,
Probably says
my
somewhere
comment was
in
supposed
small
to
text.
be more like, wait, this is Frodo? But yeah. Interesting.
I'm assuming the left one is where he started and the right one's by the end of the Return of the King. I don't know.
Maybe, I don't know, maybe he just has a lot of hair. I don't know. Fucking know.
This guy probably has some sort of like abstract Gothic Picasso style going on.
Yeah, probably. Maybe not, though. Who knows?
Who knows?
Those hair straggling and snaking. On the left, we have an androgynous Galadriel with pale skin, visible nipples, eyes closed with long
Visible nipples.
lashes and teardrops hanging from them.
I mean, those could also be where the
this
arms sort of separate from the body.
I mean,
These ones are just disturbing, though, even more so.
Well, they lived under communism. Everything's going to be disturbing if you're
just
nice.
remember this counts
True.
within the last 100 years. So
True.
remember you said everything in the last 100 years before
No.
that. Everything before
Everything
that.
before the last
Yeah.
100 years is
That's what I'm saying.
probably good.
This is within the 100 years, so it's a totally different idea.
Shoulders portrait format, often paired with a serene, impassive face that has closed or open eyes, is a common motif used by Czerniawski in his poster work. And we can see in these two examples from 1978 student theatre posters, Room with an Ocean View, Lady Macbeth. And in these images, the calm face provides a neutral vessel for which the various emotions, concepts triggered by the accompanying text can be visually transmitted. And remember, avoidance of extreme facial expressions also obviates unwanted attention from those who might censor the work. So in the case of that Volume 1 dust cover image, the neutral expression of Frodo meshes with aspects of the Hobbit's character. So the expression become a tangible reference to his calm acceptance of his role as ring bearer, as demonstrated, you remember, in the Council of Elrond, where regardless of his overwhelming longing to remain in Rivendell, he volunteers to bear the ring to Mordor. And so in the context of such self-sacrifice and implied martyrdom, Czerniawski's serene face,
I mean, at least that one looked good.
And I get what you're saying.
See,
but
that's
you can't-
past 100 years ago.
Yeah.
So
You can't detail facial expressions because that would make the censors take a closer look at it.
Yeah. His little Dracula collar flip is a little unique, though.
Frodo with long hair and beard, the cloak, the stylized wounds on the naked chest also evoke images of Christ as a man of sorrows. For instance, we can see with this Flemish painting from 16th century by Colin de Coter. Another common Czerniawski poster motif identifiable in this image relates to the spherical object resting on Frodo's head. So a similar design appears in this poster.
A damaged part of the picture. Okay, that's actually supposed to be there.
You didn't figure this part out? I knew that already. I didn't know why.
I mean, I figured maybe it got water damage or something.
No, it looks like it's drawn in.
That's quite the artistic water damage. It's modern art. What can you say?
From 1981 for
like, I don't even get the 1981 where he's just like, I have a rock on my head. I'm like,
yeah, okay, sure,
go for it.
German stage production of King Lear. Now, in the poster image, the object depicted resting on the old guy's head is a small boulder, and so presumably this boulder is a symbol of Lear's madness.
I like he says the old guy, like this isn't a 12-year-old freaking anime character.
That's King Lear.
Never heard of him.
No,
seriously, you don't know who King Lear is?
No,
Shakespeare.
He's European. He doesn't know anything.
The European education has failed you, Sage. It's failed you, big
yeah.
To be
I'm
fair,
not in literary education.
I mean, I didn't really pay attention to Shakespeare either, so I didn't really know it either.
You need to come to America and go to an American high school, Sage.
I live in America, but I did not go to an American high school.
I don't think I want to go to American high school, to be honest.
You really don't.
They're not much better than over here.
You could have just stopped with "they're not."
Okay, yeah.
I guess in fairness, our country's England is highly influenced by England and all, which would have a lot of English lit influences. So yeah,
probably.
I was making more of a play on joke where if you like watch anime, they have like this character who's like, I'm 17 years old, but he looks like he's 40.
Yeah.
It's like that. It's like, did you just assume my age? Where he's like this old man. I'm like, oh, did you just assume his age?
Mm-hmm. The only Shakespeare thing, at least I assume it's Shakespeare now, I don't know for sure, is Macbeth.
Yes.
So I get what he's saying here. You know, I'm giving this guy the benefit of the doubt. He seems like he's doing real art analysis versus.
He seems like he's doing an actual good job. I will give him mass credit.
So it seems he's saying that this artist.
The evidence for that is that we're 6 minutes and 45 seconds in, And we have only passed 40 minutes. Well, not quite yet.
Yeah.
Of our discussion.
And you keep talking, so it won't get there. Come on.
Fair
So
enough.
basically, this artist he's about to say seems to like represent the character's degree of madness by the size of the object weighing them on the skull.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough, and it's a real life thing. You guys know I've had mental illness issues. I'm in remission and whatever. When it's active,
you have to have mental issues.
I mean legit depression, anxiety, and all that. When my mental illness is active, it feels like there's a weight pushing down on the back of my head. So I'm wondering if that's a common thing people experience, and maybe
that's what they
what it
experience.
is.
I mean, that's what I felt like it was. I mean, it felt more like a rope around my neck with a stone when I watched Rings of Power, but that was because I was wishful thinking. But I mean,
I know that sounds potentially.
I gotta look this artist up afterwards.
Jerzy Sarnowski.
Yeah.
In the Frodo image, the motive is a different meaning. So instead of a boulder, close inspection reveals that the object is in fact an apple. And the motive here,
That's an apple.
It looks like a bouncy ball to me, but that's just me.
Okay.
An apple would make sense, but I don't see a stem or even the shape of an apple. But
relates to the concept of the apple shot. And as a literary device, the apple shot has a very long lineage. Folklore scholars cite various influential medieval sources where this feat can actually be observed. A preeminent example, of course, being the Swiss legend of William Tell. And in that legend, the master crossbowman is forced to shoot an apple which has been placed on the head of his own son as a form of punishment for refusing to bow to a representation of the tyrannical Governor Albert Dressler. The folklorist Alan Dundas decodes the apple shot as a painless sacrificial ritual. And in the Tell story, the marksman's trusting son offers himself up willingly. He kind of safe in the knowledge that his father's skill will avoid him from being harmed and liberate them from Jesser's oppressive attentions. So it's possible to hypothesize a parallel with Frodo, who, despite his internal reservations, takes up his role as ring bearer willingly, trusting that others.
what was that?
That in the video, or
That was in the video.
That's the Tolkien Society saying he's talking real knowledge. Get him off the air.
Cut him off! Cut him off! It's like the rest of the 20 minutes is just black screen.
8 minutes of this guy's presentation is better than the entirety of all the other ones we've seen put together.
damn.
I'm actually kind of enjoying this, surprisingly.
Yeah, this seems fine.
There's specifically,
And not in the "this is fine" as the building's burning around.
Yeah, okay, sure. I mean, the
guy
beginning
first
was
makes
slightly
obvious-
worrying with the whole the word salad, but
Well, he's explaining the strange artistic concepts of these artists. Like this one is probably the strangest of them all, and he's explaining it in a way that's like, that makes sense. And I'm wondering if the Polish, because this is the Polish, I'm wondering if the Polish actually understood what he meant just by the art.
maybe
Like having the description helps, because if you look at it without the description, it looks like gibberish. But then when you have the description, you're like, I got you. So hopefully this keeps up.
the older, wiser pseudo-father figures such as Gandalf and Elrond will show him the way to Mount Doom and ultimately the ring's destruction. So from a viewer's perspective, the arrangement of visual elements in Czerniawski's image facilitates this connection. And the calm expression is also evident in another illustration of Frodo featured as the end paper image in Volume 2. This, however, depicts Frodo rendered effectively blind and speechless by Shedob's paralysing poison. So the autumnal leaves that we can see, which are symbols of decay, merging with his eyes and obscuring his Frodo's mouth, symbolise his loss of control. He cannot see or speak and appears to be dead because of the poison. Now, power over vision often
I like how the first one took a long time. The second one, we're just like, we're done. Paragraph, that's it.
embodied in potentially
Does this one mean the Eagles are coming? I don't know.
maybe.
violent form is another motif which is common to Czerniawski's.
I mean, it says a tree of desires. Maybe that means like, I can't recall the taste of strawberries. A desire, though.
Could be. Who knows?
Actually, I wonder if it's probably more on Sam, because Sam has desires of home, but he also has desires of accompanying Frodo and stuff like that.
You know,
I don't know.
he's saying that
You're really far from your mic, dude. We can't hear you.
It's fascinating. He's saying that the Soviets turned the Lord of the Rings into this ultra depressive trek.
I mean, it kind of is depressive.
Yeah,
If you think
really?
about it.
It's depressive at all to me.
No, I meant like the all the hardships they go through, like especially Frodo, is pretty depressive if you think about it.
But it is. It would only be if they didn't triumph.
Oh, no. I'm saying like as you're reading it, it's depressing. But then you get to the triumph, and you it's like the depression's lifted because of the triumph. But I'm saying going through all the hardships, that's not like, oh yeah, hardships. It's the progress of the trek or of the story and the travels that they take and the journey they take. That's what makes it kind of depressing. I mean, imagine going, you have to flee your home. You have to run away from the bad guys that are chasing you, that they're literally the second to the big bad evil guy.
It's another day in Jersey.
It's another day in the Shire, apparently.
Yeah.
But they get all the way to Rivendell, and you're like, oh, this is great. We can see the elves. The elves, Mr. Frodo. Like, it's really uplifting. You're like, we escaped, but he did get stabbed. He had to recover and all that jazz. And then he's like, there, like, let's go home. And then all of a sudden it's like, well, actually, I got to take this the rest of the way because nobody else can do it. And so he takes that on him. He goes to places. The first stop they get, which is, Moria. And then he loses his mentor and friend.
I mean, the first stop is actually the Pass of Caratras.
I'm saying the first stop is in like the first major moment. Not just like, oh, we went away and that didn't turn out to be okay, so we went another direction. Like nothing major really happened at Karahadras.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm saying like the first major moment where you lose a member of your party and it happens to be your mentor and friend, Gandalf. That's a very depressing moment for the whole party because they don't know he's alive, obviously. They don't know he comes back, all that jazz. Like it's depressing. Huh?
Don't do spoilers.
Don't do spoilers for like the 60+ year story. But then you go in, you go to Galadriel and Lothlorien and everything, and you find out like, oh, here's all this thing. You're talking to Galadriel, like all this troubling, decisive stuff that's going to happen to you should you go wrong. And he's just like, oh, that's now more weight on his shoulders. He doesn't have Gandalf there to lift the weight off his shoulders, but Sam's concerned for him. Then you get to the obviously Boromir dying, but Frodo and Sam don't know about that. Mm-hmm. His friends being captured by the Uruk-hai, he doesn't know about that. But his own way is like, I have to abandon my friends so they don't feel forced to betray me. And then goes through this, like it feels like just depression stacking on depression on him because everything's going wrong since this journey happened. And he's lost party members, but he doesn't know that he lost at least one of them. He also doesn't know that Gandalf comes back. So when that joyous reunion happens, he's not there to experience it. So that has this crazy level of just like his mind is blown when the eagles pick him up and he recovers in the House of Healing. Like that's wild to me. He's Gandalf, like he's because he has no idea what's going on, and but when he goes over there, then he has to deal with Gollum, and then he has Sam with him, but Sam's trying to be the bright future aspect, but obviously he's got that weight growing around him as he travels. Like it's depressing the entire time for Frodo. Once Moria hits. From Moria on, it's just depression. But it's also depression because instead of being able to go home to his comforts, well, now he has to carry it. So it's depression stacked on depression, bad thing stacked on bad thing. And then the triumphant point where like he's about to do it and then he turns because his own desires, because of the ring's will on him, prevents him from it. And then Gollum comes in, ironically, to save the day. And he still takes a wound from that because Frodo the Nine Fingers, but because of Gollum's interaction, he gets to have that weight lifted from him, but then he's determined that he's going to die.
Not to go inside this question, technically the weight's never lifted from Frodo. That's why he's there's still a burden because of the wound.
You could argue the weight is lifted once he reaches Valinor.
Yeah, that's the one place you could be healed before he dies.
He's never healed, from what I understand. If I recall correctly, the wound never goes away, but he does not feel it in extremity beyond that.
Well, we don't know. We don't really know because of the way the book is designed.
I'm trying to remember if it was either in the letters of Tolkien or if it was just like a thrown-in passage somewhere in maybe the appendices or something, where it basically says like the wound will never heal, but over there, because the Undying Lands, its effect is majorly lessened, so he can at least feel some joy, as opposed to the oppressiveness of the Morgul blade. But when I say the weight is lifted, I'm saying the weight of the ring is lifted, not the weight of this.
The weight of the ring is never lifted. That's the wound.
No, I'm saying like it didn't have a hold over him anymore. Like it didn't have.
It did. The whole even after destroyed, what the ring does to you is permanent damage. Bilbo, Sam, and Frodo as ring bearers all have that permanent damage. That's why they were allowed to go to the Undying Lands. Because the damage of the unseen world to their very spiritual nature. It's not.
You can see what it did to Gollum after all.
Fall in lava?
Had Gollum lived, he probably would have been taken to the Undying Lands as well.
Depending on that.
He was more merciful on Gollum, and it just kills him and took him to the Beyond anyway. So there you go.
Well, I'm saying like, if the wound wouldn't have been able to be healed in the Valinor from the Valar, even though you could argue they have the power to fix the spiritual. I don't know how much of that extends from Iluvatar to the Valar, but they have like the places that Gandalf taught, and was it the Valar of grieving?
Well, Mandel, there's two Valar, Mandos and
Mandos.
The one who Mandos technically is Hall, but and the one from that got they took the name from Babylon 5 from with an L.
I have not watched Babylon 5 yet.
Oh, there's a character who's like the oldest character in the galaxy. He's an immortal and in Babylon 5, and JMS named him after one of the Valar.
Lorien is one.
Lorien, yeah. So Lorien and Mandos are the two who would know that.
Which is the one that has like the House of Sorrow and Grieving or something?
That's the Halls of Mandos.
No. It's a female Valar.
Yeah, but it's
the one that Gandalf tutored under to learn
Nienna, maybe.
It might be Nienna.
Yeah.
Let me see. Nienna. Yeah, the Weeping She Weeps was an Ainu, one of the Aratar and Vala, who is responsible for mercy and grief spread across Arda. That's the one. You'd think she would be the one who'd be able to heal that kind of a thing.
If anyone could heal those three, it would be one of the Valar, basically.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like I don't know if it's extended to them from Eru, because Eru obviously could fix it, but he's also not entering into Arda per se, where his effects and essence can, like, he can affect everything, but he himself is not being locked in by Arda.
No, but again, I would just get way down to the good hole, as it were.
Right.
But,
I was gonna say this is actually a good conversation. So
yeah, but I
was trying to say, like, when Frodo loses the possession of the ring and it drops in lava, is kind of like he can breathe again, kind of a thing. Like, I'm not saying like he loses every ounce and essence of pain and weight and like the mental pressure and whatnot, but I'm saying it's like carrying a brick around your neck and then all of a sudden the brick's gone.
Well, the way Tolkien would describe it is his body will physically begin to heal now, but his spirit never will.
Yeah. I'm saying more like the physical essence of it that weighed him down.
Yeah,
he'll
still feel the spiritual weight of it for the rest of his life, but his body can heal now, and then you know.
But either way, I think that could show a lot of like depression moments throughout it, which makes these images make kind of sense to it. Mm-hmm. Now, again, I don't know if the Polish actual translation aligns with the actual story, and thus people would still get this, or if they made it more of a more depressing story than before, or what. I don't know how they did it in the Soviet bloc and whatnot. So maybe that's the way it is. We'll find out, or maybe we won't. Oh shoot! Hey, look at that.
To cultural designs. For example, these lithographic posters, A Tree of Desires, 78, and A Dream Play from 77. Here, the juxtaposition of sharp beak and metal spike with human eyes suggests the vulnerability of the gaze in an oppressive society.
Oh my goodness. This is getting old, YouTube. This is getting old. All right, let's pull it back up. Turn sound back on.
You can see echoed in Cerniewski's Tolkien illustrations. As here in the Volume 1M paper image, he presents us with a Gandalf on the left, locked in combat with a Witch King, symbolized by an enormous crowned black bird with a red eye that itself is a vessel for Sauron's power. And that bird is seeking to metaphorically pierce Gandalf's own eyes with his sharp beak. Okay, so moving on to my second example of original creation, Gennady Kalinowski's internal illustrations for Kranatelli. Then these encompass 23 illuminated Cyrillic initials, one per chapter plus one for the prologue. Each initial is rendered in a palette of blue and grey shades, consists of an enlarged version of the first letter of the opening word of the corresponding passage. So figurative and abstract elements are combined in these initials to create a design template that Kalinowski revisits throughout the book. He uses zoomorphic and foliate ornamentation to lend a familiar faux medieval manuscript aesthetic to some of the initials. However, it's Kalinowski's innovative use of overlapping geometric shapes, his incorporation of Cyrillic rather than Latin script letters into the narrative fabric of the image that gives his designs their original element.
What letter was that? The middle bottom one.
The what?
The middle bottom. That doesn't
one?
look like any letter I recognize.
I
Well,
mean,
they're not like
the Soviet bloc languages.
No, it doesn't look like any Cyrillic letter I know.
I mean, it could be an I. It could be a P.
P? I suppose it could be P.
I mean, hypothetically, it could be an F with the faces in it. I don't know. It could be an M. It could be an M.
M? That's a very weird way to do an M, but
They're all weird. That's the point.
the first one's pretty obvious.
It's a dragon that's bending over a dragon.
Yeah, it's just a G. We have an H over there.
Zoom out, but I'm saying like it looks like an M.
On the right, we have the P.
But also, this is going to be something that's more or less familiar to the Soviet bloc areas in terms of their respective languages.
Yeah,
So,
could be.
I don't know what. Like, I mean, if you look at their A little thing, it's like little italicized looking weird stuff because, freaking Eastern European languages are kind of weird. But, I mean, it matches, checks out. So, I mean, I don't know what it is, but I'll accept it.
Sure.
It's not offensive. Let's put it that way.
Their original element. So, for example,
or I could say it's the Eastern European form of saying binary. You want to be controversial about something?
Take this initial from Book 1, Chapter 11, the title of which translates as A Blade in the Night. So this is effectively Tolkien's A Knife in the Dark. So here we can see the letter P of the word parka, which means, in this case, while. And so the first sentence of the chapter begins, while they were preparing to sleep. So this is referring to the hobbits settling for the night in the Prancing Pony in Bree, where meanwhile, Fatty Bulger is about to be attacked by the Black Riders.
Isn't it Fatty Bulger? Isn't it Fatty Bulger?
what?
Don't know.
I'm pretty sure it's Bulger, not Bulger, but he said both. So I think he got it right the first time, but I'm trying to
I
remember.
think he has a very heavy accent.
Well, I don't. He said Fatty Bulger, and then he said Fatty Bulger, and I was like, I'm pretty sure it's Fatty Bulger, but I could be wrong. I think Bulger, but yeah,
It could be both. Who knows?
it can't be both. They're contradictory.
No, it could be. Both.
It could not be. It could literally not be.
So here we can see the letter intertwines with a diamond shape containing a motif resembling a hooded face. This face has two white eyes, which appear to be staring out of grey eye sockets. So when viewed in context of the narrative up to this point, the face is easily interpreted as a Black Rider. The connection
I mean, it's kind of cool if you think about it.
between visual motif, textual character is achieved.
I might say we are making great time.
Yeah.
We are making great time. I love
I
this.
must ask though, is this guy colorblind?
Is it what art?
Is he colorblind?
Why is that reference?
Because he said that it was on grey eyes from grey sockets.
Well, the circular part is gray.
It's not gray.
That is gray. Are you colorblind?
Maybe it's not
I am
gray in
not
Europe.
colorblind.
Maybe in Europe
not-
it's another color.
It's not
It's
gray.
not something, beige.
That's not a beige. That'd be silver if not gray. I think Sage is colorblind.
No, I don't think that is. I'm going to print screen this and put it in Paint, see what
What?
it gives.
What color am I holding up?
Let's see. It has a 2014 red, 192 green, and 178 blue. So it's not.
Are you
gray.
talking about the circle, the framing of the eyes, or what's inside the eyes?
The bit around the eye.
He's talking about the armor.
That could be silvery or beige. I could see that, but
Well, I'm saying gray or silver is going to be pretty much the same.
No, but gray has all colors with
Beige
the
is
same
more brown, though.
intensity.
I could see how you would say that's beige, especially next to the much darker color next to it. You know,
Well, black and gray are two different colors.
Yeah.
I don't see the other color as black, though. I see it as very dark gray.
The big triangle? Square?
The fill-in, not the triangle, the fill-in.
But that's brown.
I'm not seeing brown
Yeah.
at all. Maybe it's your monitor.
Not my monitor.
Could be. Oh, it's on. That's right. I put it on night mode.
I'm on
There's an orange sheen on his screen. It's like, oh, that's why. Every
4K. It's not my monitor.
I'm on a 4K, but I'm like, I don't see beige. I see gray.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Now you see it.
Let's put it off night mode for a bit.
Night mode is horrible for my eyes.
Oh God.
Okay. Yeah. Let's.
Now look at Mr. Colorblind. Oh, that's great.
I saw it correctly. It's just that my screen was weird.
I saw it correctly, but yes, when you have the wrong setting, you saw it correctly. That makes sense. When you apply the purple visage overlaying it, I still got it correctly. It's not that color. I still got it correctly. Anyway, I'm going to agree with the guy on this one because he's right and you're wrong. So.
Yeah. It's very bright. So I'm going to put night mode back on.
It's what?
It is very bright if I don't put night mode on. So
just change the dimness of your brightness.
I can't do that.
I mean, you could.
No, the option literally does not exist.
You need a better monitor.
Yeah.
And so in this respect, Kalinowski's letter is functioning as a historiated initial. It's displaying an identifiable scene, or in this case, a character from within the accompanying.
I'm trying to remember because they did stuff like this for like the Disney old storybooks. I don't know if you guys remember that, like the Robin Hood Disney storybooks were based off like the fox and everything.
Yeah.
Robin Hood.
Yeah, that one I remember.
They have the little chapters things, but like the R would be like the rooster. So it's like it's an image, like an actual object or a being or something. But it was
iconography.
Iconography.
Iconography. Yeah.
Yeah, the Catholic Church is notorious for that. But
there's also right over there in the title of the video.
Yes, but at the same time, there are different types of iconography. Iconography in the Catholic Church is usually like taking an image of a saint and displaying it in either a stained glass or in like little.
No, that's not. That's just an icon.
The process of making icons is called iconography.
Yeah, that's not a unique thing, even in.
No, I'm saying it's a different type of iconography for the Catholic Church as opposed to the way it's being used.
Oh, yeah, sure.
That's what I'm saying. They're both iconography. They're just different types. But I'm saying the Catholic Church, which is what Tolkien would be familiar with, would have iconographies in it. It's just not this type of iconography. This is taking something and making it a multi-use tool. It's an image, like in this case, a Black Rider, but it's also a letter that can be used in the story. That's what I was saying.
Passage of text. In this particular image, the actual letter forms a part of the narrative illustration itself rather than simply containing it like the last one. So the letter here begins the word Tolka, which means which opens Book 2, Chapter 4, Black Abyss, which is Tolkien's A Journey in the Dark. So it begins only around evening in the gloomy twilight. So we can see with the letter inserted within the curls of the letter T are two glowing eyes, which appear to be beneath dark brows. Viewed holistically, the complete initial design resembles a shadowy face of a dog or maybe a wolf. And so this visual textual connection is subsequently activated when the reader encounters the warg attack suffered by the Fellowship later in the chapter. So,
Is it still in,
finally, we look at...
would that still be in Fellowship, or would that be Two Towers when the wargs attack?
I think what's in
It says Chapter 5, Uncovered Conspiracy, but I don't remember wargs being
the
in Fellowship.
wargs attack in the movies in Two Towers.
Yeah, but I'm trying to remember the books. I don't
Chronology is a
recall
bit different in the books, though, so I'm not entirely sure. Chapter 5 is very early, so I doubt
I don't think that's Fellowship. That has to be Two Towers.
it has to be. Yeah.
It says Book 1, Chapter 5. Or no, this is the other image. They just changed it. Book 2,
Yeah.
Chapter 4. There we go. So, is Book 2 Part 2 of Fellowship, or is it Two Towers?
Well, that's debatable.
Because it's Chapter 4 on this one, and I'm like, I don't think wargs attack the
It
Shire.
gets broken up in different ways in different countries, so you can't even go by that.
Yeah, well, Two Towers is Book 2, but there's also Book 1, Book 2, and then Book 3, Book 4, Book 5, and Book 6.
Mhm.
So that's why it's like, how's it? Like, I guess I could grab mine, but they're going to have it different probably in Poland. Or no, this is Russia, isn't it? Yeah, this is Russia.
And this one's definitely different because it got censored.
It's Russian. I'm not surprised.
encounters
You
the
can't have hope in the Soviet bloc.
warg attacks
I bet in their version, Frodo dies.
Could be. Yes.
suffered by the Fellowship later in the chapter. So, finally, we'll look at Kalinowski's initial for Book 1, Chapter 5, Uncovered Conspiracy, so Tolkien's Conspiracy Unmasked. So this depicts Stosh, which begins, Stosh, well, let's hurry up, said Merry. So this is the moment when he's urging the hobbits away from the ferry set off towards a house in Crick Hollow. So here the letter is simultaneously decorative with these two zoomorphic heads, which we can see, but also narrative, because the two heads are readable in the context of this chapter as Merry and Pippin, in their capacity as twin conspirators, plotting alongside Sam to prevent Frodo from leaving the Shire without them. And we can see the number 2 that you can see at the centre there of the design also neatly underlines this reading, affirming the textual hobbit pairing, the two friends, affirming that numerically, whilst also uniting the two symbolic figures in the image visually. Okay, so I'm going to conclude by briefly examining.
You what?
I said okay.
This is fun. This is a funny artwork. It's like the ring wraiths trying to swing around, and you have Aragorn sitting there in his Greek robes or Roman robes, but like, I chop suey. That's basically what it looks like.
Well, interestingly, if you think about what communists tend to censor, like they would have to downplay the supernatural elements of Lord of the Rings, for example, in a lot of communist censorships. They have to downplay religious connections and so forth. So it's interesting.
Well, this one's not. This one here is not Russian. It's Soviet, but it's not Russian.
I'm saying communists. So the communist thing is to downplay spiritual and religious stuff.
Yeah.
I'm in the work of Sergei Ukhamov, an artist who was responsible for the creation of over 120 full-color illustrations for The Lord of the Rings, 32 of which were included in that 1993.
I wonder if he got paid for that. You'll do it for the country, comrade.
Vaseline Collette's translation. So a previously written and presented material regarding Ukhamov's intertextual borrowing is recourse to biblical historical sources such as hagiographic paintings, illuminated gospel miniatures in the construction of his Tolkien illustrations. However, the iconography I'm concerned with today is not rooted in this medieval sensibility, but rather stems from the stark, brutalist, clinical architectural environments of the Soviet period. Example can be seen here with a 1988 image in The Tomb, which depicts the 4 hobbits inside the Barrow-white mound. So Frodo's standing there armed with a sword. He's ready to strike the sinister hand, which is reaching for the blade laid across his friend's necks. All the salient elements of the text.
That's supposed to be Frodo?
Apparently, yeah.
It's Kami Frodo.
They look nothing alike, but I don't know why the other hobbits have crowns in their heads.
Because they're in the barrows and they're crowned as dead, so to speak. Like, think of what was in the barrows. That was the
Barrow-whites.
No, there were cursed tombs full of treasure from the ancient kingdom of Arnor.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Is that where they got the daggers?
Yeah.
Which are enchanted, if I recall correctly.
Mm-hmm.
They're constructed in a way that lets them affect things in the unseen world. That's the way to put it. Enchanted is something Sauron would do.
Well, I mean, I'm saying like they have a magical nature about them.
No, they don't have a magical nature.
I was pretty sure that they said
Sauron invented magic to deceive the mortals.
So would you call it a spiritual nature?
Yes,
Well,
it can affect the unseen world, and that's the way Tolkien puts it. They were crafted with the ability of the unseen world, which is spiritual.
So what would you consider a blessed weapon? Magical or not magical?
In Tolkien terms?
Divine.
Divine. It's a blessing. That's what it's put on it. But it's a blessing that would be considered an enchantment.
No, we're talking strictly in Tolkien terms here. We're not talking like in other AD&D or whatever, you know.
I know, but I'm saying a blessed weapon is something that could harm a Nazgul. A regular weapon could not. So what do you call a blessed weapon?
It's not magical. It's divine. It's made with the powers of the unseen world.
So it's holy wrath weapon?
You're applying AD&D stuff to Tolkien.
I'm trying to say it's not regular, so what is it?
I'm telling you what it
I
is.
think you need to make a distinction in this case between physical, spiritual, and magical.
Yes.
Okay, well, I would consider spiritual to be if it does a non-physical damage, it would be considered magical. Not obviously in the
It doesn't. Yeah.
not in the Tolkienian world, but it is by all effects.
But we're talking about Tolkien. We're not, so we have to get the right terminology.
I know, but I'm saying it's the difference between saying witch and sorceress. They both do the same thing per se. They both dabble.
Do they though?
If they both deal in magic.
Again, are we talking
Wow,
about
yeah,
a witch
sure.
in the ancient Welsh sense where
They have
came
very
from?
different
Are we talking about a
archetypal
witch in
ideas.
the sort of like AD&D?
Typically, yes, but like a sorceress has like a bad sound to it. Like a sorcerer or sorceress has a bad sound, where
But
a wizard
okay.
does not have necessarily bad sound.
My
But they're
brother-
essentially the
My
same
brother,
thing.
okay. Are you talking about in the mythological context? Because a witch is something from Welsh mythology, okay? Or are you
I'm saying
talking about
in general magical terms. Like if you were to construct a magical world, you could have witches, warlocks, you could have sorceresses and
well, then you have to
sorcerers, have
specify what
wizards.
those words mean in your constructed world.
But I know, but I'm saying they deal in the same stuff. Like they all delve into the magical realm. They might use different types of magic, but they all deal with magic. They all deal with stuff. I'm saying just, if you were to define them in multiple different places, they all dabble in the same kind of thing. A non-physical force, for the most part, that does something that might be a natural, like they might be able to shoot lightning, they might shoot flame, like fireball.
Well, that's in the setting we're talking about, the constructed setting we're talking about, not Tolkien.
I know, but I'm saying if you're saying it like, oh, this is a spiritual as opposed to magical, I'm like, but technically they're both going to be seen as the same thing by a normie that's in the setting. They're like, oh, they did.
No, they're not.
You're telling me that if you saw if a Nazgul comes in and does a necrotic curse on somebody, and then Gandalf shoots freaking lightning bolts from his staff, they wouldn't look at it and say, "Wow, it's a battle of magic." They're not going to know it's spiritual. They're going to see it as the same thing from different sides.
Okay, let me put it this way.
Magic is a broad term. I get that.
Magic is, in Tolkien, even in the lay terms, is thought to be a bad thing.
sorcery, I thought was.
No. Strictly in Tolkien, magic is bad.
So the rings of the elves are bad?
They're not made with magic.
They have magic.
Some of them are.
No, they're made with the powers of the unseen world.
But they have an effect that is not natural. But
Again,
the magic
they have an entirely natural effect. The unseen world is entirely natural.
But it doesn't come through a natural effect. I'm saying like a ring that gives people bravery and courage.
Taking from outside the way Tolkien defines it. The seen and the unseen world are both natural. Magic is not. Sauron created magic, an unnatural thing to deceive the mortal races.
One could argue, well, if that was the case, then he wouldn't be.
Galadriel says it outright. She just says it outright.
I know, but I'm saying, how would you be deceived as an elf if you knew the difference between those things?
Because
like,
the powers
this isn't supernatural. That doesn't make sense.
Powers of magic are corruptive innately.
I don't recall there being a definition by the term magic in the Lord of the Rings. That's
Galadriel outright says when I think it's someone says what she's doing is magic. Goes, no, you're talking about what Sauron created to deceive the mortal races. When you talk about magic,
because like they refer to Sauron when he's not in his physical form as the necromancer, which would deal with.
Well, no, that's a form he took. He the necromancer of Dol
I'm not talking about his physicality aspect. I'm talking about what he dabbles in. The dark magics and stuff, but they call it the dark magics if I recall correctly. And if it's dark magics, but magic in general is dark, then why would they call it dark magic when they would just be magic? If it's known as evil,
You're
well. It's the difference. It's like putting it this way: you have the Numenorians and you have the Black Numenorians. The Black Numenorians are obviously not just black people; they are the evil of the regulars, which makes sense. But if you have dark magic or dark powers as a term being used, the differentiation is the term dark. But if you
I don't know that anyone who knows what magic is, like say Galadriel, ever calls magic and anything says it's anything that's magic that is not dark.
But that's what I'm saying. Is I'm just trying to remember the tidbits I have because I have to go on a refresher course on the uber details. But if you have dark magic, then you have non-dark magic. Because it would just be called
Galadriel
magic.
Outright says magic is something Sauron invented to deceive the mortal races, and she would know.
Let's see. That's not what I was asking on the good old wikis. What would you consider the Mirror of Galadriel? I'm assuming unseen.
Power of the unseen world. Yeah.
Okay. Because a lot of people are using the term. Elf magic.
Tolkien pulls this concept right out of Germanic and Norse structure.
But elf magic is what the humans call it.
I get that, but it's the same argument that I would make for like Wheel of Time is the matter of perception. From a perspective of a character, like Rand and Matt have different perspectives about the same thing. Where like Rand sees Egwene with twin tails in The Shadow Rising, and has them braided, but also has them with ribbons in their hair, which from their culture, that means she's engaged or betrothed to be married. But to the Aiel culture, it means something entirely different. So Rand's confused because he doesn't know the Aiel cultural context. And then Matt looks at Rand and sees him as a cultural context different that the Aiel perceive him as. But Matt doesn't know that cultural context. So it's always a perception. So for like a Hobbit seeing magic, it's not magic in Tolkien's term, but it's magic in everybody else's understanding.
But we're not talking about everyone else. We're talking about Tolkien.
I know, but I'm saying it's described like if somebody uses in universe the term magic, it from their perspective, that's what it would be understood as. Like it's like saying it's unknown that I don't know where it came from. Because like in the overall general usage of it in folklore and whatever, magic just means unknown. It has a blanket statement. I don't know what that is. It must be magic, like that kind of a thing. So from a perspective of a character, if they use like dark magic or dark sorcery or anything like that, they're using it probably from a perspective of their own perception of what's going on.
Right. So what Sam says it's oh, that's dark magic. Galadriel says all magic is basically dark magic because it's created by
You
Sauron.
talk about the Mirror of Galadriel thing.
There's a quote in there when someone says, "Is that like magic that you're doing?" And she's like, "No, magic is creation."
Hey, of this, do you wish to look? Frodo did not answer. And you, Galadriel said, turning to Sam, "For this is what your folk would call magic, I believe, though I do not understand clearly what they mean." And they seem also to use the same word of the deceits of the enemy. But this, if you will, is the magic of Galadriel. Did you not say that you wish to see elf magic?
So she's saying that magic, the thing he's referring to, is the creation of Sauron, but then she's using a word you'd be familiar with to say, because she knows she doesn't understand the powers of the unseen world. That's how she's saying that.
Yes, but even she's using the terms that they would understand and relate to, because their folk, the hobbits and the Shire folk, use the term magic.
That is correct.
But
in
that
universe
does not mean it is the same.
I know, but she states, I do not understand clearly what they mean by magic, because from her perspective, it's not magic. But from everybody else's perspective, it is magic.
The heart perspective is correct.
Well, I know, but I'm saying, like, when Saruman does his voices or whatever, and the Rohirrim are hearing it, they're like, oh, his foul voice or whatever. Like, to them, that's magic, because they don't have the supernatural. It's not that they have Valar coming along, walking amongst them.
Well, some of them probably know and some don't. That's a whole other.
Let's just say something is foul in the air, kind of a thing. Like
well, no,
that.
because the kings of the line of the kings and the line of the stewards were imbued powers of the unseen world due to the association with the elves, for example. That's how Aragorn heals people with his imbued powers of the unseen world, or why they can use the Palantir.
But I'm saying even Galadriel admits that those folk would call that magic because they don't know what it is, because they don't know what the unseen world is. The Shire folk have no concept of.
It's fine. Again, that's perfectly fine. But you can't then say, well, then it is magic. It's not. It's just what they. It's just.
But I'm saying
the words to describe
even Galadriel uses the term
because she knows they don't have the terminology and reference to describe.
Yeah, well, she could have said, "This is what you would say is of Eru Ilúvatar and the Valar in the unseen world." She could describe that to him,
but she doesn't know that they even know what that is, and she has a short time for conversation.
I mean, they have this is a long paragraph. They have time, apparently. But
no, there's like to go into who Eru is, and
she doesn't have to go into a 14-page dissertation on what that is. She could just say there are powers from Eru, and they may or may not know who Eru is, but she could. I'm sure Galadriel's intelligent enough to be able to describe it to a simple folk who are eager to see elf magic and describe the differentiation between it. But she also points into this, like, they also seem to use the same word of the deceits of the enemy, because to them, magic equals the unknown. They don't know what it is, therefore it's magic. It's the same concept virtually everywhere. But she's applying it, the non-bad stuff with the bad stuff, they have the same term for it. But then she says, but this, if you will, in other words, in your own terms, is the magic of Galadriel. Did you not say you wish to see elf magic? So she's using their terms to help define things the way they would understand, which is what I'm trying to do, is I'm using the generic term, not the specifics. But if you say, these daggers have the unseen world, or it has magic.
We are not Sam and Frodo. We know the actual facts, so we can't talk like we're Sam and Frodo.
We could still do it in their context, how they would see it in their world, though.
I don't think we can, because
are the daggers blessed? Are they unseen world? Are they evil magic? What are they?
They're crafted with the powers of the unseen world.
Okay. So what are blessed weapons? Because weapons can be imbued with blessings. So what would that be considered?
Crafted with the powers of the
Depends
unseen
on the
world.
blessing.
Well, it's a blessing, yes, but that would, if something has a property that it did not have originally, that would be considered, like in D&D terms or any other magical world, would be considered a magical item. It's an item that is not.
Okay. In Tolkien terms, unless you're an elf or an Ainur, you have no access to the unseen world. Okay, so to get access to the unseen world, if you're a mortal man, if you're an ent, if you're anything else, an elf or one of the Ainur have to either imbue the ability into you, or have to craft something for you to be able to do it. Or Sauron invented this magic crap that lets you produce a similar effect. However, what the powers of the unseen world are natural powers that a man just can't access because they're of the unseen world, and he's entirely of the seen world.
So the Barrow Blades were created by the Dunedain of Cardolan during their war against the Witch King of Angmar.
Yeah.
They were made for fighting forces sent from Angmar. And after the fall of Cardolan, at least 4 of these Barrow Blades ended up in a tomb, of which it was said was the grave of the last prince of the realm who fell in TA 1409. Blah, 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 blah. They were imprisoned. Frodo was able to call Tom Bombadil to their aid. He opened the tombs, drove the White away. He gave each of them a Barrow Blade and told them their history. I really wish I had that in the extended editions. I would love that so freaking much.
He tells them, he said they're blades of Western East, basically, from Numenor.
I'm trying to see. They cut a lot of people with them, which I expect.
That's what blades usually do.
Sharp objects. They're supposed to be used for that.
I mean, the only significant time you really get an effect from one of the blades is when it pierces the enchantment that Sauron made for the form of the Witch King.
Yeah. So, okay. The Barrow Blade that Merry stabbed into the Witch King had a power beyond mere metal, for it broke the spell that linked the will of the Ringwraith to his unseen sinews.
It's basically an anti-magic dagger.
Don't you dare say magic, good sir.
No, that's anti-magic. So
the powers of the unseen world in the dagger/sword pierced Sauron's foul necromantic magic that bound the spirit to the fake body.
So passed the sword of the Barrow Downs, work of Westernesse.
Is the body fake?
Huh?
Is what?
You said the fake body. So
yeah, because they realize it's gone.
Yeah, it's a spiritual bone and sinew, so to speak. That's what the cloth and everything around.
It's not the actual corpse of the guy.
Their bodies were entirely destroyed
it's not,
in Rivendell.
It's not an actual corpse. It's like a spiritual visage that they can physically put armor onto. That makes sense.
Yeah.
The armor is the physical body, so to speak.
And their bodies were entirely destroyed by Elrond at Rivendell. Sauron had to make them all new bodies that he imbued. They gave them greater power.
Okay, that's what you mean. Fake.
Yeah. It's their spirits that are bound to the ring, and had the One Ring not been destroyed, the Witch King, we would just respawn the Witch King.
I'm trying to find, because it mentions it has power beyond mere metal, but it doesn't state specifically.
It's not like in Lord of the Rings. It doesn't go into the depth. Like you have to go way into
It's not a normal dagger. That's what we know.
Sure.
It's not normal. And for all perspective reasonings, to talk to just any lay person of
it's
just
like a +1 dagger.
It's +1 dagger with a magical enchantment on it that allows it to do this one thing that apparently does, and then it goes away.
But we're not lay people.
Well, I know, but the people we're talking to might be. That's my point. I mean,
our job, I feel, is to make sure they know the difference between what Tolkien wrote and what
we can explain the difference, but we don't have to fight the term magic because it's not what Tolkien meant. We could say this is for all intents and purposes, a magical weapon, but it's a different type of magic that Sauron made that corrupted it.
I will settle this way. You can say that for all intents and purposes. I never will.
Yeah, that's fair.
Anyway, so I remember we were talking about this picture and the daggers and everything in it. But
by the way, I like this artwork as a representative of what happened in the Barrows. I do like it.
It looks a little weird with the whole, Teutonic shields. That I don't believe they ever actually use shields.
Well, let's think about the Barrows, right? So they were
place
before they were cursed by the Witch King. I was about to say the Witch King. The Witch King.
The Witch King.
I was thinking about the Wishmaster movies. This great horror trilogy about the Jinn. Anyway, so the Barrows were about the tombs of the descendants of the men of Arnor, right? The Dunedain. And they would have been a hallowed, beautiful place, right? So the Witch King comes along, curses them, puts the evil spirits in there and all that, and they become a foul, unsafe, sterilized, dank place.
Oh, geez, I can't believe I didn't even think about this.
So we're looking at in the
What do you
picture here.
consider? Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
We're looking in the picture of basically an industrial bathroom that they're laid out in.
Yeah.
It's a very weird place for them to be. It's like it's not even in like
They're laid out in a very dank, sterile, like honest, like not a place you'd want to be if you want. You know what I mean? Like a non-sanitary place, and they're on the floor of a bathroom.
Yeah.
Now I want to rewind just a little bit. The one obvious one I didn't even think about. What is Sting?
Sting was crafted
Is a weapon?
by a Nolder, by one of the Nolder.
Thank you, Sage, for your knowingly wisdom.
I'm trying to remember the lore.
I aim to please.
It might have been crafted in Gondolin by
the golden.
My point is
or
the metal and everything does not have just a passive effect to it.
Sting was crafted by Nolder elves. It's a way more powerful thing. I mean, to the Nolder elves, it's like, I have 50 of those laying around. But
it's a paper.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm saying a letter opener. My point's not what it's used for.
Yeah.
My point is what it's made of and how it was made.
They don't
it's
go
not like Gondolin. It's not like Gondolin or Noldor.
Detail. I would assume they used an alloy of some sort.
Oh yes, we just have alloys in the earth that just like, hey, we've been here for a millennia before orcs were ever even a thing. But hey, when orcs come near, we just shine bright blue. I mean, imagine this: the watchtowers that would be so freaking effective for that. Where you just like have this little thing at the top. It's a big metal solid block of this, and orcs come nearby to just boom. They're like the beacons are lit.
Sting is like a smaller
parade.
Sting is like a smaller, much weaker version of Narsil or Glamdring, basically.
Well, I know it's a dagger for elves, but it's a sword for hobbits. But my point is that how it was made, I don't think the shining blue when orcs are nearby is a passive natural thing from metal.
It's a property of the unseen world that was imbued into it.
Is that just blessings?
No.
You could call it a blessing.
How was it imbued? Did they do
grab a bit of unseen world?
The unseen world
grab a
is
bit of seen world, you merge them. Done.
Yeah.
Yes, but the unseen world is unseen.
Unseen, but not
a weapon shining blue is very seen. So it has to be attributed. How many souls had to be ended for this thing to be imbued with its powers? What I'm asking.
You don't have to know how it works. Tolkien just says it does.
But I'm a technical person. I want to know how it works.
If you want, well, how?
Like if I saw it as if I was a hobbit, like if I was Frodo, and it's like, hey, let's go with Bilbo. Bilbo's like, oh, the elf smiths made this thing. I'm like, but why is it shine blue, Gandalf? And he's like, because the elves made it that way. I'm like, how did they make it? I've never seen anything like this before. Like,
and Gandalf says, yeah, well, I haven't actually asked them specifically.
I mean, he's been alive long enough. He probably could ask them at any point in time, or he probably.
Gandalf wasn't in whatever the in Gondolin.
Well, I know, but I'm saying he could have talked to any Noldor at any point in time because he wandered amongst the elves and been like,
sure, but why would he talk?
If he has,
what about that one specific sword
it's not going to be just specific, but he knew the effect was attributed to the Noldor elven smiths.
Pretty much all of the Noldor blades are going to be like Sting was.
Yeah, so how many souls had to perish for this to happen?
No souls had to perish. It's just a power.
How do you know no souls had to be perished?
Because if they had, then they wouldn't have made it.
Yeah. Why not? You can
because
perish
the Noldor to
make
it.
Evil. Why not? Perishing evil spirits does not make you evil.
No, you don't.
Because Tolkien wouldn't write it that way, and that's all you need to know.
But then that comes to question, okay, so the power of the unseen world is what? Because I don't remember seeing the Valar pull anything fancy like that. They just use the natural powers they have.
No, that's...
Their natural powers are the powers of the unseen world.
Yeah.
I'm saying, like, to summon Earth, it's a physical, like, pointing it at Earth and pointing it up, and it creates...
Yeah, but they do that with the unseen world.
Well, we see that through the power of Eru, because Eru granted them that power, but how does that spread into elves being able to make...
Elves were born with the ability to do that as well. That's
I thought they were born with the affinities
have
they're locked to Arda's fate.
No. The elves specifically have the stronger spirits of the two, imbued in this case with.
I threw dwarves in there. But
so elves are bound to the fate of Ea, the universe. They can't leave till the end, but they have access to the powers of the unseen world therein. Men are not bound to that, but they are only bound to the physical powers, so to speak. The seen
and
powers.
thus, when they die, they leave.
Yes. But then Sauron's sorcery,
connection to the unseen
or whatever you call it, would be the powers of the unseen world, just a corrupted version.
No, he can do that, but he also
create his own form of magic, though.
Well, this
the
goes
magic
way deep into like Morgoth's ring and all that. Where was he just using leftover bits of Melkor to do all that?
Well, yeah, he's using powers of himself and probably of Melkor, whatever's retaining over. But that's all unseen power of them being Ainur. That's again, a corrupted version of it.
So Sauron has his abilities at his Maiar unseen abilities. Like he's telepath, can read people like an open book, that sort of thing. The ring crafting, that's powers of the unseen world and all that, right? His stuff with necromancy and making werewolves and spirits and all that, that's more of the magic stuff. Now, this is where you'll get way into the depths of fandom. So Tolkien distinguishes between the natural powers, which is seen and unseen, and what Sauron creates as magic. He differentiates between them. But if you deep dive into, again, everything he did, this is where you're going to quibble over what exactly is this magic that Sauron created. And there's no answer because Tolkien, while he settled down pretty fairly that there was a distinction between the powers of the Fea and the Heroa, the physical and the spirit, being natural, and the unnatural, which is what Sauron created to deceive.
Yes, but if I recall, there was a very detailed information, and I'll finish with this so we can have Gadfly come in at some point. But there is a difference between being able to create and subcreate. And all the Valar were only given the ability to subcreate. They cannot create on their own, which is why, obviously,
they cannot create life.
Cannot create life.
Yes, but they cannot create.
They can make.
No, they can create, but they cannot
create the earth.
Anything with.
No, he didn't create the earth himself. He used Eru to create.
The formless lump. Aule shaped it. He created it.
Aule used somebody else's powers to do it.
He used his own abilities to do it.
No, he was granted access through that power. Like the unseen is all sourced in Eru. There's not an infinite.
Everything, the seen and the unseen are both sourced in Eru.
You mean Eru is the source?
Yes.
Yes, my point. Which means anything of magical form would come from Eru.
Anything of any form comes from Eru.
Yes and no.
Yes and yes.
What do you mean yes and no?
He did not form stuff per se, where the Valar did. They shaped stuff, but they did not create the stuff to be shaped. Does that make sense? It's called subcreation. It's subcreation is when you take something like Play-Doh and you make something out of it, but you did not make the Play-Doh. You just made something with the Play-Doh.
Yeah.
You make mountains,
so
but
ultimately it still has its source in Eru.
But yes, the Eru is the source. Is my point. The Valar did not say Earth and then Earth popped. That's what I'm saying. They only subcreated. They did not.
There was a formless mass there, right?
And they subcreated. They molded it the way according to their nature and through Eru. That's my point. Subcreation, which is why
using their powers of the unseen world.
Yes, but the power was not their power. It was the power that was being funneled to them through Eru.
That's the entire universe. Is that?
I know, but what I'm saying is the subcreation.
Like when Frodo cuts his dinner, the power to cut his dinner is coming from Eru.
When Morgoth corrupts things, like corrupting elves and then turning them into orcs, kind of thing, like that whole storyline and everything, he could not create elves because the elves were already assigned through souls and stuff like that. They had to be corrupted, and then they used them to breed to create more orcs and that kind of a thing. It's it's a sub-creation, but it's not a creation. He cannot create a new thing.
Well,
He
no
can
one can create anything. Only Eru could create.
No one can. Eru can. That's a contradiction, sir. I'm saying
Eru. We don't know what Eru is. Is he a person?
I know, but I'm saying anything in this world, anything in Arda or in the universe or anything outside of Eru is already pre-created, but it does not have the form per se that it ends up taking. Sub-creation allows you to.
But why does that stop Sauron from making the
I'm saying,
pre-existing uncreated stuff into magic?
No, I'm saying like, okay, let's say Morgoth wants to make orcs. He cannot create orcs without having the elves.
Well, he can create automatons. He can't create life. He can't.
But as soon as he stops thinking about them, they would cease to function, just like the dwarves. But we know they have their own semi-functions. The goblins in the mountains did not know about Sauron or Morgoth defeat or anything. They thought the war was still going on because they were separate, completely self-automated. So that in that sense, he could not create them. They had to be a twisted corruption because, as we hear so many times in Tolkien's world,
well, he wanted them
to cannot create. He
wanted them to be sapient. He wanted them to have elf souls so he could torture the souls. That was his goal with creating order. It wasn't to create an army. It was to torture the souls of elves.
Sure. But my point is that, and it makes you wonder if orcs died, would they go to the halls of Mandos and not?
All the lore, yes.
Well, there's the evil spirits that refuse to go, kind of thing. There's the whole weird thing that. But regardless, because we need to get this video done with. My point was that they're using basically the stream of magic that comes through them as being beings of Ainur,
if you're going to go,
and then corrupting it, and that's where they sub-create their other stuff. So it's technically the powers of the unseen world. It's just a corrupted version, which would be titled as magic in this particular use as evil, but it's still going to be the unseen world. So all magic is technically the unseen world. It's a corrupted version of it, which makes
you're reaching a conclusion on your own that Tolkien himself did not reach.
I'm saying that nothing can be created outside of what's already.
But that does not mean that the unseen world is what was used to create magic.
How can one take something that cannot exist because he has no power to create?
Because the created stuff is not necessarily the unseen world only.
Yes. He could have used the seen world to make magic.
So he crumbled up a bunch of herbs and made magic?
Yeah, I don't know how he did it.
I mean, this is going to sound strange.
I'm saying the logical conclusion is if he does not have the power to create only
your logical conclusion, yes. Tolkien did not
logical conclusion.
Tolkien did not finish developing this idea.
I'm not saying that Tolkien wrote it out in a very explicit sentence that's the way it is. I'm saying a logical conclusion. If he cannot create, he only sub-create. That means
he cannot create life.
But everything else is already in existence. It just needs to be molded.
Yeah, no, but see, for example, Aule
power that magical reserve that he can corrupt in order to do it. It's very consistent with Tolkien's message. I'm not saying that he said it in exact, explicit terms, but I can't find anything in explicit terms that says magic is exclusively only evil, because even Galadriel uses the term the magic of Galadriel and elf magic.
But she was doing that just because that's the terminology that they had, not because she was saying.
But she never once said that magic was evil, and we don't use that. We use a different
thing. That
thing.
would require like a
maybe that only takes like a paragraph to explain to them or something like that, and I'm sure they'd be like, sure, whatever. But that would be an explanation. But if somebody, I'm saying logically follows that if magic exists, aka the unseen world, because before Morgoth and Sauron there would be no sorcery, there would be no evil magic, there'd be no dark magic, there'd be nothing like that. There'd only be the unseen world. And if there's the unseen world is the magical world, these guys come into existence. They cannot create a new form of magic separate from the magic that comes from Eru.
Because, well, Eru's magic is not only the unseen world, though.
Well, it goes above and beyond that, but the access granted to the Valar is limited.
Yeah, sure.
They don't have supreme access to everything of the Secret Fire and everything. They're given.
They have no access to the Sacred Fire. The Sacred Fire is what you create life with, and by life we mean
I know
tigers and bears and plants. We mean souls.
I know, but I'm saying these are things that are assigned. Like souls were assigned by Eru because he's the only one who can tap into that. Yeah. But everything else that flowed from it would be the unseen world. That would, I guess, the flame would be the source because it created.
Right.
The unseen world means the immaterial world, the world of spirit. Okay.
But it would have to come from a creator. It wouldn't exist without Eru.
The creator created everything. So
yes, the Secret Fire is Eru.
Well, it's something he has.
Well, Eru is more than just.
According to Catholic theology, the Secret Fire would be Eru. That's why when Gandalf says, "I am a servant of the Secret Fire," he's not a servant.
No.
He says literally the flame.
The Secret Fire is parts of Eru.
Yeah, he says he is
but it's not. It is part of him, but it is not a part. It's not a separate entity. It's the whole God is loving. God is love. Like he is the source. He is not perfect. He is perfection. It's that kind of a thing. So anything coming from him would be perfect by default. It's that concept of Catholic theology. So my point is saying he is. It's the same thing with like the Trinity and the whole like Jesus is not the Holy Spirit and is not God the Father, but they are all God. It's a monotheistic take.
Strictly in Tolkien terms, the Sacred Fire is a part of Eru that would create souls, but it's not the part of Eru that would create cows or Mars.
Sure, but he could still be the flame imperishable and still do those things. He's not limited by it.
Yeah, there's nothing. He's unlimited. Yeah,
but I'm saying, if you were to say, "I'm a servant of the Secret Fire," he's not. I am the servant of the creator of spirits. That's not what he's saying. He's saying, "I am the servant of Eru."
Yes.
Yes, because they are one and the same, but they are not. It's not like he is limited to that.
You're reaching what sort of a verbiage Gandalf used to something of that.
I'm using logic, philosophy, and what Tolkien said to combine it, which also follows
Gandalf just spoke what he spoke to say who he was a servant of. He wasn't specifically saying, right now I'm using the power of Eru to create souls or whatever. He's just saying, I happen to serve Eru. That's all he's saying right there.
I know. That's what I said. But my point was that access to all that power comes directly from Eru. And as far as I'm aware, Eru never retracted it from either Morgoth or Sauron or any of the other Maiar, like turned into Balrogs and all that stuff. Like it was never rescinded. He could have, but he didn't. Probably because he had his own ends and he knew how the ends were going to happen.
Because he had rules. If you go inside the
omniscience,
the rules, whether the Valar and the Maiar have free will. They actually have free will.
Yes, but I mean, even in Catholic doctrines, when God casts down 2/3 of demons and Lucifer, he doesn't revoke their supernatural powers or.
Wait, are you saying 1/3 of demons is not cast down?
No, of the angels, the 2/3 were the demons.
He meant the host of heaven side would say.
Okay.
So take the ones that are cast down were referred to as the fallen angels, aka demons. So I just said the 2/3.
Yeah.
But my point being that their access to power was still coming from Eru. But why would they use?
It's not that it's coming from Eru.
How could they
view it in them
in the universe?
Eru's not like broadcasting. He's not broadcasting like a radio station. He imbued these abilities in the created things.
Yes, but I'm saying is that in order to use something that is not part of the unseen, like necromancy or whatever, if it is not part of if Eru is not sourcing them with the magical imbuing power or whatever, they would have to have created it. They could not create it if it required completely unadulterated, brand new a beginning.
Okay.
But see, the issue is...
Go ahead, Sage.
Yeah. So it doesn't have to be either material or unseen, because both of those are sourced in an original source, which is, of course, ultimately error.
Does Sauron or Morgoth have a source of power outside of the unseen?
Yeah,
What?
the material.
But the material cannot become a source of power like the unseen,
But what if?
which is what we would call magic.
Yeah, sure. But
Nanotechnology doesn't exist.
What doesn't?
Nanotechnology.
Nanite particles.
I
but
mean,
see,
But if that
the Valar and the Maya, they have not. It's not like they specifically have. Oh, you can use unseen world power and material
it's not a
world power.
button. You know?
They have power, which they can use, and they can use it usually because not all of them are smart enough, I guess, to make a new one.
Okay, to make it
They
easier,
use their inherent power to influence the unseen world, to influence the material world, and potentially influence.
Yeah, basically
magic.
they morph something, but in an evil way.
Yeah,
to create something that is seen as
and that makes it different than morphing that same stuff into
the
the
proper
unseen.
term you're looking for is corrupted. They corrupted it and morphed it into something else, thus making it evil. That's what I'm saying. That's my entire
not
point.
corrupted though, because the unseen effect is also a morphing of that original stuff.
The unseen is a morphing?
Yeah.
How so? Give me
you have the power, right? Which is the one thing.
The unseen,
and from that you get unseen material magic.
But if magic is evil, purely evil, it would not be
then
part
the original is morphed, corrupted into the magic.
So it's subcreation.
Yeah.
It's a taste of something, corrupting it, and using it unnaturally, which is what would be against.
But it is different subcreation than the subcreation that would become unseen world.
Okay, in Wheel of Time terms, they're using a different weaving outside of what the pattern intended.
You have the one power, and you can make fire threads, air threads, water threads, whatever. Right? They're different, but they ultimately come from the same power.
Yes, but is what makes them
say fire is unseen world.
Okay.
Water could be material or something. Maybe I should put earth there.
Maybe if we put it in this perspective to be easier. The Valar and the Maiar.
Hello, good sir.
Hey, wow, you look different, Gadfly. It's so long.
Yeah.
It's been long. I see the gray hairs growing from all the stress experience.
No, I lost most of my hair from the stress, as you can see.
Ah, yes.
You lost it in a very defined, refined art.
It was a horrible scissors-based accident.
Ah.
Much like the accident we see on screen right now. You were laying down in a bathroom with a sword over your head.
So yes, we were having a discussion on if the magic in Tolkien's world being purely evil, as opposed to the unseen world, if it was sourced completely brand new creation, or if it was a subcreation corruption of the unseen world powers in Tolkien's world specifically.
And my point was, he is reaching a conclusion, a logical conclusion, which may or may not be true. But Tolkien himself never finished exploring this area.
Yes, but that's just an argument from silence. I'm using his own arguments or his own.
You can't do that. You can't say what he would have said. You can't say he would have formed this conclusion.
What he said. I never said that's what he did say or would say. He's saying
like we can't complete Tolkien's work for him. His work is complete. It's done. There's no more going to be added to it.
I offered an alternative explanation. Yeah,
we were working out the kinks of his alternative explanation.
Yeah.
So basically, what I'm saying,
accepting it as the way Tolkien left it. I'm happy.
You can be happy, good sir. It makes me unhappy. So let me explain to Gadfly. So from the perspective, I'm going to remove this so we can see each other's faces. So if the Valar and all Ainur, whether they be Maiar or otherwise, have access to the unseen world as their form of magic, It's a non-natural. It's not like trees. It's not earth. It's not stone. It's not that kind of a thing.
Not physical.
It's non-physical. Thank you.
It's all they actually have.
When I say natural, I mean like naturalism. It's not supernaturalism. They're two different things. So the unseen world is supernaturalism, and then the regular material world is naturalism. That's the term I'm using it for.
But that's not how Tolkien would use it.
I'm not saying that's how it is. I'm using it as explanatory power.
Terrifying.
Do you see what I have to deal with, Gadfly? But so Eru, being the source of the unseen and everything, grants them the power to subcreate, because Eru is the ultimate source of all creation. Everything that could be created or molded, as subcreation would deal with, would ultimately lead to them being able to subcreate, basically play in the Play-Doh or the sand, build a sandcastle in the sand pit. They can't make the sand, but they can mold the sand. Make sense?
Yeah.
So creation versus subcreation. So if Sauron and Morgoth were to create something, it would be subcreation using corruptive measures of something that Eru granted them power-wise to make something. In other words, orcs are not an original concept. They are a twisting of the elves. They are a corruption of the elves, enslavement and other things like that. They're not a new pop-out thing because they have their inherent own sentient souls, and we know that Morgoth and Sauron cannot create souls. Nobody other than Eru can. So they are a corruption of what was intended to be a natural thing. So when it comes to the magic, because I use the broad term of magic and basically the generic term in all of fantasy, as in the unknown essence, so to speak. It's what people do not know. The Shire folk would not know what it is. They just see it. Ooh, this is different. It's magic. They use the term magic just because that's what they use. And we went over the magic mirror.
Goes on into that. But...
Yeah, we talked about the magic mirror thing where he talks to Sam, or she talks to Sam, and talking about like not the evil magic that I'm familiar with, but you guys use it in a different term. Would you not like to see elf magic or magic of Galadriel? And so she's using both terms because she understands that not everybody understands it, which is what I was portraying it. And Matt's like, no, it's all this. And I was like, that's not what I mean, but okay.
And my point is,
I agree with him about the magic versus the unseen world, but I'm saying it uses a broad term for audience and everything else. I use just the generic term because if Sauron or Morgoth uses necromancy, sorcery, witchcraft, any of that kind of term, they did not create a new line of magic, but they did subcreate by taking basically the unseen world and corrupting and perverting it into this other magic that does evil things. They do evil things with. Does that make sense? Or could there possibly be another source? Because we know from the material, it's implied they do not have the capacity to create. They can only subcreate because they were only connected that way.
My counter to that is I don't disagree with most of what he's saying from a logical, like we're just talking about Tolkien point of view.
His point is that Tolkien didn't say it.
No, not that he didn't say it. Tolkien was still working all this stuff out, and he never conclusively said, other than saying, yes, the powers of the sea hunter, those are entirely natural. Magic that Sauron created is unnatural. But he never conclusively said exactly what that magic was, and the different explanations. Was it leftover bits of Melkor? Was it something else that Tolkien wanted to add to the Legendarium? He never got that far. You know, he only lived to what, 80 years old or whatever.
Only.
Pesky dying when he did. He should have lived 70 more years and finished the Legendarium.
How dare he die on this fence?
So, I am very curious with Tolkien in the sense that I accept. I'm cool with the discussions, but we're talking about his work and we're trying to discuss his work. I don't want to draw outside stuff in because I feel like we're doing the same thing these morons on these presentations.
But what have I said that's outside of his work? Everything I've said is implied by his own work. If he says...
You bring D&D magic ideas into it, sort of.
I'm saying literally they can only subcreate. They cannot create. That's established in his work.
Yeah, sure. But like
the only other way to get this other form of magic is to corrupt or twist it, what is already given to them.
But assuming that the unseen world is the same form of the magic that they get originally.
Is there an alternative form that we know of that's established by the Lord?
Well,
So,
I mean,
as far as I'm aware, no.
We know both the material,
Because magic has to have a source.
the whatever.
And
the
Tolkien never
non-spiritual,
100% clarified what that was.
and the unseen world, which is the spiritual.
Pretty well
essentially.
implied. Eru's
They
the
both
source.
come from the same source.
No. But he never clarified the mechanic of it. I mean, Eru is the source of everything. Like if Sauron makes a hamburger,
well, Eru is not the source of evil.
Yes, he is.
Or is he?
No, he's not. No, that's not part of Catholic doctrine at all. That's is what this is all based on.
Is not
Well,
necessarily
that would be akin to Tolkien saying the Catholic deity, God, the Christian God, is the source of evil, which is not a Catholic doctrine at all. That would be basically blasphemy. That's a totally heretical stance. He would never attribute that.
Does that mean that it's necessarily impossible?
Can a perfect being be imperfect? Can a perfect
evil imperfect?
Well, he has to be by definition.
It's okay. It's like light and dark, and even C.S. Lewis has the whole thing with the whole you cannot know a crooked line without a straight line. Like
right.
These are well known.
Comes directly from Eru.
So did Lucifer, and he turned out to be evil. Good.
Yeah.
But it wasn't God that said be evil. It was he took on his own side.
Does that matter? That allowed him to be evil.
It does. He was the source of a thing that became evil, but he did not cause the evil to become evil. He did not say, Lucifer, you're going to become evil, and you're evil. That's not what he did. He had the will out there, and you could obey or disobey, which is the only way to go evil or not evil. Disobedience is evil, but he did not create you to disobey. He created you with the capability to disobey. That's the difference.
But so technically, he did cause you to disobey by creating you with the ability to do it.
He did not cause you. Well, you still had the choice to disobey or not.
We are entering into the theological discussion of
where's Alterity when you need him?
Of would creation without free will not be evil?
It would be.
Would it not be evil to create something, to create humanity yet without free will?
Because he would be making everyone that does anything evil ever on purpose doing evil, which would be evil inherently.
But that assumes
the ultimate end of that is that there would be no point to creation.
That's also true. Yes, right. That's why it's not a Catholic doctrine.
So bringing this into the concept of magic in Lord of the Rings. Ultimately, it's not that there is. So once again, we have to make the distinction between what gets called magic and what is quote unquote the power of Eru, Iluvatar, and
and I get the distinction. One is used purely for evil purposes. It's just
no.
What is yours?
Magic that gets called magic and sorcery and witchcraft and so on and so forth is not the same as the power of Eru Iluvatar. What is going on with there is people engaging in witchcraft activities to potentially petition those evil forces in the world to act on their behalf,
which would be Morgoth and Sauron.
Yeah, or other.
But what I'm saying is, if like say the Witch King, who's a known sorcerer who practices witchcraft, thus Witch King, he petitions Sauron, but Sauron gives him Sauron slash. Obviously,
but
Sauron, but Morgoth would be the chain of command if he went up.
The important distinction here is that with the powers that the extra natural powers that the elves and the Valar and the Maiar have, that is part of their inherent nature, that they are capable of engaging and dealing with these things. So
what they were granted in that power, like because Morgoth ran out of his own power because he kept imbuing it in everything. And Sauron does the same thing, but my point is that the power they used to imbue came from Eru.
But it's not
It was granted to them at their
Everything
creation.
came from Eru, though. You're separating. Okay, take a step back. This is important. So, the Valar and the Ainur only have powers of the unseen world. So I'm being very specific about this reason. If Manly decides to make a hamburger, he's only using spiritual power to make that hamburger. Okay.
He could use a spatula.
He would have to make a spatula with his power, then manipulate with his power. Like
But he doesn't need to, because he's already created. Like, they already created the world. He could cut a tree down or sing to it or whatever.
But he can't cut a tree down unless he uses power to manipulate. He doesn't. The Valar don't have physical forms unless they make it with their power.
I know they take the form, but the form can do things. Like Tolkien can wrestle people without actually having to exert his power.
Yeah, no, he exerts his power constantly to make the form.
Well, he exerted the power to make the form, but he doesn't have to necessarily constantly do it. It's not a battery that has to be charged.
Yeah, he does. That's how Gandalf in his mortal form lived for thousands of years, or 1,000 years, whatever it was, and how Gandalf survives a fall from terminal velocity in a physical form. His power is what's making the body do that.
But it's also what causes him to suffer from the foibles of flesh.
Yeah. It exposes him, basically.
Yeah. So he's
well, it's the form he took was of that of human, and thus would be susceptible to the human form's issues.
The elves are in a unique position. They have both the heroa, the physical, and the Fey, the spiritual.
Yeah.
And critically, they can be taught to access the spiritual power, whereas mortal man cannot be taught that. It has to be imbued in them by an elf or by a Valar, a Maiar, or they have to be given an object like the ring or the sword.
I get that, but I'm saying, like, when the Valar have their power, it's a pool. It's like they're a cup. They were filled up by Eru. The power was already there.
So was Frodo. Frodo's physical body was filled up by Eru as well.
Yes, but I'm saying
I'm
saying Frodo at no point did Frodo be like, I'm going to create something out of nothing of my own power aside from anything Eru gave me. That's my point.
Well, he's put holes that weren't there and things. He stabbed stuff.
Yes, that's the molding, being able to be molded. That's not a separate entity entirely outside of the universe that Eru created.
What the physical can do in terms of being natural or unnatural.
They're
both entirely natural. Okay, they're both equivalent morally, I guess you would say, in terms.
Yes, but if you dig a hole, you're not creating a hole in the sense of that it was something outside of the universe created. You are moving a pile, you're molding something, you're shifting.
And whether you do that with a shovel or with the power of your mind, it's the same thing.
Yes. But magic is allegedly, according to what you guys are explaining to me, something not of the unseen, and it is not of the universe. It came from somewhere else.
I think when you said universe, you mean seen. Both.
No. I mean universe is in anything created ever from anything. Anything, whether it be Arda, the world of Arda, outside of Arda, all the way back before any of that was even created by Eru.
So there's the powers of the seen world, the physical form that living things with spirits have. The powers of the unseen world that the creatures of spirit have, right? And then there's the universe, which is the medium within they exist.
The only way...
Do we agree there?
Say that again.
There's the powers of the seen world that physical beings who have souls can do, right? Yeah. They can make hamburgers, they can build buildings, whatever. Yeah. The powers of the unseen world where they can, dig holes with their mind or whatever, right? Then there's the physical medium they exist, which is the universe, right?
Yeah. Well, the universe could be both physical and non-physical.
Well, physical in the sense that it's not the spirit. The universe has no spirit.
I'm saying in spirit form, anything else, like Eru exists. Nothing else exists. Just Eru. Eru creates everything. That everything is a universe. Then there's a physical universe. So the spiritual world, or the spiritual realm, and the physical realm are both universes, and both which come from Eru.
But it doesn't have a soul.
It doesn't need a soul to be a created.
Correct. It's just material. It's just
material. Well, it's a spiritual material versus a physical material.
But it's not a soul. The soul is the thing.
But in order
the
for a new form of magic or whatever to come into the world, Eru would have to have an evil twin brother that is a source on his own that is separate.
I get again. This is where we're breaking down. Okay, I get what you're saying. I don't disagree logically that Tolkien should have gotten there eventually had he lived 70 more years.
Yeah. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that the only thing that logically makes sense, because there is no evil Eru. There is not. He never brought it up. I don't see why he would bring it up, because he's using his understanding of deities to create, and obviously from fantastical mythological stuff, to create this. And everything lines up pretty hardcore with his normal beliefs as he would see the unseen world. And unless something else happens, there is no other source for dark magic or evil magic or magic in general, non-unseen. There's no source. They can't just make it appear out of nothing, because they don't have that kind of power.
Again, I don't disagree logically with that. I'm saying, though, in Tolkien's work itself, he never got that far. And I
agree he did not explain it to us. But I'm saying there's no other thing. The argument from silence can't hold all the way.
No, I'm not saying he didn't explain it to him. I'm saying he did not settle on an explanation.
Okay, well, I'd want to know even like one of the explanations, because none of the things you guys have mentioned so far.
And that's where I said you have to dive into like Morgoth's ring and like what exactly this magic was, and Tolkien had
because everything I remember from Morgoth and Sauron is they had to use the power that was in them and imbue it to dominate things, and thus depleted themselves.
Sauron never depleted himself.
Well, he imbued his power and
he linked his power to the ring. He didn't imbue it.
I mean, imbue means just to pour into. It doesn't.
Melkor literally dumped the power out of his body and like lessened himself. Sauron was always equally powerful as himself, so regardless of whether he had the ring or not.
Well, imbuing does not mean he's less than. He added part, like the ring became part of him, more or less.
Yeah, the ring basically.
His power level didn't drop; it just shifted to a different
it increased. His power actually increased by making the ring.
It increased his ability to dominate and all that stuff. Yeah, I got that part. But my point is that imbuing just means to enter into. So he just entered. He put his power into the ring. It does not mean his power dissipated. It changed.
I guess it's a quibble term, because Melkor is specifically described as like lessening himself by taking the power from himself and putting it into.
The same thing like a Horcrux. It's like a Horcrux. A Horcrux is still that thing. It's changed form. That's all it is.
Where Sauron just linked himself to the ring, but didn't.
Yeah, a Horcrux is basically a anti-soul killer protective measure that's broken up into multiple pieces.
So Sauron was also diminished of himself when he was effectively punished and reprimanded by Eru, although that's not explicit in what happens, by him being unable to take upon a fair appearance anymore.
Yeah, fair and pleasing form.
Right? So he has had his power diminished in that capacity. But Tolkien, when it comes to the word magic, Tolkien was very explicit in that he disliked having to rely on that term because it doesn't fully explain what it is he's presenting with the
exactly there we
powers
go.
And natures of the
what he uses a differentiation term. I got that.
What he does specify with the scene with Galadriel is that what is considered magic in the real world at this time. This is once again this is
perception. Yeah,
this is before D&D, Vancian, yada yada yada. Magic is the petitioning of a supernatural power for aid and assistance in something. So when you talk about dark magics, the dark magics of humanity and I guess probably of the dwarves and hobbits as well, if they ever did it, is literally just that. It's the petitioning of of the powers that be in the what would be the unseen world
The
for
powers would be the source,
assistance
I would
in a
assume.
particular goal.
Yeah.
Now, why that gets classified as dark magic is because the reason why people would do that is to overcome something in its natural order, right? So it's about when people engage in that activity, it's about perverting the laws of nature, the laws of justice, etc., 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 and twisting it. And people in history have come up with all sorts of crazy ideas to try and justify engaging in magic. And I'm talking like I study magical grimoires and stuff.
Like cultist stuff, where how they get the power through whatever means they.
Yeah. So
I understand that they're like that the petitioning whatever, or there to be the Witch King petitioning Sauron directly and saying, "Grant me some of your power."
And here's the thing, like the Valar and the Maiar aren't supposed to do that. They're not supposed to answer the prayers of mortals like that.
Okay? Yeah, and I fully understand that. That's not my argument at all.
Mind you,
my argument is that when you petition a being, you're asking for them to be the source of your power, but their power that they grant you is the power that they were granted by a higher being than them, or they're on equivalent power tier as the other being that created another form of magic or whatever the equivalent.
Logically, yes. But this
it's a logical world.
So. Tolkien had not settled in his own mind as to the exact nature of what this magic that Sauron had.
I know.
Yeah. So we can do like a 9-hour deep dive into just that, pulling up history of Middle Earth and all that sort of stuff.
I know. My point is if they're petitioning Sauron, where does Sauron get this magic that is not from Eru? If it is not from Eru, but if it's from Eru, it's not going to be twisted or corrupted. It would be twisted and corrupted through the filter that Sauron utilizes.
It's not from Eru in the sense that it is
the evil section. Yes,
it is Sauron or whoever's will that they are trying to go against Eru.
Yeah.
Right. So that's how you differentiate it. Is it somebody trying to operate?
If it's a corrupted lens, though, because it's performing a function that Eru allows, aka subcreation. It can mold things or whatever, but he uses it incorrectly, which is just using it in an evil way. Then that would make sense.
Yeah, but
that he has a source, but the source is just a corrupted aspect.
It's not a source. It's part of their inherent natural being. It's part of who they are that they're expressing, right? So
part of them being there is what Eru gave them. It's the cup that was filled up to make their.
But it's not them using magical, like drawing magic and
yeah. I'm not saying that. Yeah,
it's them expressing their will on the world around them, which is for the
evil purposes,
the Valar and the Maiar. That is their natural ability to do so in a limited capacity.
My only point was that they wouldn't have that natural ability unless it was given to them by Eru. Thus, Eru is the source of that ability.
No one would have any ability if it wasn't given to them by Eru.
That's what I'm saying.
You the way you're phrasing it, you're differentiating.
Well, I was phrasing that when you pour water into a cup, the water is what is being sent, but the person pouring it or the water stream is the source. Just because it's been cut off and they have just a limited supply of it, or maybe a nuclear reaction,
the way you're discussing it is you're indicating that somehow that's different than what a person could do on their own.
It is.
It's not. Eru is the basis of all of it.
What I'm saying is that the Valar were told to go forth and create, but they only took what was already created and molded and shaped it. That's all they did. They can't create something out of nothing.
They weren't told to create something from nothing. They were told to create, as in shape, what was there. according to the plan.
That's literally what I just said.
From the
Different word.
original.
That's not what you just
So,
said.
for example,
To mold
Yavanna
something.
creates plants and stuff.
But all the things that were
But
compiled to need to create it
it
were
is
already
created
there.
from, of course, the whatever stuff was there before. I don't know
It's
what it's
the
called.
sandbox. Yes. What I'm saying
Well,
is
it's
that
not sand, is it? It's
it's
stuff.
not literally sand seeds. Oh my God.
But it's
You're killing me, Small. You're killing me.
No, but this is important because it can't be a physical substance.
Yes, but if you were to take something like humans, when we die, we turn into what?
Well, it
Dust.
literally, I mean,
Dead
look, we don't have
humans.
to go crazy.
Dust,
It literally,
particles,
Tolkien
pieces
was
of the earth.
scientifically aware. It literally could have been Varda pushing molecules around to make sure all the stars form. I mean, so
But it's already there. That's my point.
But that's still creation.
But the term subcreation does not mean less than creation. It just means you can only create what is already there. You cannot create something that is not there. Eru is the only one who can create because
No,
he is
you
the
can't create what is not
and
there.
big
Well,
capital C,
so-
but they
so
can create in
what-
little c.
what you are saying correctly is that Eru is the only one who has creator ex nihilo. He's the
Yeah.
only one who can create
Yes.
out of nothing, right?
Any other type of creation is subcreation. It's creation,
But
but
that doesn't matter. That's a distinction without meaning here.
Mhm.
well, no, it's a
Because
distinction. that
in my
proves
example, the
Ainur-
plants don't exist.
Ainur are not Eru. That's the
They're a
distinction.
new thing that is created. But yes, of course, it is created from stuff that is
Through
already
things that
there,
were-
but it's a new thing still.
I mean, yes and no.
No, you're getting sidetracked. It doesn't matter that.
This whole thing's a sidetrack.
It does not matter that you.
I mean, we've been
only create
sidetracked for
something
like
from nothing,
1
right?
hour and 20 minutes now.
Not that much, but yes.
It doesn't. Well, this
I
is
really
what-
should not have
honestly,
mentioned
we're
the
interested in
daggers.
these artworks. Even though I like this, like what you're talking about. I'm willing to stop. I'm willing to call it even and just stop.
Yeah, well, this all sprouted because we're trying to define the difference between blessed or how Sting gets the blue hue because the metal itself would not be like, ooh, orcs blue. It would have to be
Well,
imbued
I'm
somehow.
pretty sure that's what the older Forgeman was like. Hey, what color would mean orcs? Blue. You know.
No, I'm saying the
Sting
metal
is the only one that
would
glows.
inherently not shine blue when orcs came by. That'd be kind of weird. But
Sting is not the only one that glows.
I know, I never claimed it was. I'm just saying that kind of a thing, like blessed weapons, things that could harm the Nazgul, were things that were blessed. They had a power, like an enchantment, equivalent
They had
of
a
an
power of the unseen world.
Yes, and I never said enchantment is the term that they would use in universe. I'm saying that's how we would understand it
Correct.
as an enchantment. But that enchantment was placed on from the good powers, the unseen world, versus the bad powers, dark magic. But how did that
Well-
come into being, and how is that separated? Was my point. But if we want to get past it, we can get past
Yeah,
it.
we can get past it. Let's just go
So
past it.
just to the powers of the unseen world are the powers of both the good and the bad. It's just when you get to the definition of what dark magic is the people without the ability of to affect the unseen world petitioning the dark powers for assistance in using the unseen world to affect the world. That is what dark magic is. Everything else is
It's the non-intended use of it.
Yeah.
More or less.
more or less.
I got to take a 5-minute break and do something in real life.
That's fine. We'll be talking about paintings.
Well, catch him up on this guy's presentation. This guy's
Sure.
presentation.
Okay, so this guy's actually
pretty good.
this has actually been very fun and informative from this guy named Joel Mariner. I'll bring him back up. And
Broadcasting live from prison.
yeah, he's broadcast live from prison. His thing is Hidden Visions, Iconographies, I can't even say it now, of Alterity and Soviet block illustrations for Lord of the Rings. So basically Poland, Russia, and what was the third one? Not Serbia, not Czech. Was it Czech?
No, it's like a massive amount of them. It's not just Poland and Russia.
No. The three artists. The first
Oh,
one was
the
from,
artist. Oh, yeah, I
the
don't
second
know.
one was from
whatever.
Russia, and the third one, which is where we are,
They just have generic European names.
Yeah, basically. But basically, the third one's from Ukraine. He's from Ukraine. So
Okay.
the first one was from Poland, second one was from Russia. Now we're on the Ukrainian artist, and they all had their own wacky different styles, but they had pretty good. He gave pretty good basically describing how they came to being and like the psychological aspect of it. And there were a lot of good, cool comparisons and stuff. Surprisingly, this has been the least offensive of any of them because I haven't seen an offensive aspect of this as of yet. So we were moving along pretty well because we just kept letting them talk because there's nothing to really like, hey, how dare you? So that's kind of where we're at.
Daggers happened.
If it doesn't make sense, flag me and I'll try to explain it.
Are present, so we've got Sam, Merry, Pippin laid out with crowns and shields like figures on a recumbent effigy tomb. But in the background,
and the term for this is obviously there in the Barrow Downs.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Background is different. So with its geometric lines, these sickly green gleaming tiles, these hint at a setting that is contemporary rather than ancient.
Oh my gosh, ads are killing me.
Seriously, how many fucking ads do you get?
Well,
normally it's like one per video, right?
An awful lot.
Like 4 of them now.
Well, because YouTube forces them.
Okay.
That's the issue, is that YouTube is forcing ads even if you do not want them. You can only basically put like how often they pop in, but I didn't realize like it's on their side. It's not something I can control because if I was doing a live stream, I could control how many ads pop up. It'd be like once every 5 minutes, one every 15 minutes, one every 30 minutes.
Yeah, okay.
That's what I could control, but because this is obviously a pre-recording, I have no control because this is on Tolkien Society's YouTube page. They have not changed it or whatever. They have not affected it, I guess, or they have, and this is what they ended up with. But it's like every, 8 minutes, 6 minutes, something like that. it's popping up randomly.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Okay, let's go.
So Uckermark says very, very little pertaining to this form of iconography, this clinical iconography, save for a single remark he made in 2009 when he was talking about representations of beauty or the lack of them in his Tolkien illustrations. And so he said, and yet about the tile, Satan apes God. He cannot create anything beautiful for himself, therefore where there is darkness, there is a toilet. Now, Uckermark is...
That's definitely what it's made. Yeah. Ooh, this is interesting. Hospitales.
Perhaps being a touch disingenuous here, as that tile aesthetic is just as able to evoke clinical environments such as psychiatric hospitals, sanatoriums, laboratories, other similar medical facilities, whose edifices, particularly in times of reduced accountability, such as the Soviet period, might conceal hidden evils. And I think it's this idea, the thought of these gleaming clinical environments and concealing hidden evils, which is at the core of this iconography. So in Bridge of Khazad-dûm, here with the Balrog, we can see this tiled setting in which Gandalf...
He looks like a flying monkey from Wizard of Oz, just being honest.
Yeah, I get the
how much of a bridge
idea from a skyscraper, from the wall of the chasm, let's say.
Yeah.
Is he wearing like a football helmet with
Something
John
like
Lennon's
that, yeah.
sunglasses?
It's like a samurai metal helmet of sorts.
I could see a
confronting
football helmet in that.
I just love that's their depiction of a bridge. Like the Balrog would ever be able to actually cross that.
He just steps over the
Step over.
I know, but why does he have to go near this little crevice if that was the case?
Because he's following the other guys.
He could just jump over. But I would like to point out, Balrogs do not have...
Gandalf's in the way.
Yeah. If he goes any other side of it, Gandalf literally cannot be in the way because there's no bridge there for him to stand on.
Perhaps. But don't you see that magical light in the middle? He might shoot it at the Balrog.
Again, not Gandalf. Balrogs do not have wings. Let's go.
The Balrog is
They have
in this
wings
passage,
like shadows.
Yes. Well, it also says that
They can't fly.
The
They can
shadows
fly,
like wings,
but that doesn't mean they don't have
they
wings.
spread.
The
So,
shadows are like wings, and the shadows spread. Shadows spreading
like
looks
wings.
like
So
wings.
so the imagery of the wings is fundamental to that scene. It is
Yeah.
very clearly, explicitly. So anybody who puts a piece of
Understand
art
how
about this scene that doesn't show any sort of wing-like thing going on is doing it incorrectly.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
of
no,
course, I
you-
also vaguely recall
shadow
that the
have a
wing, whether or not Balrogs do in fact have wings, is very contested.
You have to remember they are creatures of flame and shadow.
Mhm.
So when you're talking about the shadows of the creature, you're also talking about its
Creature itself.
corporeal form.
Yeah.
Yes, but we're saying the shadows spew from them like wings. It's a like. It's not a as. It's a like.
So
Like Balrogs can't fly, and the only purpose of a wing is to fly.
So
the Balrogs being Maiar have the capacity
to change their form.
to change their form.
They could change forms into flying beings, but they never do for some weird reason.
Well, we don't know. Maybe they do.
Because he
Does
didn't
the
get across
Silmarillion
the
mention
chasm. Him
Because-
falling would not have happened if he could fly up. And if he could just change form to fly
To
up,
be fair, he was also a bit busy with Gandalf at the moment.
not if he's falling.
Well, if Gandalf is stabbing him with Glamdring,
Well, yes, but that's after Gandalf fell.
well, they
The entire interaction, like they didn't until they both started falling, they didn't have that interaction. Like again, for this part, if there's this little bridge, which again that looks really weird for a little bridge, but if there was a little bridge and he could fly, he could literally have just gone up
so
and over
so if
or around
if you,
and over.
if you
That's not
say
there.
he doesn't have wings but has wing-like things, then what would you call those wing-like things?
Well, there's shadows showing that he darkens
Yeah.
the area.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but he
but-
is
but
a
It's
shadow.
oppressive towards light. He's the opposite.
He
the
is
antithetical to
shadow.
God. Yes.
He is a creature of shadow. So the shadows that are on
So,
him and
a
around
concept-
him are wings.
Here's an explanation from the anime. I can't believe I said this. The anime world. So, in the anime world, when somebody imposes intimidation, it's almost like a psychological breakdown where colors shape or like change.
Yeah,
and shift
but
and whatnot.
they are not creatures formulated by shadow and flame.
Well, in some instances they are, but my point is that intimidation factor, it's the pressure alone. Now, in this situation, he's describing that pressure as the shadows, which sprout like wings. In other words, it's the shadow is growing. That is perfectly logical and completely consistent with the Balrog. But if they were actually a wing-like thing, it wouldn't make sense that he would fall because if the bridge fell or if he got knocked into it,
But
he'd
then,
just go.
then what
But
would
you see,
what would
if
you
it
call them
if it is
they
a
are-
wing of shadow, it would just sort of be incorporeal and not actually
But
giving you
it's not a
lift.
wing as shadow. It's a wing like or a shadow like wings.
But
What's the
they
difference?
once again,
One is not a wing. The other one is a wing. That's the difference.
but the shadow once again, the being a creature of shadow, a creature of transformative properties.
So if I was to say,
if it has these wing-like things coming from it, what do you call those wing-like things?
if it said shadows like bricks, would you say he's making a wall behind him?
But a brick is a specific type
A
of
wing is a specific type of thing as well.
Well, it's different.
Wings
in
are
several-
very varied.
Wing is a
No,
descriptive.
there are
of the
different types
shape.
of wings.
Brick is
Well, no.
descriptive of the substance.
The shape
So
is like a wing.
okay,
That's the
okay,
shape.
we're getting into Platonic ideals here. So wing
Better than tectonic, I guess, but
just means
it could be a shape.
in the person's mind. There's a
Let me say it this way.
expansion
It is
of-
not the function of a wing, but it can take a shape of a wing, but it is not a wing. It is like
Yeah.
a wing.
Yeah,
That's
but- So what are you supposed to do with the description then? If you're trying to portray it,
I mean,
which
that
is the
depends on
whole
how-
point.
I mean, this is
So
from
wings,
1988. I don't know if they had the modern concepts of shadow, but in modern days, you could probably do this without it being a physical wing and be more shadow, but be like it, but obviously be of
But
not that.
This is not a physical wing, though.
That's feathers, good sir.
No, that's shadow and fire.
It's wings composed of shadow and fire.
I'm seeing wings of feathers. I'm not
No,
seeing...
they look like feathers, sure,
yeah.
but it's still shadow.
What?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. This artist has interpreted wing as a feathery wing. It could have easily have just been a leathery wing.
Honestly, a leathery wing would probably be closer to a shadowish wing, but
Meh.
that's not what he did.
Depending on what's casting the shadow. If
Well, I
we're
would
going to be
assume
incredibly pedantic about it.
If he is a source of shadow, he is casting
He is
shadow.
going to be pedantic
Yeah,
about it.
so he can cast the shadow as he chooses to cast the shadow. But
Yes, but
my overall point being,
it's like wings, but
when
things
you are-
coming from you could be things like a
when
cape.
you are trying to
But if he said like a cape, it would have been still not a cape. It would have been like a cape.
But
it's not.
when an artist is trying to depict this image that is being described as
I wasn't.
How are they supposed to depict it without it being wings?
I'm not arguing his iteration of it. I'm just stating that from the source, they weren't literal wings. It was a depiction that could be seen like wings, but are not in fact wings. I'm not saying.
But let's go to the text, right? I found a quote. It does say in one instance, like two vast wings, but in another it says, suddenly it drew itself up to a great height, and its wings were spread from wall to wall.
What is that passage?
That's the passage where he's crossing the bridge.
I know, but I'm saying so let me see. I forgot how to put that.
So the ambiguity of the shadow.
That's why there is
with the body is
a discussion about this that's still ongoing, probably.
To me, it's perfectly clear. The creature is a creature of
So
shadow.
the context, it first establishes the shadow about it, which is shadow, reached out like two freaking pop-ups.
Yeah.
Like two vast wings. So we've established the wings are the shadow.
But
so
the monster itself is also the shadow.
Well, yes, it's the comprise / source of the shadow, which is perfectly fine. Fire and shadow, he is both. Why it casts or does not cast is not made clear that I seem to understand.
So here's a way to look at it. The description of like wings is a description to evoke imagery that is
I get that.
Here that is uncertain to the characters. So they don't know exactly what these things are, but they look like wings to them. So they describe them like wings.
Yes. I fully understand that. So, my point is that it doesn't make them physical wings. It means that they have the appearance of wings.
Yeah, but it stretches.
It's not a physical being, though.
I know. I mean, it is physical. You touch it, you're going to get burned. You can't kill it with a weapon if it's not physical.
So,
but the point where it says when it says it drew itself to a great height and its wings, it's referencing the wings that were like two vast wings. That's what it's referencing.
It's referencing the shadows of its form, which were like two great wings. Which its form being shadow means that those great like wing things are part of its form, meaning it has wing-like appendages. What do you call wing-like appendages?
I mean, I would call them wings, but
I mean, in this context, I say shadow, but because it says the fire in it seemed to die, but the darkness grew. In other words,
right. But say you transform him instantly from shadow into, let's say, rock. Would the wing-like shadowy bits also?
I guess it would turn into a mini fortress. I don't know. But all I'm saying is that when we're looking at the context, the line where they're saying, "Oh, well, here it says wings," but it's referencing the wings that it already has mentioned.
Yes, but this time this does clearly state them as being wings, even if it references the shadow. There's a difference in description still.
I know, but it's already it's the assumption Tolkien has that when you say like two vast wings, we understand how English works. And like does not mean, because if it said it reached out as two vast wings, then it would be two vast wings, because that's what the word would be used. Like is used to be a similar describe. Like it'd be describing it as akin to, but not of. So if you were to reach it, it reached out akin to two vast wings.
But once
It'd be
again,
like the shadow spreads out the same way two wings would if they were there.
but
they're
it's,
not there.
so it's once again, it's a creature spreading out its wing-like appendages.
It doesn't
What's
say
the
anything about
best way
appendages,
to describe these wing-like appendages? Wings.
but nothing here says wing-like appendages. It just
Yeah,
says
because
shadow
no,
itself.
it is. It's Tolkien is
It doesn't say directly, but if you know what the Balrog is, you know that it's
Tolkien
a monster
is
shadow.
weaving the ambiguity of the shape of the Balrog, because the Balrog is a creature of shadow. So the shadows
ambiguity-
that it has control over are part of itself.
The shadow is what is and has the ambiguity. The shadow is like it's not making a specific solid form. It's going to be
The full
flickering, like-
Balrog has ambiguity.
yeah, it'd be like a fire or a shadow form, and things are flickering in and out. If it holds its arm out, it's going to flicker in different. It's not going to stay one solid.
So
form.
does it? It looks like an arm, but it's actually shadow. Does that mean Balrogs don't have arms?
Well, the shadow can be pressed out or retracted. And we know that Balrogs have a form because that's how the elves killed them.
Sure.
So
Well,
if we have them actually killing them,
they didn't kill them; they destroyed their physical. Because
well,
they
you
once
can't
again
kill
they are
elves because they
Maiar.
destroy their physical and they go back and then they come back. I mean, they still kill them because they cease to exist in
They
that
mission kill them.
went to a different state and then came back.
They mission kill them.
Yeah, they mission kill. Sure.
So,
elves get mission killed as well. That's my point. But like elves still have a form. But my point is that they take out the form, but it's the same thing as like you can't take a metaphysical thing and attack it with a physical thing and end its life. That doesn't
No,
work.
that's why you have the spiritual imbuements of the weapons.
I don't remember offhand, but when they talk about the
We're not talking about that.
do they capitalize shadow or not?
I don't believe so.
Uh,
No, they don't. They do not. Now, it says go back to the shadow, and when he says to the shadow, shadow is capitalized there.
So shadow,
But-
whenever it's
But
capitalized,
not the shadow.
refers specifically to the presence of. Great Shadow is Melkor, Shadow is Sauron. So their presence in the unseen world. Just to not start arguing and just say.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
he's saying here his enemy halted again, facing him, and the shadow, lowercase, about it, around it, reached out like two vast wings. In other words, like the simile is saying it appeared to them as if they were wings, and it grows about them, which is fine.
but it could also be.
But the
that-
appearance of is not the literal of, is what I'm saying. That's what all I'm saying. It's not literal wings, but it has the appearance of wings.
Yeah, but it isn't necessarily the case that the wings mentioned in the second sentence do refer to these.
How
same
would you
ones.
in the situation? Let's just say there's like a backdrop behind him, and from him pops out shadow to his left and his right. Right. If that happens, how would you describe that without?
Well, to be fair, let's see. Do Balrogs also cast shadows that are not part of the shadowy form of their own?
He's not
thing?
casting. He's pushing out more shadow.
So then he has control over those shadows. So those shadows are part of his.
But if they're
Form, and then he has wings.
if they are equivalent of metaphysical wings, they're not physical. They're not appendages per se. Because if you have the capacity to like pull shadow out of your body and like strangle somebody like an anime character or something, it does not have to be a literal appendage. It can be a magical
And
form.
that's exactly how Balrogs work, though, right? They are the anime shadow strangling characters.
Yes, but the shadows in those things are not physical. It's not somebody's elbow. It's a magical
Or is it?
property. It's a magical property in every instance. Because that's not how those beings work. But if you were comprised of shadow and flame, and it says the fire in it seemed to die, but the darkness grew, it means he reduced one aspect to create another aspect.
Sure.
So all he's doing is imposing his shadow further upon an area. It'd be the same as if he went into a bright room and used his shadow to block out other light. He's not physically turning into a balloon, but he's instilling or impressing upon his essence to block everything else out, so it locks him into a dark room. That's all it would be. He's
okay,
blocking.
So wait a minute. Let's make this easier. So in the Silmarillion, okay, far beneath the halls of Angband, in vaults to which the Valar in their haste of their souls had not descended, the Balrog lurk still, awaiting ever the return of their lord. Swiftly they rose and passed with winged speed over Hithlum, and they came to Lamath as a tempest of fire. So they have wings. In their
Speed as if they had wings. Yes, they move.
It says they arose.
But
went up.
A rose can be from a crowd standing up. That's that. A rose.
And
can
it doesn't say as if.
And they said they passed over, meaning above.
What's the quote for this one?
Swiftly they arose.
No, not the quote. Sorry, the passage. What's the passage? Page or anything? You said Silmarillion.
Could that be before the Battle of Sudden Flame?
Halls of Angband. So it's got to be. It's got to be when the Balrogs didn't they fly Melkor away at one point in one of the battles? Can't be that one.
It's in a Morgoth's Ring, 10th volume of the 12th volume History of Middle Earth. Somewhere.
A host of 1,000. So apparently Balrogs were pretty numerous in his early writings.
Yeah, well,
I mean, all the monsters were back in the
Balrog arose out of a concept.
days.
Balrogs apparently rose on the backs of dragons, which they would not need to do if they could fly.
Well, but not being able to fly does not mean not having wings. Penguins exist, for example.
Which wings?
Penguins.
So before,
I call those more like
fin.
Yeah, but they have wings. They don't fly.
About this cavalry in hell that were the Balrogs, and there were like 5,000 of them, and eventually massaged the idea and incorporated them as the Balrogs of Melkor. And then as the decades went on, you kept deciding, well, there's less of them, but they're more powerful. Instead of more of them, but less powerful. That's how it evolved.
I'm trying to find that actual quote.
Well, give me the actual quote. I'm just trying to find where it is.
Yeah, I'm saying like Silmarillion page, whatever kind of thing.
It's not in the Silmarillion.
As Meyer, only their physical forms could be destroyed, though they were rarely killed on the battlefield.
So which quote are we talking about actually at the moment?
Sauron lost his ability to assume a fair-seeming form after his physical body was destroyed at the downfall.
Okay, it's in one of the descriptions of Ungoliant's struggle of Melkor fighting with Ungoliant, I think.
And it also says the Balrog appears like a great shadow, so it has the appearance, but it does not mean it's directly actual shadow. In the middle of which was a dark form of man's shape, maybe yet greater. And Balrogs are also supposed to be double the height of humans. So there's that.
It's when Melkor is fighting with Ungoliant. So
it drew itself to a great height, in other words, going to its full height, and its wings spread from wall to wall in reference to the previous shadows like wings. Chained concept of balls, but imprecise but suggestive possible figures, descriptions. A figure strode to the fissure no more than human high, yet terror seemed to go before it. They could see the furnace fire of its eyes from afar, and its arms were very long. It had a red tongue.
So I'm looking in the Darkening of Valinor chapter, because it's when he falls with Ungoliant that this comes up.
Oh, this is also fun. Gandalf challenged the Balrog by saying, "It is forbidden for any Balrog to come beneath the sky, since Fionway, son of Manwë,
So-
overthrew Angaron."
One thing though, do all Balrogs look the same?
They are described as all being double the height of humans. So they are roughly of twice human size and were rarely killed in battle. They were fierce demons associated with fire, armed with fiery whips and many thongs and claws like steel. Morgoth delighted in using them to torture his captives. They are at least roughly the same. They're not all necessarily. They're not like necessarily copy paste, but they are all of roughly built.
Well, it's very much like
The Balrog's based off freaking off of Ungoliant. So
all the other monsters and creatures of Morgoth. None of them were universal. Like there was no universal dragon.
Well, there were cold drakes, there were flying drakes, and then there were
but they were all dragons. Different.
Yeah, they could be roughly different in that regard.
So
but flying
all of these
not
Balrogs, being their own independently willed Maiar, joining Morgoth, would have the ability to choose their own shape and form.
Okay, so it's in the Silmarillion in the chapter of the Flight of the Noldor that quote is from.
Okay, let me see if I can.
So it could be that Durin Spain, for example, did have wings, and maybe some others did not.
Well, the other thing is
none of the other ones are described as having wings, and it's only described as like wings.
They all express themselves in their own individualistic manner. Right, but they're all taking on a form of terror, right?
Yeah.
So
flying isn't particularly terror.
So no, but if you're on the ground, see a giant fiery flaming thing flying at you.
Well, flying, if it was flying, sure, but it doesn't say.
So you were talking earlier about how those great wings of shadow intimidating, right? So it's using those as a fear device. And they may not be fully functional wings in terms of being able to carry it aloft.
I'm fully in agreement that they could have the appearance of wings. That's perfectly fine. But they still aren't actual wings.
What's the difference between those? What quality would you
again, this is
well, if I was to take enough smoke and somehow magically make it all puff at the same time and make a wing, a smoke wing out of it, it's a wing in appearance, but it's only of smoke. It's not a
physical. Okay, right. Let's say we take a bird, but instead of a bird, it's a bird made of shadow or something, right?
It's a shadow. It's not physical.
It's a shadow bird. It can still move around, do its thing, but it's now shadowy.
The only actual form of it is a humanoid form, dark form in the middle. That's all we know about their actual physicality.
A humanoid form can still have wings, though.
I know, but it only says in this fire and flame in the middle is a dark humanoid form, roughly twice the size of a human. That's the only description it is given that I can find, unless you can find something else. But that's all
Where is it given?
Oh, let me look it back up.
You did just find it, right? So
I did find it. I have to go backwards.
So you seem to be entirely stuck on this idea of something that is like a wing cannot be also considered a wing.
Because I think everyone here knows that Tolkien's a big stickler about language and words and what they're defined as.
He's also a very big stickler for theology and philosophy and history.
But he's already stated he's not trying to implement that in it as much as he wants the story to be of.
But I also just gave a quote from the Silmarillion that says they literally flew. So
they are no. It says they flew as in they fled.
No, there's over. Use the word over.
So you're
Let me grab my Silmarillion so I can
you're saying that in this one instance we cannot say Tolkien is using language poetically, but in this one we have to say he's using language poetically.
Essentially, yes.
In which situation is he not using it poetically? That's what I'm asking.
So when the Balrogs as a group rise up and fly over, you're saying that's purely poetic language.
Let me get my copy so I can actually read it.
But when he's talking about, expressing this idea of ambiguous imagery, that
then we have to take it literally. Yeah.
What's the Flight of the Noldor, you said?
Yeah.
Or of the Flight of the Noldor, I should say.
Of the Flight of the Noldor. It's
everything starts with of. Wow, that's cool. So 78.
Did you only just realize that?
Well, I'm sorry, I don't have my face in the Silmarillion at all days and hours of the day.
It's in the chapter.
I wish I could.
It's in the paragraph that starts, "But Ungoliant had grown great."
Is this a reference when Ungoliant is
it's when she's fighting with Melkor, and he's like, "Shit, get me out of here."
I see Balrogs. Here we go. Some of the gems that he bore, but when we won, Jar devoured them without hands, blah, blah, blah. Had grown great, he less by the power had gone out of them. She rose against him. She did not fly against him.
I'm not talking about her, I'm talking about them. Keep reading.
I know, but I'm saying the word rose. The word rose means it goes from this.
She is Ungoliant. Ungoliant is a massive spider.
Yes, but rose means you go from one form, like crouched, to non-crouched. Above crouched is rose. You rose.
Rose also means a flower.
It does. Yeah. Know that the context does not allow that. Because it would
going up in general.
Yes. That's why I'm saying it doesn't necessarily mean fly.
Yeah, but it could mean fly.
For the echoes of his voice, he cried aloud, and the wind awoke them, and all the waste between the hills and the sea was filled with clamor as of voices in anguish.
Yeah.
The cry forgot.
No,
I'm saying the type of language as of, not just voices of. It's as of. It's a description of something happening, but it's not literally of that thing.
But it could be.
If we ignored context, sure. The cry of Morgoth in the hour was the greatest and most dreadful that was ever heard in the northern world. He's making a blatant statement. Like this is covered no matter what. The mountains shook and the earth trembled, the rocks were riven asunder. Deep in forgotten places that cry was heard, far beneath the ruined halls of Angband, in the vaults to which the Valar in the haste of their assault had not descended. Balrogs lurked still, awaiting ever the return of their lord. And now swiftly they arose. In other words, they got up and they ran.
No, they went up somehow. Then it says they were over, and then as a tempest, a storm. So it
passing over, anyone can pass over a hill. They just have to go over it.
As a storm? A fire?
They can't, I'm literally passing
with
over
winged speed
as
winged
a tempest of fire.
With winged speed.
With their whips of flame, they smote asunder the webs of Ungoliant, and she quailed. She didn't turn into a quail. She quailed. And turned to flight. Ungoliant turned to flight. Did she fly? No.
Because it's a spider.
Yes, but she turned to flight. Flight means what?
Well, it means several things.
In our context, it means run away.
Oh, and now we're playing the context game.
You're playing the context game entirely.
No, I'm saying when you use a simile, you're not using it as a literal. You're using it as a comparison to.
There are multiple words in that sentence indicates the Balrogs flew.
And a lot of them say as a tempest of fire, not a tempest of fire. A Balrog was not a tempest of fire. It was as a tempest.
As a
tempest. Storm in the air of
a tempest is always
storms are in the air. Storms are in the air. Tempests are in the air.
The flames flee in the north. She went down to Verlin and dwelt beneath in the dark valley. It's not saying anything about the winged aspect of this. All it says is they swiftly arose and passed over.
Well, I'm giving you the Silmarillion quote. The other quote is another.
I'm reading the Silmarillion.
No, the quote I gave first was the version from deep inside History of Middle Earth. There are multiple versions of this text.
I don't know if I have that one. The nature of my word. I don't know if I have that one.
When you the
You need
Silmarillion-
book 10 from History of Middle Earth for this.
basically, Silmarillion was edited down from other stuff.
I have the War of the Jewels, I have the Peoples of Middle Earth, and I have the letters. I don't know if I have 10.
I don't know which particular, but the point where Christopher
I'm just reading it from this particular.
yeah, so that's why we'll
I can't comment on that one because I can't see it.
But we don't need to comment. In the Silmarillion line, it literally says they flew above the ground. That's literally what that says.
But that's what I'm looking for. I don't see anything about flowing. It just says Balrog still waited there. Now swiftly they arose, and passing over Hithlum, they came to Lambeth as a tempest of fire, with their whips of
Yeah,
flame.
they flew over him. They flew over them in the air. That's what that says.
Nothing here says flew over.
That sentence says they flew over.
It says they passed over. They passing over.
How many storms are on the ground?
I mean, a lot actually.
None. It's not a storm on the ground. It's something.
Have you never seen a tornado? It's on the ground.
Tornado is only like
It comes from the air, but it's on the ground.
0.001% on the ground, though.
It's still touching the ground. If I use my pinky toe, that's the only thing on the ground.
By
I
that definition,
Hurricanes
Mars
pass
touches
over the ground.
but gravity reaches the Earth. I mean, you're reaching for stuff here.
I mean, you also have
the point of
water
Balrog's wings is not whether they can fly or not, but
exactly.
it's the fact that they are fully capable of manipulating the shadows of their form to evoke some sort of action, generally of terror. So yes, the Balrog has wings. They are wings. They look like wings. They behave generally like wings. But that does not necessarily mean that it grants them flight. It does not necessarily mean that they can...
So it grants them no utility, and there's no purpose to them.
Of course
so
there's
intimidation.
purpose. As you were saying, it was about intimidating.
But you don't need physical wings to intimidate when you can use shadows.
No, because it's entirely a shadow monster.
The shadows are part
Except for the core part, yes.
Which is also shadow.
Well, it just says it's composed of darkness. That's all it says. It
Yeah,
does not say-
darkness is shadow.
So
No, shadow is a reflection of light. That's what a shadow is.
So the shadows it controls and manipulates.
What do you think darkness is?
The absence of light.
Yeah, shadow is also the absence of light.
No, shadow cannot exist without light.
It is specifically where there is not light.
No, it's when something blocks light.
Yeah,
That's where
and thus there is no light on the shadow.
That doesn't make darkness because it's blocked. Like shadow, it's like smoke.
If you have a light and you block it, is it still light on the other side? No, on the other
But it's
side
not-
there's darkness.
But shadow is like a flat surface. It's a flat level. It's not a.
Yeah.
It's
So
not
is
a.
darkness.
3D, it's not a 3D form. Well, darkness can take it. If you go into a room and from wall to wall there is no light, it's a completely four corners.
But the darkness itself
That
is
can never get
still
off.
because of the flat
it's
surfaces
just-
of the wall.
If you go into that dark room, it just means that there's flat
There is
darkness,
shadow on
flat
all
shadow
the-
everywhere.
But
Yeah.
if that was the case, then you would be able to see your hand in front of your face.
No, but your hand is also in shadow.
Or it's
It's a
dark?
flat-ish surface on which there is no light.
So if you walk under a tree in the middle of daylight, does the shadow not fall on your hand?
It would, but it would take no 3D form.
Well,
Darkness does not
going
take
into
a
a room,
3D
it's
form.
not taking a 3D form.
Okay,
either.
so my contention is that if they can fly, it supports them having wings. Here's another quote from the appendix.
If they can fly, they can't fall down chasms.
Here's,
No, they can.
here's Appendix A. Thus they roused from sleep a thing of terror that, flying from Thangadorum, had lain hidden at the foundations of earth since the coming of to the west, a Balrog of Morgoth.
A Balrog of Morgoth. Where did you saw it?
So that's Endurance Folk in Appendix A. It literally says flying from Thangadorum.
And we have to take everything literally because surely Tolkien would not use.
So my point is, if we can say if the Balrogs can fly, which I think it's I'm not saying Balrog's like freaking jets. They can fly all over the place constantly.
Flying as an adjective, which is what it is.
It's not an
Flying,
adjective.
it's moving. No, I'm saying as an adjective. Flying is an adjective, or
You're
it's a
looking
noun.
for every
No,
possible
in this
interpretation that supports your argument.
No, I'm saying according to the old English style he's using, all the similes he's using, he's not saying every literal thing is a literal thing. Some of it's poetic speech, some of it's literal, but you
So
can
why
tell
is a shadow literally a shadow and not actually wings?
because of the word you don't want me to say, which is magic. The unseen, their essence, etc. But the word can mean moving rapidly, especially through the air, which is why it's commonly used as through the air, but it also just means moving rapidly. Like, fly, you fools! In other words, flee! Run quickly! Get out of here! It does not mean, hey, fellowship, sprout some wings and flutter away. That's not what it means. It just means
Or maybe
abscond the
Gandalf was
premises quickly.
telling them to go to the Eagles.
Oh, you and I both know that's not true.
So you're saying literally that Tolkien wrote that when Vangorn collapsed under the dragon, that the Balrog ran through an army bigger than New Jersey and didn't get caught.
Yep.
That's what you're saying.
Yeah, I'd have to read the passage because I do not know where that passage is, but I will look for it at some
Appendix
point.
A in the Lord of the Rings.
I also need to see if I can get my hands on an English professor because this is really interesting stuff. But it needs a whole other video. But
we have Gadfly right here.
Well, yeah, you don't want English professors to discuss literature.
No, because you'd be here for another 10 hours.
Well, wouldn't I use a linguist person to do linguistic stuff?
Well, I'm just making a comment on the state of
I mean,
academia.
I would say I would agree with you normally. I don't think I get my hands on Tom Shippey though, unfortunately. Even then, I don't know if he's necessarily linguistic.
So the general idea of the Balrog having wings, it's not that it's not, the ambiguity is important here because it's to suggest that the Balrog has control and over and manipulation of the shadows around them. So it has wings. What form those wings particularly take is entirely ambiguous. And
I'm not saying you can't have a shadowy form or appearance that can take whatever form or appearance it wants to. I'm just saying just because it takes a form does not mean it's a physical form.
But wings don't have to be physical.
But they are still wings. They are still its wings.
Shadows like wings, yes. I said the appearance of, yes. That's.
But they are still its wings. They are still part of it because
are they a 3D? Are they a 3D amalgamation of shadow, or are they just a shadow that has the appearance?
They're a spiritual being who uses their power beyond the world to manifest a physical form.
So this is where
form is 3D.
This is where I'm getting to the concept of Platonic forms with these wings. So if I draw a picture of a chair, what is it?
A drawing of a picture of a chair?
No, it's not a drawing of a picture of a chair. It's just a drawing of a chair.
I thought he said drawing a picture at the same time. I was trying to work that. It's a drawing.
If I draw
in 1D
a picture of a chair. So I draw a chair.
You draw a picture of a chair.
It's you can think of it as in two ways. It's an image of a chair, or I have drawn a chair.
But that also depend on how you drew it, like if it's a 2D, 3D, etc.
No.
No.
Well, wouldn't that change?
So
if I draw the front of a chair without having any,
if I draw a chair and show it to you, you would likely be able to recognize it as a chair, unless I'm a really horrible artist.
Which I am.
I mean, you'd have to be really horrible.
So I have drawn a chair. It is a chair in your comprehension of what it is.
Well, it's not a literal chair. It's a drawing of a chair, which is
but it is still a chair recognizable as a chair, even though it is not a three-dimensional physical chair. That's
has no function
That's sort of
outside
the idea of the Platonic forms, where I'm sitting on this chair. You identify it as a chair. You are sitting on a completely different chair that looks completely differently, but you can still identify it as a chair.
Yeah.
And it's the same with the images. So when the Balrog, who exerts control over the shadows, exhibits and creates these shadowy wings, you see them as wings. They are wings of the creature.
I mean, the creature is the source of the wings, but I would not
Because they are part of it. They are part of its essence and entity. It has fabricated those to be into being.
Yeah, but now it sounds like a ditto.
So dittos can also have wings.
Dittos can, but they're always 3D, and in their case, they actually physically work.
Well, not necessarily.
Well, because they take the complete copy and image of the thing, and they use the same abilities as those things. So if they use a flying attack,
let's say, surely there's a Pokemon with wings that can't fly, right?
Butterfree can't use the move fly.
It can't use the move fly, but it does hover off the ground.
There's
it's the same weirdness.
They can't fly, right?
It's the same weirdness that Charizard is not a dragon.
Yeah,
makes literally no sense. He is, by all definitions, a dragon. He does everything that a dragon does, and he can even use the thing fly, but he is not.
Of course, yes. Piplup.
They're also known as flightless birds for a reason.
Yeah, but they have wings.
Now, I do think that Piplup should be able to use fly because he's a bird and he has wings, right?
No, that's not how that works.
Oh, it isn't how.
I don't have wings and not be able to fly.
So this one painting spurred a whole other discussion.
I made a simple comment and they went nuts. But anyway, I will see if I can reach out to some people and
I like this painting too, by the way.
Yeah, we were trying to. It looks like a samurai Char from Guild Wars 2.
He's a linebacker for the
maybe
Miami Dolphins, I guess.
The dark Morgothians.
Maybe it's Yasuke, the Black Samurai, in his earlier incarnation.
That's what I was looking at. It looks kind of like a samurai mask over a Char.
This is Tolkien making this guy making a cover for Assassin's Creed.
I was saying it looks like the flying monkeys from Wizard of Oz. Is what it reminds me of.
It's got like a flying monkey with a football helmet. That's kind of weird.
Samurai helmet with a samurai sword in his hand or something.
And it's facing Jesus basically on a pool stick.
Yeah, that's not the best rendition of a bridge I've ever seen, but that's not something the dwarves would create. But yeah, whatever.
To a monumental scale.
It has to be really well created if Gandalf can stand on it, considering how narrow
getting
it looks.
back to what I was saying,
I don't think dwarves would make something so non-grandiose.
Getting back to what I was saying before, with these artists and how dour they were because they had to live in the Soviet crap.
Mm-hmm.
Like, remember the other guy had the hobbits lined up in the dingiest place you could think of, which is like a bathroom, basically. Well, this looks like this looks like it reminds me of them standing over a urinal trowel.
The square walls.
Yeah, tiles, and he's on a precarious
with a toothpick bridge.
Yeah, and he's being faced by this demon that's driving him over this horrible, horrible place.
As you do,
So this is an artistic rendition of what it's like to have gonorrhea.
Maybe.
Well,
I was going to say it's being the Soviet bloc with a gap between you and the Soviets.
Well, he made an interesting point before. Like when he said, like they couldn't show facial.
He makes a surprisingly large amount of really interesting points.
No, Gadfly wasn't here for this one. He said that they couldn't put facial expressions on the characters because it would call the attention of the Soviet censors, right? So maybe there's other things that they can't put in. They have to use metaphors for.
So that's why it has a helmet.
Yeah, again, that's an interesting point.
So I would see the back of Gandalf's head, not the side of it or anything.
So the Balrog is a demonic being. He has some fire there, right? but it can't depict the hellish landscape because that would call the attention of the Soviet censors to be a religious thing. So what's like hell? A urinal trowel.
Because fire doesn't exist in Soviet Russia.
No, they have to be. You get what I'm saying? He has to make it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there is a fire, and if you look in the back above his head, there is kind of like a fiery thing, but that could be literally anything at this point from the coloring of it.
Horsey has wings,
like this
but
guy,
can't fly.
these guys' art styles, like
The what?
I could see. I really
Horsey.
dig like the way they're sneaking stuff into this art. You know what I mean?
The
Are you talking about the Pokemon?
yeah.
He does what you say, flies through the water at amazing speeds. Anyway.
Significance of this moment in the narrative. And so the creature with the Balrog with its elaborate headgear, which is modelled on images of the famous 7th century Sutton Hoo helmet, inhabits an architectural space which is similar in size and brutalist aesthetic to the huge Soviet monumental installations we can see across the continent in places such as this fine one in Shumen in Bulgaria, where, like you see on the left, 18-meter tall carved warriors are emerging from a structure which is fashioned out of thousands of tons of concrete and steel. However, in the rescue of Frodo, Sam, where he's magnified this to a monumental scale, this aesthetic, this tiled aesthetic, brutalist aesthetic in the Balrog image, he brings it back down to a more kind of human scale with his images of the orcs. So in the rescue of Frodo, we see Sam entering the cell at the top of the Tower of Cirithungol, where the orc snag has just lashed the imprisoned Frodo with a whip. So here again, Ukumov is employing that same tile motif, and he creates a particularly harsh juxtaposition of the hard, clinical architecture and the softer, vulnerable, naked body of Frodo. And the predatory attitude of Snaga magnifies the unease of this particular image. A good primary world analogue to this aesthetic can be seen in imagery of the internal prison of the Lubyanka building in Moscow, former headquarters of the KGB, for several decades a scene of imprisonment, torture, forced transportation to labor camps, execution of distance. Here, tiled floors combined with thick walls, heavy doors to create a brutalizing aesthetic. And Ukumov weaves this iconography throughout his corpus of illustrations, including in this image of Frodo and Sam in Sheob's Lair, which is not actually featured in the Vlastine Collett's edition. And he even extends it to encompass the outside landscape, as in this cover image of Volume 2, where Frodo and Sam, disguised as orcs, encounter the slave driver on the road to Eisenmouth on the plateau of Gorgoroth in Mordor. So here, remember, this is outside, not inside the road, which really is a proxy for Sauron's attempts at creation, becomes a tiled floor. He cannot create anything beautiful for himself. Remember, Ukumov says, therefore, where there is darkness, there is a toilet. So, the three illustrators featured in this paper are united in their ability to invest their imagery with original iconographies hitherto unseen in Tolkien illustration. Jerzy Soniowski channels the censor-baffling motifs of the Polish counterculture poster to create cryptic Middle-earth portraits imbued with multiple meanings. Gennady Kalinowski's illuminated initials encapsulate ornamentation and narration in the form of Cyrillic letters. Finally, Sergei Ukumov's stark, sinister tile settings conjure the oppressive architecture of a totalitarian regime. To the modern viewer, the work of these individuals can appear both familiar with their recognizable characters and locations, Balrogs, orcs, hobbits, etc., but also unfamiliar because they feature visual subject matter that differs from the neo-medieval norm. However, by engaging with this alterity, it is possible to decode the clues set within the images and shed light upon three hidden visions of Middle-earth. Thank you for listening.
That was actually 10 out of 10 for me so far.
I enjoyed it a lot, yeah.
The censorship of the Soviets have come.
There's nothing more powerful.
Oh my gosh!
The interesting thing he makes at the end, the point that's pretty cool, is so these artists, so Lord of the Rings, we talked about this before, that there's depression in it or whatever, and there's struggle, but there's a triumph at the end, right? So these artists made the bad guys use the imagery from the Soviets as the bad guys, if you think about it. So they were giving a subtle with the illustrations that were approved by the censors in the books to go out, because the censors were probably too stupid to figure out what they were really doing.
Yeah.
Could be, yeah.
I'd love to see survives the questionnaire. But this is a lot bigger questionnaire, so he's got a lot of things to say apparently at the question. So that'd be interesting to see what happens.
It's Nostril Guy. Oh, you haven't met Nostril Guy Gadfly, have you?
No, I haven't. But it speaks to the universal nature and love for Tolkien's work, right?
The absolute despising of the world they had to live in.
Well, Tolkien's work is one of those things that will forever be timeless, provided Amazon doesn't destroy it enough.
That's one way to put it.
But like you go to Japan and people love it there. You go to South America, people love it there. Everywhere you go in the world, people love.
Well, that's because they can see themselves in the Runees.
It's so funny. When Rings of Prime first came out, the first actual YouTube videos I saw protesting it weren't even in English. They were in African languages by African people, like black and African people. They somehow got to see it first, and they were losing their minds over it. It's like one dude was obviously translated and subtitled fake with the Google's bad auto translate. One dude was screaming there are no black people in the Lord of the Rings. It's an English work. There's a black guy yelling at the screen from some African country in an African language. And there was such an outcry for the people over this work of English literature, of the English people, all that. And like you're saying, it's a worldwide thing. Or we were talking with the Soviet censors. I was doing some research on this. Apparently, the Chinese censors censored a lot less of the Lord of the Rings. It's almost verbatim the way Tolkien's published.
Well, nothing in it screams anti-CCP, so they wouldn't care necessarily.
Well, their big thing is the supernatural. They want supernatural events downplayed. But in Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit, Tolkien,
they have Star Wars for crying out loud.
is very subdued about the supernatural aspects. You know what I mean? So they pretty much let it go straight through. And someone was saying over there, and this was a Chinese video. He goes, if this Rings of Prime crap comes to China, they'll ban it because it deviates from the approved work.
As they should.
Yeah.
Banished to the four hells where you came from. But yeah, this part, Gadfly, they basically do the presentation and then they have questions where the people watching.
No, I'm familiar with the whole conference.
Oh my God.
No, this is the Tolkien Society, so I didn't know if they did it any different.
You got to clip the Hellrond part.
Okay.
And just so you can show Gadfly that 10 minutes of us just losing it for 10 minutes. I
don't even know where it is in that thing. That's a block. You find the timestamps, I'll clip it. But my God,
up there is the whole thing still up there? I'll get it if the whole thing's still
up.
I could use YouTube.
Do I look like somebody who does things halfway? Come on.
I almost died. They were worried about me. That's how hard I was laughing at.
We thought he was having a stroke.
Heaven Run, and I was losing oxygen.
Start doing Heaven Rond and Hell Rond because that's become our Heaven Rond, save us. It's now a meme for this channel if we could ever make it a thing. But that is a good clip.
That crazy woman who couldn't pronounce the word, every time she said a Tolkien word, she pronounced it differently. It was
like a slot machine. How can we pronounce it this time?
When they showed that picture,
Earendil had 4 different pronunciations.
Yeah,
but she called him Hellrond.
That was great.
Was she Greek, perchance?
Indian?
Probably not.
This was a regular.
Seemed like the average white woman.
Was this the atheist woman?
I thought this was standard American Karen.
It's one who had an Elrond
that one
cut-out board in the background.
This is the one with Elrond is a representation of queerness in Lord of the Rings. Remember that?
Could be. I don't remember.
That does not narrow it down.
So,
no. Is this Kristen Larson, the problematic perimeters of Elrond, half-elven, and
yeah, possibly.
Yeah.
I have to explain something about the conference I just went to.
Oh,
you sure you don't want to make a video with that?
Yeah, we can make a video about it sometime. But
did Lord Hellrond make an appearance?
I I did not go to this panel, but there was a panel about Narnia. And
Okay.
one of the presenters made a legitimate, seriously minded argument or comment that C.S. Lewis was Taylor Swift's intellectual equal.
Okay. That's a bold claim.
That's not even a bold claim. That's a retarded claim. Like, one of the
have
most
to be-
renowned philosophers in history is all of a sudden on the same intellectual par as Taylor Swift.
When you encounter that, you have to go all in and back Taylor Swift.
I would go in and be like, oh, so you think Balrogs have wings, don't you?
You see, the only way, like you have to like become like the biggest Swiftie there is and go all in. When they to point out their own absurdity, you have to make that like that thing. Wait, tone it down a bit, bro. And tone it down. How dare you talk about Taylor? You have to go so far over the edge. That's the only way to defeat that. You know.
How dare you insult Taylor Swift that way?
Yeah, let's compare this person who has works on philosophy and theology that are widely renowned and respected, has groundbreaking works in and trend-setting works and all that in fantasy, science fiction, historical fiction, and genre fiction. And let's just
all created by himself, mind you, all by himself. Yeah. He didn't have a team of people building stuff for him.
Well, he had the inklings to bounce stuff off, but apparently he was heartbroken that Tolkien hated Narnia.
Well, he didn't like the allegory, probably.
Well, it's all sorts of other things. But heartwarmingly enough, when Tolkien's granddaughter came to visit him and asked for something to read, he lent her his personal copy of Narnia and said, "Read this."
Tolkien said that, or C.S. Lewis?
Tolkien.
Oh. Well, I think he probably didn't like it for intellectual reasons, as opposed to like, "Hey, you're a kid, you're a child, you'd enjoy this."
That's exactly it. And
like,
and
I don't think
this idea that it destroyed their friendship is bullcrap as well.
What would have destroyed their friendship before that is the fact that he was angry that C.S. Lewis became Protestant, not Catholic. That did piss him off, which I find hilarious. But yeah, that would have done it well before. Oh, you made a children's book I didn't like. No way. I mean, The Hobbit, while being a literary masterpiece, is not that far off in terms of childlike understanding, because it's
just not full of allegory and well, Tolkien also called the mythology of it confused and lacking, essentially saying like the mythology you have created for this it's all messy.
He probably thought it was too copy paste from biblical stuff.
Well, not just biblical stuff, but like Greco-Roman mythology and stuff like that. But it was also like, your satyr is wrong.
Is that possible?
Satyr is not wrong.
Is satire even able to be wrong? Because it's satire by definition.
No, a satyr.
S-A-T-Y-R.
The fawn.
Oh, satyr. Yeah. Yeah, sorry. I was like, what? I thought you said satire. I was like, how could that even be wrong? But hey, that's the thing is like, if you say it's wrong, it's like, well, it's different because he's not taking that exact image and putting it in, which should be fine if you're making a fictional entity.
Yeah, but with the allegory.
Yes, but allegory, Jesus is not literally a lion, but he's the Lion of Judah, so to speak. But he's not literally a lion, so you don't say, well, you made him literally a lion. He's not actually a lion when it comes to allegory. Like, that seems kind of a silly thing to make an argument over, but okay. Anyway, let's see what this guy's questions are, because I'm eager to know if he can maintain his awesome 10 out of 10 score.
Okay, wonderful. And there was
not this guy, to point that out. Not this guy.
It's like he's not stereo wherever you go. You know,
this guy is literally the definition of milquetoast fence sitter and just yes man. That's what this guy is. He agrees with whoever makes whatever, no matter how garbage it is.
Is he
And-
the mediator?
Yes, he's the guy that all these producer people go to, and he's the guy who asks or basically directs the questions from the people watching to them.
Yeah, so that's his job.
It's his job. Yeah, well, but he makes comments like, "Oh, that was brilliant. That was absolutely wonderful."
Yeah,
he doesn't say it. He's like, "Thank you for that presentation. Here's the next question for you." That's all he has to do. But he's going like a step beyond that. He's like a bootlicker on steroids. So, yeah,
it's part of the job.
I don't think it's necessary for the job. Let's put it that way.
Also, his facial expressions are crazy.
Yeah, his facial expressions are all over the place.
With us right now to
I mean, to be fair, he's British, so he's already whack job. So,
take on the Q&A. Hello, Joel. Thank you very much for your.
I like how you said Joel, like Jorv. Hello, Jorv.
Thank you for joining us for prison, Joel.
It's like you were saying near the beginning. It feels so
In it. Sorry.
different to perhaps a Western taken interpretation of Lord of the Rings. If we think about,
You can almost always guarantee he will ask the wrong question too, because like he's looking for a thing like he can compare them, but he doesn't know how because there's nothing woke in it, so he doesn't know how to put it together at all. It's funny, especially like if you go back and watch the other ones. If you ever have a spare 50,000 hours to just like listen to stuff.
So he's talking about how it's different from a Western interpretation, but really, how different is it?
It's literally a Western interpretation compared to the rest of the world. So,
well, it's the only things that are strikingly different about it in terms of it being a Lord of the Rings piece of art is the Soviet commentary underneath that. So all the stuff about Sam and Frodo and Gandalf it's Lord of the Rings.
it's obvious, yeah.
But it's not that it's a non-Western interpretation. It is the person is interpreting Tolkien's yes, interpreting is interpreting Tolkien's text as Tolkien has written it. Like
they are attempting to manifest through imagery something that will not get caught by the censors, but also portrays something in addition to it about their situation.
So it may look kind of a bit weird.
I bet we are 10 times smarter than his actual audience that he presented that to.
I mean, to be fair, it doesn't take very much. Have you seen what they call freaking scholars these days?
Average IQ of the university student nowadays is 102. So,
I mean, I feel like that's a bit high. But
that's because the hard sciences are also part of it.
Yeah, there's people like myself and Sage and Orient who are there, and so they
but not enough to raise that average. Come on, let's be honest.
No, there are when you actually get there, there are. But
you have to look at very specific places. Yeah.
All of the people who are in the Mensa category, which is 140, have to get canceled out by enough people
in the 40s.
Below 100.
The 140s get canceled out by the 40s. That's how it happens.
So the average IQ is 100, and no matter what anybody says, if your IQ is 85 or less, you're not getting into university. Like that's just not.
Well, affirmative action. There's that.
No, like you just you won't be getting into university. But that means there are enough people from 85 to 100.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's put it this way. There are college students, verified college students on college campuses that were asked to name the name of a city, and they couldn't.
Okay, sorry, the name of a city?
Yeah,
any random
city in America, and they couldn't even name the one they were standing in.
Yeah, that's dumb.
That's levels of I got into college, but I don't know how.
That's
So
I
that's-
just that
that
I
doesn't
spent 3 months
necessarily-
smoking so much dope, my brain is dying.
That doesn't necessarily equate
blonde.
to low IQ, but very bad education.
There's that. Too.
Or
Too
maybe
much
they got
drugs.
panicked or something. I don't
You
know.
gotta at least know the city you're in.
Yeah.
No, but
So-
the thing is, they're not comprehending the question because their brain.
It's like going to Los Angeles and being like, "So where are you at right now? China?" Like,
That's
no.
you can find a clip of this. Remember that show, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? And the first question is always a really dumb question, so you can't get it wrong. And it's like, what is bigger, an apple, a cow, an elephant, or the moon? And the woman says, a cow. You know?
Like
So
I
the
have.
question was, what is bigger?
Just like,
Did I
he's like,
understand
are
that?
you sure?
Okay.
I'm not supposed to, but I'll give you another chance to think about that one. You know? And she lost in the first question because, you know.
I'd like to phone a friend on the first question.
Didn't even answer elephant. Wow.
Yeah.
Well, you
I mean,
see on
moon
the
is
screen, and then
way
there's-
Whether the question which is larger or which is smaller, she loses either way. So, but I mean, like for example, I don't have any idea what my IQ is. I know what my GPA is. That's about it. But like, I have no idea because I've never had to be compared to anything. So I don't.
I mean,
have
it changes over your lifetime as well.
probably.
it does.
I'd say when I hit
It's
25,
not a static
by
value.
the time I hit 25, I became smarter than I was before 25.
Usually what happens in university as well is by the time a person ends, their IQ has gone up by an average of like 5 points. That's average, right?
Mhm.
But
So-
then other things like constant distractions and stress and fatigue, etc., will show you give you a lower performance IQ, but that doesn't necessarily mean your IQ is lower. It just means
it's like trying to perform with a weary body during a marathon versus a good body.
But one of the biggest issues, it's not necessarily that the kids are incredibly stupid, although a lot of them are.
Most
it's that they come in with really bad educations.
Mhm.
Well, you can have
Because really, IQ is measured in how much do you know comparatively to your peers.
Well, the problem is that public
IQ
education is not how much
more
you
of a,
know.
Well,
It's memorize.
If you do an IQ test, then what is measured is how many answers did you answer correctly.
Yeah.
In
Well, that's what I'm saying.
comparison
It's a memorization game. It's not an intelligence game.
Well, no. The IQ,
How much do you remember from what we taught you prior?
Yeah, but memory is bound
that's
to
in a
intelligence.
testing scenario. Like the IQ testing
I'm saying
is presenting individuals with pattern recognition processes, because that's how you engage with the brain.
Well, can you be low in something like math, but really high in something like?
But that's why the tests are
They have
different.
Yeah, they have
things,
multiple
right?
different varieties.
Which means that
I mean, I did one way back when I was small, and
you still
yeah.
are. What are you talking about?
I'm probably
Let's
taller
get
than
to
you.
this dude's question. I'm curious.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Keep going. I'm sorry.
Let it derail us, Gadfly. By the
Damn
way,
you, Gadfly! Oh, you couldn't see me doing my fist. Damn you, Gadfly!
Hellron, curse you!
You know, some of the artists that like HarperCollins uses for their illustrations, what the Soviet nation has been able.
He literally did not catch the entire purpose of them doing their art the way they did their art. He missed that entire part of the presentation.
Yeah. Well, I didn't
that's
expect too
proving
much
that
from
we're
this guy, to be
all
honest.
smarter than everyone who watched our presentation.
Yeah. Let's see what the fellow says in response to this.
Yeah, I'm curious because I want him to keep his 10 out of 10 score. I don't want him to blow it in the last 10 minutes.
To be fair, it's really hard to answer a stupid question.
Well, you could answer like, I'm not sure what you mean exactly, because you don't.
To interpret and provide for their own readers. It almost, the word that seems to be on my tongue seems to be alien almost to what we're perhaps used to. So
we have to check our expectations at the door before we approach this stuff, because it's similar in a way to the kind of some of the literary translations. It does seem, on first impressions, it seems alien. It seems familiar because there are things that we can kind of get a hold of, but there is this element as well which we have to sort of take a moment to process. But once you get past that, what may seem like a barrier is when you can start to pick out those visual clues.
Yeah, most definitely. It was very illuminating as well as we went through. So thank you very much for providing such a fascinating.
Can I just ask you, Will, is my video working now? Can you actually see me, or can you only hear me?
Yes. Yeah, we can.
He may be a very intelligent person, but he's still a boomer.
See and hear you.
There's no escaping that, to be honest.
What?
There is no escaping that.
I mean,
once you are,
by
you
the
are
time,
forever
by the time I reach that age where I would be boomer status, I would not probably be that.
You can't.
No, they'd have a new term for it.
It's always going to be boomer for the next 100 years.
No, boomers are that generation.
I know it's that generation, but the term is used despite the generation to apply to someone. You behave like a boomer, and thus they call you, you're such a boomer. That's what it is.
But he might actually be.
It has more than a singular meaning. Gosh, guys, come on. You're such a boomer.
Straight into the questions.
Okay.
Okay, so question number 1.
He wasn't even asking the question.
What?
God.
Yeah, okay.
This guy's really good at his job. Let's just say that.
Would you say that the ambiguous, almost iconographic nature of some of these images can...
I like this is almost like they aren't. But he stated specifically that they are.
also be a counter-censorship measure, as it makes it difficult to tell too much about the contents of the text or what texts are most...
The entire purpose.
Did nobody freaking just watch the same presentation we just did?
Actually, maybe this explains why the questions of the others were also so disconnected.
Because somebody was on shrooms? Like, what the heck? Do we not just...
all these people have just listened to other presentations and suffered aneurysms, so that's why they...
That's a good point, yeah.
True. Probably not
this
wrong.
Was the...
They suffered the wrath of Elrond.
That's assuming they have the capacity to have an aneurysm, because that would imply that they have something there to have an aneurysm.
Or does this misunderstand the nature of the censorship entirely?
No, I don't think...
Somebody's trying to defend the commies right now. That's just messed up.
I love his response. No.
Just no. Next question. Just no.
He's pulling a Ron Swanson. I know more than you.
Look on his face.
I mean, to be fair, that's his face all the time. Yeah. It doesn't really change very much.
Misunderstanding that sort of, in a way, hits the nail on the head, particularly with Czerniawski. The key is he's kind of steeped in this visual scene where things have to be encrypted. So that he's one of a group of these artists. There's three guys who exhibit together in the 70s, and it's all about encrypting messages. You don't show too much. You conceal, like for instance, with these neutral expressions. If you show too much, this is when you attract attention, unwanted attention. So,
because smiling is religious, apparently. Yeah. I feel like I'm having like a flashback history lesson on the movie Equilibrium, and I love that movie, by the way.
To get your message across, you have to do it in a different way. So, for example, Czerniawski, he produced a number of illustrations for a circus, kind of a circus in Poland in the 70s, and he produced one which is a naked woman. She's got her back to the viewer, and she has her legs tied in a knot behind her neck. And you can actually see it as an example where there is a censor's note on this image saying, this is fine. Okay, and then he does another one which has got a tiger, a close-up of a tiger's face, snarling, and that's banned. Okay, because there's something there which has ticked a box in the censor's mind, and so that's been so yeah.
Maybe it has religious and like Hindi religions or something, because tigers and all that.
Maybe the censor just hated tigers.
Yeah,
I mean, there's that too. But I mean, they're in Russia. It's not like they run into them very often. Like, I don't know. That's just weird.
The question is hits the nail on the head. It's with Cerniowski, it's about concealment.
So when he says the question hits the nail on the head, he doesn't mean the question was a good question. He's saying part of the question was accurate before it derailed itself completely. Oh, I think I lost a couple brain cells just hearing that question originally.
Very much.
Say that again, Matt?
This guy deserved better.
He does. Honestly, I feel sorry for this guy. He should have gotten a reward for this.
Once you get used to what he uses, a lot of motifs which keep cropping up. There's sectioned heads, there's bird beaks, eyes. Obviously, as you've seen, once you start to get
it's eerily similar to a lot of like symbolism in like metal music, where they use symbolicism as like trying to feed you an emotion, but not always the correct way.
I just realized. So this guy is pretty smart, I think. Remember that horrible title you spent 5 minutes trying to read that we were laughing at?
Which one?
What if we include all those buzzwords for these wacko leftist lunatics, just so they would put his presentation on, so we could get on something?
Which one was the horrible one? Because they're all pretty horrible.
No, remember at the beginning you read this like giant run-on sentence with all these like buzzwords for the woke left. The title of his presentation. You remember?
Oh, you mean the hit?
So what if we stuck all those buzzwords in there, like alterity and whatever, just to get into the program, suckering these morons and thinking, I got a woke presentation, but then it hits them with a straight presentation, and they're trying and
right with you. I know what you're talking about, because what he's doing is he's using the big words to sound really smart, so they feel smart by reading it. But what he's really doing is bypassing the censors.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Let me read it to you. Let me read it to you real quick, Gadfly, so you understand. Because it was a word salad. Like, it was all these big fancy words that you see in philosophy and all that stuff, where like the professor's trying to sound very brilliant, so he says all the magnificent words. So it's alterity can be described as a state of being different or other. However, this rather simplistic definition belies the complex symbiosis of familiarity and otherness, capital O, which the term embodies. From a Tolkienian perspective, a form of east-west alterity is understood to have arisen from the geopolitical divide of the Cold War and its resulting influence on matters of translation. Because of the erroneous assumption of the Soviet bloc censor that The Lord of the Rings constituted a veiled allegory of totalitarian East versus democratic West perspective, Eastern European Tolkien translators were impelled to create abridged or hybridized versions of the trilogy, works which today may appear at once familiar and yet alien to the Western reader. And then it goes into more of it. But
so somebody put his synopsis as his title. Is what happened there.
I think what they did is that because it's an actual paper, so they just took his part of his paper, because he's basically reading off of his script or whatever. I think what they did is they took that part of his transcript and just made it the actual description of the actual video.
Yeah, but
I think he did that with all those buzzwords and whatever to trigger these woke people and say he's one of us, so they put him on.
So here's the thing about a lot of those buzzwords.
Good.
A lot of the buzzwords have actual meanings and actual implications behind them, that when you get into the realms of academia, you have people who throw them around, and then you have people who use them appropriately.
Well, yeah, we agree. What I'm saying
like
is,
similes.
these woke people use these words like in that that giant run-on sentence.
They use them like candy.
Yeah,
they just
and he knew that, so he got around the censors. Like he because he wanted to present to the Tolkien Society. And if he had just said, "I'm talking about how evil communism," how and blah blah blah, they never would have put him on.
Basically, yeah, because how dare you be able to? Notice he didn't say communist Russia. He says the Soviet bloc, because he's just saying the area, the geographical sphere.
I think it's more a case of the idiots not knowing what the words actually mean and thinking he's
because they think Balrogs have wings. It's just I can't even. Anyway, I think he just kind of pulled a fast one because it's like Matt was saying that triggered my brain into thinking like, oh wow, he's literally avoiding the censors. He's doing what his whole talk is about for the Soviet bloc. He's practically calling the Tolkien Society the Soviet bloc. It's hilarious, the comparisons of these things. And he does it fantastically, actually. Because I wouldn't have thought of it otherwise.
Get your eye in, and you can start to kind of understand the iconography.
Yeah, it's extraordinary just what he was able to create.
He's acting like he knows exactly what he's talking about. He doesn't have a clue. He's like, it's extraordinary. That's a word.
As well. Thank you very much. Okay.
And he sidestepped that quick.
Next question. Can the apple on Frodo's head also...
This is in reference to another image from earlier where there's the Polish illustration for, I think it was Fellowship of the Ring, had a picture of Frodo with no emotion on his face, but he had this little ball thing on his head. It's
apparently an apple.
It's apparently an apple. I have no idea how it was an apple, because an apple would be seen as the Adam and Eve apple and thus religious. So I don't know how that passed censorship. I don't understand the freaking markings, but whatever.
Well, if it's on the head, it's William Tell.
That's what the other one, they showed a picture. That's where Matt's like, it's William Tell. And we're like, not familiar with that, but okay.
To relate to the Garden of Eden, in that it addresses Frodo.
Literally, what I just said.
His temptation to use the ring.
That's a good point. Yeah, that's an interesting. The apple symbolism has multiple facets. Anyway, there's so many things we can interpret.
That's why I was saying it's weird that using it as an apple, in which they would know it was an apple, and you have the William Tell story, which I don't think has any religious connotations to it. But then you also have the apple being like, well, it's an apple, and Adam and Eve had an apple, and Adam and Eve's religious story, and therefore religion. And those censors you thought would block it. So it's like, if something has multiple facets, how did the censors deal with it? That to me would be more of an interesting question than
one. The fruit being an apple is.
It literally just looks like a ball. That's all it looks like.
Well, oftentimes earlier
maybe
on,
it doesn't look like
as
an apple, so it gets past it.
Right? It only became an apple as art, Christian art became more. Western European.
The original term would have been more like a fig or something, but that has like a multiple open-ended thing. It wasn't actually an apple in the story. It's just throughout history, traditions and stuff, they translated it to an apple.
In the text, it's just fruit, right?
Yes.
So in religious
it's implied it's a fig because of what they typically would eat and what they would be familiar with as a fruit.
No, in religious art, it literally is incredibly varied early on as to what it is, and it only becomes homogenized as an apple much later on in northwestern Europe.
It's like a translation to make people understand from their area what they would be able to connect to something.
Yeah. But if you want to be more accurate as to what the earliest renditions are, it would be pomegranate.
I think. Yeah.
Any connection there to Hades and Aphrodite?
Well, yeah, it's a pomegranate. But yeah, you
Hades and Aphrodite's. Yeah, that's a pomegranate.
You do often see a lot of these symbolisms popping up in different mythological and religious schools, but that doesn't necessarily actually mean that the one influenced the other or the vice versa. Right? It just means that there was something that was
something special about pomegranates.
Yeah, well, they're very tasty, delicious fruits, and
I don't know.
Also pain in the ass to eat.
Sounds about right.
example, we could obviously I mentioned the William Tell, but there's the idea of the apple with Christ being a kind of a symbol of how he's going to kind of be redeemed through his suffering. The apple it often is seen in medieval art in that context. So there's layers. It's possible to.
So the fruit on the tree was actually an onion. It's got layers.
Yeah, that's true.
But this is what's so nice about it. So it's ambiguous. You can project.
And it can have the shape of a pomegranate. So it could have been the serpent could have tricked them into thinking it was a pomegranate, but it was actually an onion. And she's like, "Wow, this tastes great!" Not knowing what it was, and then she starts crying.
So a raw onion? No, they probably became sinful creatures because they.
I mean, they just ate
the
a
wrong
onion raw. It was a sin. It was a sin against God to eat it like that.
All they needed to do was brush their teeth.
Well, they were crying too much to be able to do that. They realized what they had done and just started crying because of the.
You can.
I kind of want to make a Life of Brian and skit like that. That's great. Wow. I need to talk to Lutheran Satire about that. Wow, that's good.
Project certain ideas on these images. But there is established iconography of the apple with what you just said, and with the idea of free sort of redemption from sin through Christ's suffering to come. Yeah, so that's a possibility, definitely.
Yeah. Oh,
I'm surprised he said anything about religion and did not get instantly banned.
definitely. Thank you.
Huh?
This is his last ever presentation. I mean, he'll be told afterwards, you know.
Like you have been disowned and banned from everything. Yeah. He's kicked
Well,
out of.
He didn't say he was endorsing the Christian belief.
It doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter. These days, you say anything like that, it's instant. You're gone. It's really dumb.
You know, you'd be surprised if you can.
If you're lucky enough to be in an area that is not affected by that, sure. But I'm pretty sure
if you can manipulate the religious idea to conform to the ideologies of the masses, then you're fine.
Oh, you mean like he said Christ, which means Jesus, who was clearly and obviously a socialist. You know, that kind of thing?
Yeah.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Hey. Anyway.
Okay.
He did give away bread for free, right? So
He what?
he did give away bread for free, right? Or was that fish?
Yeah. Well. I mean, like that could say that he was a Roman Kaiser. You know.
I mean,
True.
him giving away food means he's a very generous person.
He gave away free bread and
It's for free, so it's communism.
Right? Bread and circuses.
That's not how communism works.
No, but that's how you logic it.
Bread, fish, and circuses. That'd be a great title of a book. How Jesus was definitely not a socialist. Anyway.
Thank you for the fascinating presentation, Joel.
Yeah.
Could you make?
He's such a suck up.
He's reading a person's comment. So the person's comment started off with "Thanks for the fascinating presentation." You get that all the time
on the isometric.
Okay, I'll give you that.
Every single person who
Isometric.
comes up and asks a question in a conference says, "Oh, thanks for the awesome papers."
Because they don't want to get
Here's how it sucks.
I wonder where this is going.
Of the last illustrations. And whilst in a modern setting, this harks back to a pre-perspective illustration world.
The modern setting is literally irrelevant because it's modern, and the series is not necessarily based on a modern time.
Well, it's better to have a timeless setting than a modern setting.
Yeah.
Don't tell the woke people these days, like they don't believe that. It has to be modern right this instant.
No, they also like it to be timeless, provided the timelessness is in favor of their stuff.
As long as the timeless is modern.
I don't know if the question is actually going to mean anything, but by the buzzwords I'm hearing, this is like one of those heavy art questions about the different types and eras of art.
I heard isometric, which
Well, let's
I'm
find
not
out.
sure how you incorporate in this, but who knows?
Which makes them feel modern and yet medieval. Similarly, the use of tiles reminding of pre-perspective art.
I think he's referencing how the Russian, Polish, and it was actually no, it was the last one was Ukrainian. The Ukrainian guy used the tiles, so like the industrial bathroom kind of a thing, where it has a modern application, but also sets in the setting. I think that's what he's referring to. So it's not necessarily a stupid question, but I think he's trying to compare like how he mixed modern with the fantasy element, put them together to be like, hey, this is kind of like where we live now, and you got the evil guy oppressing us little guys, that kind of a thing. That's what I'm guessing that the question is, because the question does not, like, in its full context, does not sound completely stupid. So I'm assuming definitely he's trying to go for it.
Yes, there is a possibility. I can see where you're coming through with that. There's obviously, with a lot of medieval art, perspective is, at a certain point, it didn't exist. I mean, it did exist, but it was kind of put aside. And so there's a certain flattening of perspective, which you do see in Ukamov's, because he has got a very strong medieval sensibility. But I think the tiles, I think it's more of a contemporary image from us. Personally, I believe it's more of a contemporary iconography he's tapping into there. But I can see there is a certain flattening of the perspective which you would get with the medieval picture. But I think also he may be sublimating something here with these tiles as well, because he's a guy who I think burned the candle at both ends. He had issues, I think, possibly sort of psychological issues. So maybe something is coming out there, which is.
I mean, could you possibly live through the Soviet bloc and not have mental issues?
Yes.
Can you, though?
If you're on top.
Well, he just said it was possible. He didn't say it was likely.
But you would be coming out of the Soviet bloc if you were on top. You'd probably be getting knocked up.
Well, maybe if you die naturally and someone follows up.
You live in remote enough of a region where people don't. That's
also an option.
Or you just die when you're like 2 days old.
I don't know. I feel like they'd go around and still kill you anyway. But I just like the fact that he's actually getting some halfway decent questions. Not every single one, but he's getting some halfway decent questions that are related to the topic, and he's answering them related to the topic and the questions.
Mm-hmm.
Unlike literally every other thing, where all the other ones have been literally like the question doesn't necessarily match what the
this
video.
guy's presentation is setting us up for like fail, because everyone after this is going to be judged against this guy.
Well, everything before this has already been judged by this guy, but I'm saying like I'm terrified in the last like 3 minutes, like literally 2 minutes 58 seconds. He's gonna say something. I'm like, no, he ruined it.
He's gonna
like,
put on a blue wig and start cheering. Go Obama.
Yeah, something like I don't know, freaking. Yeah, let's just get through it.
These are kind of settings which he may be familiar with. But again, this is something we don't necessarily know for sure, but we can kind of project onto these images.
I am here to tell you today that.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, so
it's getting worse.
The idea of those tiles being like sterile, clinical type thing, and associating them with the asylums.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can associate them with the asylums, but you can also associate them with a lot of other things, which is what he had brought up in his talk, right? Like, and it's more so the clinical, sterile environment that is the important thing, not the institutions, the crazy house part. That is the important bit in the contextual message he's presenting about the Soviet Union in that art.
Yeah, certainly. And
I think we have one last question.
what that idea of projection is something that you really seem to be emphasizing as well.
These are machines of meaning. Well, sorry, these images are machines of meaning. They keep reinventing themselves. They keep recreating themselves. Every new viewer looks on these in a different way. We bring our own sort of unique visual literacy, our discursive precedents. We look at these things, and they reinvent themselves all the time.
Most certainly. I couldn't agree more. Okay, so we've got our final question.
Reinvent themselves. They keep recreating themselves.
I don't know what
every new viewer looks on these in a different way. We bring our own sort of unique visual literacy, our discursive precedents. We look at these things, and
heresy is the question. Fire is the answer. Sorry, Archcast has had a bad influence on me.
They reinvent themselves all the time.
Most certainly. I couldn't agree more.
He has no idea what he just said.
Could be.
Okay, so we've got our final question, and
is that 3 or 4? Is it gonna be 4?
Well, he also did a sneaky question in the beginning. That wasn't an actual question.
Just something, yeah. I don't know. We'll see.
So maybe 4.
Then, unfortunately, we will have to say adieu. So, final question.
He's not sorry at all. It's like there was nothing broken. Discuss. Dang it.
Do the difference in iconography also extend to a difference in focus on scenes? So, seldom seen depictions on the barrow whites, for instance.
Do the iconography relate to types of scenes? Do you mean was that? So theoretically, in Ukumov's work, yes, because with his in a way, this follows a kind of trajectory of Tolkien's writing. The scenes in the Shire of the Hobbits, etc., are kind of couched in a sort of Victorian illustration style, almost like a kind of Dickensian look. Okay, and as he moves the narrative, the visual narrative, away from the Shire, we start to get more of the sort of medieval and even becoming to this kind of biblical Byzantine style. And then these tiled settings, these strange clinical settings, are kind of reserved primarily for Sauron and for the orcs and for the Balrogs and these kind of things. So there is a sort of delineation of iconography depending on the kind of scene that we're seeing, and he has a different set of iconography, very biblical when he's sort of relating to Galadriel and this kind of thing, and sort of the, let's say, the Byzantine feel. Same with Gondor as well. But and then when he comes back again at the end, back to the scouring of the Shire, etc., then he brings it back down to this kind of Victorian, but then coming into the 20th century, we're looking almost like sort of early 20th century. So yeah, there's a definite places the iconography to different sections of the narrative, definitely. In some ways, kind of responding to the way Tolkien does it. He has described. Ukemov described the journey as a sort of Pickwick Papers journey, which I think is obviously tapping into something which has been spoken about before.
We do not deserve that guy, and they definitely don't deserve that guy. Oh my gosh, that was great.
He was saying, and it's very interesting that, like, how in the original, how in say the Western Lord of the Rings, the images correspond to what Tolkien wrote, the picture of the Shire or whatever, right? He's saying that these drawings to be censorship, correspond in the book to where the book was censored. In other words, the reflection of the censorship in a way too. So they're pointing out the censorship by giving you a drawing that says censorship is bad and points out. You know what I'm saying? Is like, that was a pretty little, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised he managed to get through all that, and then when he started adding all the religious stuff at the very end, I was just like, wow.
We're out of time. Cut it out of time. No more time. Silence.
Cut it.
Sorry, Tom. Tom was saying, your name Tom. Sorry, the satellite feed is gone.
He doesn't sound like an atheist. Quick, get rid of him. But yeah, I mean, there's been some Gadfly. Like seriously, if you have time to kill, which I know you don't have a whole lot of, but if you ever like in transit between someplace and you want to like have a migraine, just watch our videos on like all this other stuff. It will blow your mind. How crazy!
I mean, that sounds like a good reason to not do it. To be honest.
Shut up, Spade.
Did you guys see that?
With you when we do it.
Did you guys see that the title of the one paper
The
that
one.
was being presented at the conference that I sent you?
Oh, the Theoden one?
Yeah.
Yeah. I've seen that.
I gotta find it again. When did that post?
Thursday. Last Thursday.
What was the
a
date?
week ago.
You know what's funny?
Oh, here Theoden fell, Thengling mighty, gazing queerly upon the warrior body in Tolkien's Lord of the Rings. That's just freaking weird.
So
Yeah, damn.
Gadfly didn't know this, but I told them. I showed them. I read Christopher Humphrey's authorized biography of Tolkien, right? Finally, and Tolkien himself, when he went into academia, encountered like I'm not going to say woke people, but like there was a divide between in his philology between and I know I'm getting this wrong, but between like people who were into like literature versus people who were into like classical stuff, you know, and Tolkien obviously came down the side of the mythology and all that sort of language study and all that, like classical languages versus literature or language or something like that. I don't remember exactly. And the way Humphrey and Tolkien described the people in that group, that literature group, were a lot of ways like they were their version of woke. You know, like.
Yeah.
You know, like they were interpreting history instead of reading it. You know,
that's the group of people who criticized Lord of the Rings as mere escapism, and then Tolkien goes on to say how they are conflating the two forms of escapism together under the umbrella of the escapism of the coward. Yeah. But it's these literati, the people who sort of worship this sort of dour, bitter view of the world presented in books and shun the idea of, or like their whole point of existence is to counteract, contradict, and devalue history and stuff from the past, right?
Yeah.
Which is exactly the current scenario.
Yeah. Well, I guess that destructive deconstruction, like anytime you get a modern movement in, it's gonna have elements of that, you know. Obviously, the woke communism stuff is the worst of any we've encountered, you know. But I guess in any era, you're gonna have a group of academics who, you know, just challenge the stuff that exists, just because that, like, well, you always want to challenge what exists, right? Don't get me wrong, right?
Yeah.
Like in physics, Sage. Even though we know most of the string theories are like cockamamie nonsense, the way they, but these guys go out there with like saying, "Oh, my version of 17 string theory must be correct," or whatever. You know, like they copy evangelicals for it. Like you want
they
to
don't
challenge,
have anything to test it with. So.
Yeah, but you don't want to become a cult that destroys what is challenged.
Yeah, well, it's the balance system, right? Like, the traditionalism versus progressivism, right? Like, both have value, but in isolation, complete isolation from the other one, you end up with a problem, right? And so the good academic is the one who puts himself in the middle and is cognizant of all the stuff going on either side and all the ideas formulating there, but picks the ideas and tests them and examines them, right? And using biblical scripture, in one of the letters to James, the idea is, you know, test all things and cast away those that are bad, but keep those that are good. And that's the whole point of what academia is supposed to be about. It's supposed to be about a continual discussion of all these ideas and testing them and examining them. And if an idea is considered to be so important that it should never be tested, then you know full well that that idea should be cast aside. Because if it can't be tested, then that means there's massive flaws with it.
Well, also, if you can't defend your argument because somebody comes at it and says, like, here's my argument, you're like, well, what about? You're like, no, you're not allowed to question it. It should probably be tossed because they're not willing to defend it, which means it doesn't have any basis or anything.
Well,
that's
the
what
other thing is they have to be defended appropriately, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like one of the biggest issues right now is nobody in academia really understands the logical fallacies anymore. I mean, that's an exaggeration. Some people do, but
it's true though.
They don't understand, or they when they do their papers to set up their point, they deliberately straw man an argument or steel man their own, or they use the Mott and Bailey. Those are the three most popular methods, but there's also the transitory properties where you equate two things with each other and then say that they're the same, right? When clearly there are two things that are similar, but you debate and discuss them, like we were doing with the wings earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
I mean, shadows, right?
Well, I mean,
the shadow wings.
The Mott and Bailey is the most insidious one, though, I find, because the way it works, it's very easy for particularly unformed minds to fall for it. Because so the Mott and Bailey is you present one argument that is, or one scenario that is really, really hard to defend, but then you present a second one that is really easy to defend, that is connected to the first one. You defend that one that's easy to defend, and then say by doing so you have defended the first one.
It's a switcheroo, bait and switch.
And so it's very easy, but because the ideas are connected.
I think the best example of that is abortion, and then specifically going for what about if it's rape?
Yeah.
They try to pick. If you pick an extreme position that anybody would be insane to disagree with, and say, "Well, that's my entire argument," when it's actually
that's the path. Like creeping chaos, I guess, to quote a Lovecraft, creeping chaos, calling chaos. Like they'll say, "Well, okay, we'll agree. We have some restriction on abortion, but what about if rape? Well, we'll put that in there. Then what about if this? And what about get you to the edge of the cliff? Then let's just do it all 9 months, and this.
Well, if it's okay in this situation, why not in all of these situations?
And it applies to any of their ideas. Like, okay, we have some legitimate people struggling with gender dysphoria, trans people, right? Well, let's make these operations possible for those couple of people. Well, this guy's suffering something similar, so let's let them have it, and then eventually we're trying to get.
That's what we're putting into.
It's like
so the criticism of the slippery slope fallacy, right?
Mm-hmm.
The way the slippery slope is used, let's start off with the way the slippery slope is abused, right? So the slippery slope, when it's used incorrectly, a person says, so if your argument for situation A is this, is argument one, what about situation Z?
Yeah.
Whereas the way the slippery slope fallacies should work, pardon me, is you say, okay, so you're making situation A with argument one. Mm-hmm. Does argument one also apply to situation B? If it applies to situation B, does it apply to situation C? And if you can do that, then the point of that experiment is to say that argument one in and of its own is not sufficient enough to prove or approve situation A. You need to expand argument 1. And most people just ignore that sort of aspect of it.
Well, Nietzsche had a sort of a parable, I guess, that I'll put it as this. I'll paraphrase slightly. He went, an evil deed is like a boil. It's big and loud. It proclaims, "Here I am, witness me in all my horrors." But a bad idea is like a tiny little fungi, and you don't necessarily notice it. But eventually, you're covered entirely in fungus. And that's our warning, right? But these leftists and loonies saw that as a game plan, said they're not going to notice all the little fungi. Let's distract them with a boil and keep putting a little fungi
I don't even
in.
think it's not necessarily that we won't notice. It's that so many people, namely normies, say, "Oh, it doesn't matter," and they keep letting it creep in, and then it keeps creeping in. And
Well, that's the same thing.
Yeah, but they say that because it's a small thing at first.
It seems so small, and they don't want to step out.
The argument that is made, or that they are making or presented, is presented as a reasonable, logical argument, but it's such a simple-minded, shallow argument that it can then be extrapolated onto all sorts of other things, right?
Yeah.
So it's
how people lose their hobbies and stuff through gatekeeping, like Warhammer's going through that right now, and everything is, and that's actually ironically what I wanted to do a video with you today, but that worked out. But I wanted to go over a video that Archcast did, and it's specifically about like anti-fans, fans, tourists, all that kind of stuff. So maybe we can do that one another time. But the point being is that essentially that's how gatekeeping got run over, because people kept conflating the two types of gatekeeping as the same type. One is saying, no, you can't come in here. This is our hobby. Stay out, which is not the real definition of gatekeeping. It's the straw man definition of gatekeeping. And then there's the gatekeeping, which is basically, welcome to the hobby. You can't change the hobby.
Yeah. Welcome to the hobby. These are the rules.
Mm-hmm. And we're not going to change them just because you want them to be changed. That kind of a thing.
Well, that with Games Workshop, same thing what happened with TSR. A bunch of woke leftists bought it and convinced some big financiers that our way is the best way. And now Games Workshop is finally going full the way, full.
There have always been female space marines, yes.
Well, there's rumors that the reason they're doing that is because of Amazon. Which
no, they were going to do it anyway.
Well, they were going to do it anyway, but maybe they have done it sooner because of Amazon.
One of the Black Library authors,
I think they wanted to get their foot in the door in the video world, the film world, before they did anything drastic, because they've been dying to get a film out.
Yeah. Amazon is screwed because they know if Cavill abandoned this project.
Well, they're saying that by contract he cannot leave.
He can sabotage it by just saying, doing the, what's the director's thing when they take the name off so it's a generic name, like.
But he's starring in it. He can't just not be in it.
No, he can be in it, but he can basically say, "Don't put my name in it. I'm gonna put John Smith."
But his likeness is there. That's the problem.
When he does that, and he goes to publicize and says, "Well, I was in this thing, but I'm not going to watch it." It's just a paycheck. It's not worth it. He can basically tell his fan base not to watch it without breaching his contract, and it won't go anywhere.
They probably have all sorts of like non-disparaging clauses and stuff in it. But so for me, the thing
to see him
it would be the silence, right? The silence or his appearance in as minimal a number of promotion things for as small amount of time.
Or something when somebody asks him, because he's notorious for his interviews and he always says good things about the fans and all that type of stuff. He's the definition of a toxic masculine white man. But like if he goes up and they ask him, "So what'd you think?" He'd say, "I have no comment." If he does that, ooh. Or everybody and their grandmother knows he's a man.
I had a lot of fun making this. Right, like he can say a lot of positive things without saying anything good about the actual product.
Or even better, he's like, "I love 40K Warhammer 40K," and it just like keeps pointing at the hobby, but completely ignoring the TV show.
Yeah, but yeah. So
we all know he would not have fun making it.
In terms of Games Workshop, going down the road of Wizards of the Coast, they have been for a long time. A number of the Black Library authors are very, very proud about inserting stuff into the text, and it's like, do you not? Of course, they don't understand the actual world, because like,
or do they care?
Overtly sexual stuff is like Slanesh, right? Like,
exactly. Yeah.
Well, it's also like they're so eager to get women in to be the baddies, and I'm like, what? Why would you want that? But I'm also like, sure, let them have their trans women, trans men, let them have their females. Just put.
They already have those.
No. I know, but I'm saying, like, in order to satiate Amazon, it's like, oh, we had the actors there. They just had helmets on. You couldn't tell if they were women, or they couldn't tell they were trans. You couldn't tell whatever. They're not allowed to speak because they're not the characters that are supposed to talk. And then you just
that defeats the purpose. Ironically,
that's the point.
I mean, ironically, it's hilarious. Like, if they presented a scenario where you couldn't tell the difference between a man and a trans man, that would be problematic to them.
But the whole point is to make it, then get out of the contract before they realize it, and then they can't.
Yeah, but they would never allow that, right? Because you have to notice that the trans man is trans, but you're not allowed to mention that you notice it.
Then you make up a fake image or like an icon for the series specifically for this. It's not actually in the lore, but it's actually a thing. It says this means they're trans. Wink, wink, and then just be like, "Hey, that one's clearly the trans one," but it's not. Like, in reality, it's not. But you're bypassing it and saying, "Well, we need the helmet on for the specific case of lore."
You're not allowed to call it out, though. You're not allowed to point out that the person's trans. You just have to know that they are, but also don't acknowledge that they are.
Yeah, that's why you like put on like
that's calling it out. That's drawing attention to it.
Well, yes, but it's the same issue.
They want the whole like what they do with all the WB superhero shows. Like when they have trans characters, they have to talk about it all the time. They have to make a trans is the whole world. They'll be discriminated because of
Is that the character in Supergirl?
Yeah, they
the dreamy person. I don't know.
The one who was not human to begin with, but somehow she could identify with the human struggle.
Well, it's the same issue with like Hogwarts Legacy, right? So they have the trans bartender. Well, how do you make a trans bartender in a video game? Well, you have a female body, but you have a male voice. That's the only way, because otherwise it's just a female body and a female voice.
Trans naturally is part of their thing, right?
Well, it's like
that, or you have the character constantly talk about it.
Yeah, well, that's what happens.
Ironically, in Hogwarts, never mentions it. It's literally just a woman with a dude voice. That's literally it.
Mentioned, I think, 2 times in.
I don't remember it in my 40-hour playthrough or whatever. So I mean, it's a weird thing because like if you're like, okay, the trans community needs to be represented, so you like, okay, it's a woman with a woman voice. So like, but that's not trans representation. I'm like, but it's supposed to.
That's ratio. Because
it's trans people typically want to be represented as what they're trying to become. So if it's a dude wanting to be a woman, he wants to be presented as a woman and wants to be presenting to others as a woman. So you have to have a female voice
that is
with a female body.
Also insulting those that can never pass. So.
Well, yeah, but they're deluded enough to know, like, to believe.
Yeah, but those are also the people who are most aggressive.
Yes, but how do you show those people while also showing these people? Because these people are trans who want to present, and these are people who can't present but want to. And it's like, well, you can't show both because then it by nature.
Well, that's the next.
That's why you have to make a choice.
Now they're trying to trans.
Probably usually safer to go for the more aggressive person's opinion.
Well, if you go in Nexus Mods and you make a mod that makes that bartender,
then you get banned.
But yes, but the thing is, you say, but I'm trying to make this trans person more presenting as they would want to, so we can have true trans representation in this, they're still going to ban you because woke on woke just eats themselves. It's the silliest concept, and why you'd even bother trying to appease them, I don't know, because it's never going to end well. It's the same thing as like apologizing to, the people who are trying to put all this stuff into it when they don't even buy the game. Like all these people calling on people, don't buy Hogwarts Legacy. They're the same people who are never going to buy it to begin with.
To be fair, Hogwarts Legacy might be the one exception where they could potentially be interested, because
they were like publicly being like upset because of the representation, because they're not going far enough, or this or that or the other, whatever the case might be. They did not want.
The problem is that it's really complicated, because Harry Potter is very popular in leftist circles.
Well, not anymore.
But then you have J.K. Rowling.
No, J.K. Rowling is why it's not anymore.
No, it's still popular, but they just don't want to admit that J.K. Rowling is involved in it. So they sort of try to push her out of it while keeping the books themselves. Of course, that will never work.
Well, the thing is like people are like, I'm going to buy your book to burn it. Just like crying.
They still are fans of the setting, the books, etc. So Hogwarts Legacy interpretation. They are now in the dilemma of, okay, I like Harry Potter, I want the game, but also J.K. Rowling. But then J.K. Rowling is not involved in the actual making of the game, so that gives them an out. But then there's the boycott, so it's complicated.
What's crazy is Rowling is a leftist in all but one thing.
Yeah, exactly. But that one thing, not having the correct opinion there, is enough.
Well, I'd say two things, because she's big on the whole leave kids alone thing. So I'd say two issues.
Well, I'm saying that's the same thing now. But I'm saying originally it was just...
Well, no. She's very firm in saying women are women and men are men. That's one issue. But then she's like, don't bring kids into the political discussion, period. Which is completely... Like, it could involve trans. It could involve...
Her position was women are women, men are men. But most of what her positions on like trans people doing stuff was consent, like stuff that didn't affect women's sports or whatever, like accommodations in public bathrooms or whatever. She was pretty leftist on most of that stuff, except women's sports and women's safe spaces had she didn't want trans women in there, and then and then of course then the whole thing with trans
matter of pair equation.
Yeah. Then the whole thing with the trans and kids happened, and that's when the left started to fall apart, basically.
Yeah.
But the other thing is she didn't really have any issue with the trans women's involvement in women's spaces until we got to this point where
women are being replaced by not women.
Well, trans women were considered trans women even if they didn't go through with any sort of medical stuff, right? That's when she started getting...
No. The thing with sports is the medical stuff will not make them... Like, there's no amount of medication you can give a man to trans to a woman that he'll always have a superior male biological sports advantage. There's nothing...
but she was
there is one way.
She was at least sympathetic towards them.
Early enough, but that of course comes into the other issue where you don't mess with children. Right?
Well, the other aspect is that when women start getting hurt because of the trans people, like a trans fighter and a woman fighter, the trans fighter is going to absolutely beat the snot out of her because of basic biology. But then there's also things like whether it be soccer, rugby, a whole bunch of other areas where women can be harmed, not because of...
But so the point being, she didn't really have any issues when trans women were...
She still says she doesn't have any issues with trans people themselves.
Yeah, no,
it's just that the extreme version is
with trans women who really go out of their way to present as women and go through the whole rigmarole of the operations, etc. She didn't really have particular issues with that. But it's when you get these, grody, bearded dress-wearing men who go around saying they are women. That's when those goblins started appearing.
Well, and I think she also has some beef with one who doesn't really look like that, but is really aggressive about
that was
it.
India Willoughby or something like that.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
I have no idea. I see it pop up on Twitter from time to time, but I'm just like, I can agree with her on a specific issue, but I don't agree with her on most. But
hey, I'm just happy the left is finally eating itself alive with inconsistencies.
It's been doing that for forever.
No,
it's just, there's just too much to eat.
On this scale, though.
Well, there's too much to eat.
And there's too much.
There's more stupid people alive than there are smart people.
There's
take a long time.
Still too much growth of that ideology. There's always more people coming into it than are getting
that's because they have that whole.
Well, it's the virtue signaling, yeah.
No, and also because of the education capture.
Yeah, the Marxists have taken over the education line.
Well, I wouldn't say it's them taking over as much as the non-leftists absconding from all those areas. They're like, oh, entertainment. Well, yes, but what I'm saying is if they had stayed and fought, they probably could have maintained it. They just didn't. Because a lot of the people, like the religious people, the religious right, or the right in general, it was like, oh, we don't need entertainment. We don't need culture.
No. That's secondary. We're talking schools basically here.
I know, but I'm saying they're saying these kind of things that are what eventually lead to culture building are not important. Only voting is important. But they never vote in a way that would build up. Like they don't put right-wing people into left-wing spaces and take over that way. That's not what they do.
Yeah,
well, that's impossible. They get kicked out immediately.
In terms of the education,
this is just Marcuse's repressive tolerance doctrine.
In terms of the education thing, it's the average psychology of the conservative-minded person is not geared towards being an educator. It's just not geared towards being interested in that type of stuff.
Right, Gadfly?
Whereas the sort of left-leaning mindset is, and so as time went by,
I don't know that I agree with that.
You lost.
I mean, it's more
people
distribution
in education being replaced by, right, and so it became a flip, right, because it used to be something of prestige.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and prestige is one of those things that motivates the conservative-minded individual. It's one of the reasons why degrees are looked down on a lot now, is because the quality of the education has plummeted because it's less challenging, less difficult, so it's less prestigious. So people like it's less.
There's too many slapbacks. Like if you try to correct a school, and I say this as a person who had worked in a school at a time, you go into the school, you can't correct the kids. You can't push them towards true education because heaven forbid.
That's we're at a part where looking back, like I'm looking back like all the way back through to the 50s, even when this sort of started. Yeah. This swing sort of started happening.
Well, that's the whole critical theory. When the commies realized that the economic class warfare wasn't going to work in the U.S. and the West, they came up with critical theory and decided to use racial and ethnic differences to be the wedge issue to push their crap in. And
yeah, but mostly it's the fact that they had the issue that the schools were geared towards replicating the values that are opposed to their view. So that
was the next step. They had to take over local politics and local schools and state politics.
But they were able to, because the
psychology
of the groups kind of
it's
the balance was like that.
It's the repressive tolerance mixed with the gatekeeping ideology, where basically the way they took over and pushed these people out was they worked in the culture and wheedled themselves in there, got into positions of power, and then bumped people out So the areas were controlled by them, and then they got into the education system, and the education system put out people and produced people.
Well, no, they got into education and government first. Way
A great example of
I'm
how
saying to put in there, they got in it through a cultural aspect, even way back in the day. Because the culture is what gears the people into these areas, but the people in the areas were all like, well, it doesn't matter if they have a difference of opinion. I'm tolerant. And that's the problem, is tolerance killed everything. Because you're not supposed to be tolerant towards things that are harmful. You're supposed to be tolerant towards things that are not harmful. But things that are harmful, like the ideology that they are bringing to the table, which is verifiably harmful, is bringing that in and destroying everything. But they played the I'm tolerant person, which is what the
well, no, that's not entirely true. They also it's not just that the defender is at fault here for being too tolerant. The infiltrators, let's call them, did try as best as they could to make themselves look reasonable.
Yeah, they were deceptive.
Usually through as previously.
But you should be able to sniff it a mile away when things start changing, and that's where you say, "Okay, no."
Yeah, but see,
but by that point,
it's only start changing after it's already too late to stop the change.
Well, that's why you notice changes. That's the whole reason.
No, see,
should stop it at the beginning.
The changes only happen once they know we have enough people in here to dominate.
Yeah.
More than half needs to be converted before you can successfully do this.
Well, then you withdraw, let it completely collapse, and rebuild.
Yeah, you withdraw, and that's how you get full control of the
enemy. No. I'm saying like in Games Workshop, or BattleTech or whatever, you, as the people who are making the good quality content that everybody wants to buy, you withdraw from.
Yeah, but that doesn't work in education because it's a public school system.
Well,
you can make a private school system and then just lower the price.
Well, one, it doesn't have that much money as the government has. Two, in most left-wing states, they actually make it difficult to go to a private school or to educate kids at home.
Yeah, also, because they're all about the kids becoming intelligent. Yeah. Again?
I think there's also the school choice issue. I don't know if that's in all states or.
Most places let you kind of choose. It's very there's very specific places that are against it. But I actually have a buddy who's a teacher. He's ironically a physics teacher, and where I'm from, physics teachers are very hard to come by, so they get paid really, really well because nobody's going for school for that as a teacher. Yeah, you could make killing over here, but you also might get canceled because you don't agree with them ideologically. But
well, see, I'm unknown, so that's no problem.
Who are you, Sage? I am unknown. But
the problem in America is the lefties have such a scam with it. Where to be a teacher in a public school, you have to have not only your degree of physics or whatever, you have to have a teaching degree too.
Well, but here's the thing: I talked to my buddy. He's a leftist. He's a hardcore leftist. He has all the things in his arsenal that he would use for a discussion, which is why we don't really talk discussions very often, if at all, because he doesn't like that I'm about as individualistic as it gets. But I asked him, I was like, assuming, because he thinks like private schools, what about the poor kids? It's that Mott and Bailey kind of thing.
Yeah,
where
poor kids can go to public schools. If you think you're better, why not?
But no, here's the thing. I said, what if there was a private school? Because we were talking about like school choice and stuff. Like if there's a private school, it costs the exact same as a public school, but its quality is much better because it's got, the private school whole thing. Like it's all about like we're going to be the Ivy League, and there's no barrier to entry for all the kids that go to the public school to go there. It doesn't matter if they're poor, doesn't matter what their race is, doesn't matter, nothing matters. They can get, everything is identical except they get better at the private school.
That won't work.
That's not part of the theory. I said, would you as a teacher leave the public school and encourage these kids to go to the private school so they can get a greater education? And there's nothing stopping them. There's no cost for transportation. They could have free lunches. They could have whatever is that they would get at a public school. They get the exact same, but with increasing benefits to the private school, so that the child or the children, kids, teenagers, whatever, would get a better education. Would you be in favor of that? Guess what he said?
No.
He said no. And I was like, so you're not looking at for the kids' best interest. You want it to be completely under control of an ideology.
He views that as the kid's best interest, that ideology.
Yeah, not about their intelligence, their education, or anything else. He's purely based around how can I keep control on this type of a situation, because that's healthy for you to think of children like that.
Mm-hmm.
And like when I was there, I wasn't a teacher or anything. I was kind of like an aide, but or not his school, but a different school. And I had teachers always like, you should teach on like, critical thinking or philosophy. And I'm sitting there like, they're not going to allow that. What are you off your biscuits?
A guy went viral on YouTube and X, YouTube X and what's the other thing? TikTok. He's a teacher. He teaches at a college and a local school, and he got viral with the video one of the students recorded of just him asking them questions about their positions on some racial issues. Right? He didn't say any other than the question.
Completely harmless topic.
Yeah. So he went viral on a bunch of videos and whatever, and now a couple months later, he still has his college job, which was his part-time job, but his full-time job, the school fired him.
I think I just saw this guy's
Yeah.
video today. Actually, he's the guy who he was on like a podcast or something. Is that the guy?
Well, he's been. I mean, the original video was him. I think one of
There's something about Elon Musk like spread his or commented on his video or something. Is that what happened?
Yeah, that was the original.
I know that. I saw that guy. Yeah,
video, whatever. That went on Twitter and YouTube.
He had 2 years of his book on this computer that he lost, and he lost all of it. I'm like, why would you not have that on the cloud? What is wrong with you? Because
I want on the cloud, have a backup.
But I'm saying like I write stuff on my Google Drive, because if I lose the device or something, the actual stuff is still there. I can still access it.
I have multiple redundant backup of everything I create. I will never put that stuff in the cloud.
Well, that depends on the content of what you have. But I'm saying, like, in terms for me,
my writing, my work, my computer stuff work, my notes.
Yeah, I was like, I got y'all beat. Physical copy. Which, to be fair, is nice. But a lot of places, like if I'm at work or something, I can't have paper or cardboard or anything like that because of where I work and stuff. So I have to have something that can be out to the side. I'm like, oh shoot, I just thought of something, whether it be writing music or whether it be working on my novel. I got like on the fly, I just type it in really quick.
This guy with who lost a book, was that because it was
2 years worth of his book because he had it on
school?
It was the school's computer, and within 5 minutes of them pulling him into the office, he got fired and they took his computer. Yeah. No time to sign out of anything, nothing.
That's his fault.
And it is his fault, and he should have known better that like I'm at a place that could potentially dislike what I am going to do or that I am doing or whatever.
Naive. He's probably one of those like people. Oh, I'm just being fair and ethical, and now he's a hard work now because of he's now a hard right winger according to all of them.
Well, and then they're like they're trying to have they tried to have him like sign an NDA or something to not talk about it, and they would pay him more money, and he apparently refused it. Yeah. Which is good on him. But it's just like they brought this on themselves because they try to do this crap, and he should nip them for everything that's worth. But I also think that it's silly to think that you could work in an education, and this applies to even gadflies. Like, don't ever be silly enough to think that they're not going to gun for you as soon as they get a whiff of you not falling in line with them in any shape or form capacity. Don't rely on them for anything. Because like the guy was kind of distraught. He's like, man, I wish they'd take my laptop because I'm like, just go buy your own laptop. What are you using theirs for?
The benefit is when that does happen to you and you get booted out for BS reasons, you can then take that and
hey, we're not doing
it to another avenue, right? Like you can take that and be like, hey, well, you know what? I'm gonna get together, a dozen other academics that have been kicked out, and we're going to form our own, like minor liberal arts college, and we're going to get funding from someplace or somebody to set it up.
We'll even do an online school, like a lot of places do. You know, they can still bring in some money. They can undercut the prices of other colleges, and then it works for everybody for timing and everything.
Well, then they'll call you a cult organization or something like that, or fraud. And if you're in a wrong state, they'll have one of their crony attorney generals get you for fraud and get you on fraudulent charges.
Yeah, or you get investigated like the German political party.
Then you carry it all the way to the Supreme Court and burn them to the ground like they deserve.
Well, if they have enough control of politics, they appoint the judges to the Supreme Court. That's why elections happen.
That's why they do it now.
But the other thing is the reason why debates are so important to have.
I did have a comment.
It's not because you're convincing your debate opponent.
You're convincing the audience.
You're convincing the audience. So when people see this crap go on, and they see how you carry yourself and the statements that are coming out about the actual thing, what you are really actually doing is you are appealing to not even the overall broad community, but to the people who are willing to actually engage with their thinking process, or shocking people into engaging with their thinking process. And when you do that, you cut off some of their power, and you do that enough and enough and enough, and every single one of these things that goes on, there's a handful more people who think, what the hell? Like the guy who lost his job recently for the video he posted about using the Socratic method to make a student question the statement that they made about J.K. Rowling being transphobic.
Yeah, that's the guy we're just talking about.
We were? Oh, that was the guy? I didn't get to watch his actual video because I only saw his response, his distraught thing. Yeah. I can't believe this just happened. I got fired from my job. Blah 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 blah. All this happened. I didn't know what he actually posted.
Yeah. So that was the thing, and he got booted, and people saw that video, and people saw. So they saw the video he did, and to anybody who is not a raving loony,
there's not many of those, but
there is nothing that he has done that is incorrect in that. So when they see him being treated like crap for doing that, it makes them go, hang on a second. He didn't
do anything wrong.
Even make a statement one way or the other. All he did was make the student engage with their own statements and their own thoughts. So
it's actually funny because even if you go to work, let's say you go to your job, whatever the job might be, doesn't really matter what it is, but you go to a job and you work with a bunch of variety of people. Doesn't matter who they are, or whatever. And you sit down and you start watching a video, and it's like a Tim Pool video where there's two people debating about a topic, let's say abortion or something, which actually happened recently. And you're just listening to it, and there's two people of opposing viewpoints. They're having a discussion / debate about why you think this and why that thing's that, and you're just sitting there listening, and they get upset at you or something because you're how dare you allow discourse for this? And it's I'm just trying to hear what they have to say. I don't have even opinion or something.
That was the Lindsay Shepherd thing that happened in my town. I don't
know who Lindsay Shepherd is.
I'm trying to remember when it was, but she played a video clip of Jordan Peterson debating with somebody else, talking about
that's a heresy.
The mandatory use of a person's preferred pronouns. The course she was being a TA for.
This was at least 3 years ago.
This happened like probably about 10 years ago now.
Yeah, it might be 10 now, but it was at least 3 years ago. I know that for sure.
3, 10, all the same.
But so she was TAing for a course that was supposed to be about communication and debate. So she presented this thing about a debate and communication and had students discuss about it. And then she got fired from her job, which was part of her MA thing, and she recorded the whole thing and yada yada yada.
Yeah.
But she never made any statement one way or the other. She never made any disparaging comments.
She never agreed or disagreed.
Exactly. It was all, well, students, here we go. This is a contemporary topic that people are talking about, and here's how people are discussing it. And that was a big backlash, and it's, you know, consequences of that are still going on here. But that was one of the moments in Canada that caused a lot of people to start paying attention to the state of the universities, because it was a girl who was getting fired for literally doing her job because the professor disliked having an opposing ideology expressed in the classroom.
Which is sad, because that's literally the purpose of a university.
So every single time this stuff happens, there is a new rash of people who come out and are like, wow, I didn't realize crap like this was going on.
Well, it even brings it back to like this guy, what was his name? Joel, right? Is it Joel?
Guys, my leg is acting up. That's about as far as I can push it. So
okay.
I hate to drop it short, but you know, keep up with the conversation, guys. Nice to see you again, bud. You know.
Oh.
See you around, Matt.
Have a good one, Matt.
To be honest, I should probably also go.
I was trying to close it up.
Sun's coming up in 10 minutes, so
time to go
to sleep.
Time to go sleep. Yeah.
But I wanted to just kind of close it up with this whole thing. So if you got
okay, yeah, sure.
I'm gonna round it up for you. With Joel talking about this whole shindig. I think his name is Joel. Was it Joel? Yeah, Joel. So with Joel talking about this, yeah, Joel Merringer. Just not the way you think it's spelled, but it's like Merringer is more like it. But essentially, to the Mott and Bailey question or issue, I saw this debate where these two gentlemen were actual gentlemen, and they have opposing views, but they decided before everything started to have a civil debate, and part of their debate was to steel man each other's arguments. And I really liked that format, because it's like, can you show you actually understand my argument? And if not, both of them could correct the other, which they did when it was necessary. It's like, well, you didn't quite put this where it should be, so here's something you need to do. And then they'd iron out the kinks so that when they had the communication about further debation or whatever, they would have anything that they could be like, okay, we can't talk past each other because we are both very aware of what we're debating. And then when their debate took place, it actually meant something to those of us who were watching. We're like, hey, they're having a civil debate, which is a rarity these days. They're actually steel manning each other's arguments. And while they can't necessarily do it perfectly in every instance, like it's bound to have something the other person's like, well, actually, you could have done that a little bit better. But it allows both of them to recognize we can kind of understand each other's oppositional ideas and work towards actually commenting about each other's stuff accurately, rather than just the entire thing being a sling thing. And I really like that, but that's the first time I've ever seen it actually happen.
Well, that is
it
one
did
of the big
happen
issues.
a lot more, like say 10 years back.
10? Oh, like 60. It's like I don't think I've heard ever anything.
I've seen quite a few.
Most of the time,
but
like
not anything recent.
Like even watching like Christopher Hitchens, which I think he's a pretty good debater, but even when he had some opponents he did really good with, other opponents he just missed the mark completely, and it becomes like a sling fest really, really easy where they're like, well, your position has this, and then they're like, well, your position has this, and it just goes back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. It's like that defeats the purpose.
When that happens, you know that the people talking don't understand the position from which other people are arguing with, right?
Yeah.
So
that's part of the spearmanning somebody else's view is that you don't have that problem.
So the big example is, you know, the argument against the whole trans thing, when the leftists talk about how the rights are wanting to
kill us,
destroy and make, like, you know, whatever. But they're not understanding that the right perspective is one coming from compassion, because the right perspective is these people are suffering an issue and we need to heal that issue.
Yeah.
But then the other side is a lot of people from the right don't also understand that the people from the left, most of them are also arguing from a point of compassion where they want, right? And so
passion.
So you end up with this, with people just not understanding, not necessarily what the arguments are, but why the arguments are being made, which is just as important.
Well, it's the same thing. Like the Tim Pool conversation about abortion was on both sides were allegedly Christian, right? And one was a pastor, and he was holding the affirmative, like, let women do whatever they want because they have the right to. And every time there was like, can you apply a theological cover to support your argument? He's like, theology doesn't have a place in this. I'm sitting here going like, every decision you make as a Christian should be based around your theology. Like, and that literally it. Like, nothing should matter elsewise.
Yeah, well, I mean, as I said back when I responded to that exact situation, there are plenty of crazy Christians that
the other thing is,
by definition, not holding the doctrines of those things.
The other thing is, in that particular case, is are Christians supposed to hold non-Christians to Christian standards?
But that's not the point. It's his particular viewpoint saying this. He's like, the lady asked him directly, like, what do you think? Not what ideology or what viewpoint or standard that you think should this be opposed onto other people. But at the same time, if you say, like, should you impose on other people that they're not allowed to murder other people? Well, that's just your moral code. Like, well, no, because we're going to say the law has a basic standard to protect each other of the citizens' lives. So, like, at that same point, it's like
we could go on for another long period of time discussing this whole thing.
I really don't want to,
but yeah, I think
I was trying to put up the debation tactics, but also people in that situation were on different sides. One's on the left, one's on the right, but they even held the same ideology, allegedly, and they came to completely different viewpoints because they both had different compassion. One's like the compassion towards the unborn, the other was compassion towards the mother. And it's just like, let them do what they want to do. It's like totally different ideologies and ideas of how the process functions and who's the actual victim and the whole thing and all that jazz. But during that time period, they had everything else from the same side. So it wasn't even less than a left or a right. It was people who allegedly claimed to have the same concepts of the same moral codes, having completely different ideology and idea of how it actually functioned, to basically push to what you had said previously of saying they come from different places, but they both are coming from compassion, but they have different ideas of how it's supposed to be implemented, what they define as compassion. And it's just, one's more like the babysitter, like I have to butter you up and I have to swaddle you up so you can't get hurt, and I'll give you everything you ever want, versus the other one saying you're going to learn from doing this that this isn't a good thing and that you don't want to do it this way, but you want to do it this way because it may cause a little uncomfortability, but you'll learn, you'll be, better for it, kind of thing. They're different concepts of what compassion is. And this guy somehow managed to sneak all through all the cesspool that is, people having a different opinion, getting immediately ostracized. For all we know, he did get ostracized. We'll never know. His video got stayed up, so I'm assuming he didn't get completely ostracized.
Yeah, maybe it hasn't been discovered by the right people yet.
It's been 3 years. and most people watching these would probably be of the other opposing party. So
well, people have been canceled for stuff 10 years, 20 years in the past, so
it's about time.
But on that happy topic,
Lovely.
I think
I give it a 10 out of 10. I give it 10 out of 10. So that's my rating for it, because I was pleasantly surprised and extremely interested in the actual topic, because it's not something I thought about, because I would never have thought, let's go see what the Soviet Bloc artist did. It's never something that would come to my head. But I enjoyed hearing the topic. So hopefully, at least Gadfly, what little you actually heard, hopefully you enjoyed it.
Yeah. Well, it's as I said, it's really neat to see how universal Lord of the Rings actually is, and how it appeals to everybody for the same damn reasons.
Well, you need to go watch our other videos, because there are some other people who say not the same thing.
Yeah, I would advise against that, maybe.
Yeah, but I mean, you guys have not seen what I have seen.
I have seen my share.
You have not seen what I have seen.
Did you watch the first season of Rings of Power?
No.
Oh, then that you've only
you have not seen what I have seen.
You're lying. But no, like it's. I have somebody I'm hopefully still getting on. They agreed to do it with me. It's just we had to wait for a time period, and since the trailer just dropped, we have a date when it's going to be released. So if that's the case, I'm hoping he still does it.
What's the actual date? I didn't.
August 29th. At least in America, it's August 29th. I don't know what it is in Europe, but in America, it's August 29th.
VPNs exist. So.
I was going to say you can always VPN it.
August 30th.
I mean, I'm sure the benevolent Matt Heavenron's emissary will bless you and bequeath you a copy of some Access Media, but but needless to say, I'm not looking forward to it, because I wanted to unalive myself by watching the first 8 of season 1. Like, it was bad.
Yeah.
And now and just watching the teaser trailer, because I don't think Gadfly you watched the teaser trailer, but just watching the teaser trailer, I was like, nothing here makes sense at all. Nothing makes sense. But the comments were glorious. So I kind of want you to watch it with us when you do teaser trailer, just so we can read the comments afterwards and just laugh our heads off, because it is kind of funny. So, but hopefully, are you going to be free next Thursday, Gadfly? Or
yeah, probably in the evening.
Okay. Because the plan tonight was to finish this, and we were moving at a pretty good pace, and then we started getting off topic. But it was like it's connected, but it was a bit off topic at the same time.
Well, it was connected, but then it connected into all sorts of different.
Matt had to go and ruin everything. Just gonna throw him under the bus because he's not here. But if we hadn't gotten distracted, we would have been done and been on a totally different topic with you. So I apologize. That was not the goal intended. I still have that.
We always run over time. So.
Well, the more of us that there are in the conversations, the more people have something to say, and the more people have something to say, the longer it runs. So it's just par for the course, unfortunately. But I kind of want us to turn into an EFAP in a way, because I love doing that stuff. But hopefully next time we'll have that topic, which is the anti-fan tourist and all that kind of stuff. I really like Arch's video on it. So it's like 20-minute video, which that never stops us. But hopefully
7 hours of stream.
Hopefully it won't be, and we can kind of cram it into like a 2-hour, because I think you said like you usually have like a 2-hour window, so maybe we can cram that into that and make it easy, because there's no way we'd be able to do it now. But that's the goal. We'll see if that actually pans out. But yeah, thanks everybody for hanging out. I know most of you probably did not make it to the end of this video. It is what it is, but thanks for watching. If you did watch the end, you are freaking amazing. So hopefully you'll join us the next time. What, Gadfly?
Psycho.
A little bit, just but yeah. Well, I'll have something out, probably another Grima's workshop. This one surprisingly was not Grima's workshop, so that's going to make this a little bit awkward naming this. It actually was really
Maybe
well.
put in or not in the title.
Well, it has to be. It's still part of the whole series, but I'll have to like put a disclaimer in the actual thingy. But surprisingly, you can't say we hate everything because we did not hate this at all. We hated some of the questions he was asked, but we didn't hate the whole thing. So can't nail us there. But yeah. We'll look forward to something new in that regard. But if you could like, comment, subscribe, all that fun jazz to help us with the algorithm, greatly appreciate it. If you missed any of the prior episodes, or if this is the future and you already have other ones to look at, go watch the rest of the series under the Grima Workshop playlist, and let me know in each of those videos if you survived or if you agreed or disagreed, what your comments are and all that jazz. So. Thanks everybody for hanging out. We'll look forward to doing some more next time. So remember, my friends, walk in the light.
Farewell.